Necas leaves it for McKinnon. He'll dump it in. Wall slowed it up, and Nichushkin there first. Trying to get it for Necas again. Right to the Leafs, who send it down ice. Kelly Sutherland, the referee, goodness gracious, lost an edge, and so Lorenz will bring it in shorthanded, and he scores. What in the world was that? If the Avalanche didn't have any bad luck, they would have no luck at all. Kelly Sutherland toe-picked in the neutral zone. The clearance, instead of going all the way down ice, falls for the Leafs, who get a 2-on-1 shorthanded, and they take the lead with 17:07 to go in the third period. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Three-pointer would cut it to 11. Pickett three. Good. It's too late, but it's fun. Well, behind Luka's 21 points in the first quarter and 46 points scored against Denver in the opening 12, the LA Lakers cruise to a victory over Denver. Final tonight from Los Angeles, 120-108.
Well, that was a big barrel of fun. Double loseroo on a Wednesday evening. Avs fall 2-1. The Nuggets get hammered by the Lakers. No Nikola Jokic, no Jamal Murray. Luka goes off for 21 in that first quarter, and they lose by 12 on the road and fall to 44-26. Berto filling in for Coach Sanford again today. Alex Ryanemi alongside KJ Granderson here at the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Before we get into the Lakers and the Nuggets, you guys have exactly 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left to sign up for the Not Another Bracket contest presented by Evan Williams Bourbon. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. Choose 5 teams. Wins are worth points. Higher seeds, if they win, get more points on exponential value. You can win a whole bunch of things. 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, big screen TV, dinner for 2 at the Denver Chop House, a 30-person catered party by Brothers Barbecue. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. That closes at 10:07, so get on it right now. The brackets close at 10:07 because the first game tips off in about 15 minutes from right now.
Oh, yes!
Berto.
Yeah.
I got to start with, you were relegated to the Nuggets and the Lakers last night. I say relegated because leading up to that game, there were reports coming from ESPN that Nikola and Jamal, well, they were going to play in the game yesterday night. And then right beforehand, Joker gets pulled, Jamal gets pulled, both of them nursing injuries, and that thing was over in like 8 minutes.
Lakers could have won that game by 40 if they wanted to. By 40 if they wanted to. The Nuggets outscored those chuckleheads by 16 points in the fourth quarter and still got mollywopped. That was just one of those games, man. Listen, Luka seriously could have put 60 on the Nuggets last night, right? If he wanted to, if he really wanted to. Matter of fact, I think if Joker was playing, if his homie was playing in that game, he might have put 50 just to be like, I got 50 on you, Joker. How you feeling about that? Because that first quarter was crazy. You know what the Lakers did last night in the first quarter? They tied their franchise record for most threes in the open. They made 9 threes in the first quarter. That thing was done. It was over. It was over before halftime, and it was crazy. Man, that game was drunk. It was weird, and it was drunk. And Coach Malone afterwards in the post-game show, he was a roller coaster ride, like where at first it felt like he was just going to try to hey man, we're a tired team. We were missing 2 of our best players. And it's just one of those nights. But then he kept getting angrier and angry as he talked about the game.
He can't help himself, man. He can't.
Yeah. So, I mean, that was just dumb. That was just a dumb game, man. I can't believe that the Nuggets came up with that kind of effort against that team. Like, how do you come out in the first quarter and just Malone pointed it out where they weren't ready for the start of that game for some reason. Like, how do you start just 2 days prior with 3 missing starters and both Aaron and everybody on that roster comes out like super aggressive, ultra aggressive?
Aaron was still aggressive. Aaron was fine. The first quarter was abysmal for the whole team.
Bad.
But Aaron Gordon...
You gave up 46 points, man. 46 points.
Wasn't great.
It's got to be one of the worst first quarters of any team in the NBA this season. 46 points? It's got to be one of the worst first quarters, opening frames.
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I can find it for you, man.
Yeah,
it's got to be pretty tough.
Yeah.
But Gordon goes, 9 of 14 from the field, 26 points. Get this. The starters for the Nuggets last night, AG, Peyton Watson, MPJ, Russ, Christian Brown.
Mm-hmm.
They combined to go -80 on the night on plus minus. -80 are your 5 starters. They shot 55% from the free throw line, your 5 starters.
I'm telling you, man, if the Nuggets run into the Thunder, they're going to lose a game just because of the free throw shooting. They're going to lose a game in the playoffs against the Thunder because of the free throw shooting. Because when the Nuggets ain't got it right, it's insane to me that somebody like Christian is a pretty good shooter, and he shot 50% from the free throw line last night. Like Russell Westbrook was pretty good. He was 3 of 5 from the line, but Peyton Watson 1 of 4. Like, yeah, that's gonna bite you, man. That's gonna bite you. But it could have been just the nature of the game because it felt like both teams realized the game was over at the end of the first quarter. Like it felt like both because the Nuggets did step it up in the second. Like they played a much better second quarter, but even then you get to halftime and you're looking at that double-digit lead going, I don't know if we can cut into this bad
Well, because
boy.
you're waiting for Superman to come off and wait for Joker to drop
Yeah.
25 in the second half, and that's not going to happen. You're waiting for Jamal Murray to catch fire in the second half, and last night that wasn't going to happen. And I do think, while, again, I've made it known on the show that I will not take game-to-game proclamations based off of like what I think the Nuggets are going to be in the playoffs, is it telling that when you don't have those two players out there, that Michael Porter Jr. is kind of a no-show last night?
Yeah, he can't.
He had 10 shots.
Yeah, he was 5 of 10.
And there's, 40 attempts that
Which
are not on the floor between Joker and Jamal combined?
5 of 10. That would have been great if he had played like 12 minutes coming off the bench. But no, man, you're a starter, and you're missing Joker and Jamal. You got to take it to the next level, Mike. You got to take it to the – but, Mike, I don't know if MPJ has that, like, I'm just going to dominate and take over. He gets into that space where he can't miss, where he's smoking hot when he's knocking down shots left and right. But I don't think Mike has that mentality where he's like, give me the ball, get the hell out of my way, I'm scoring some points. Like, that felt like that's what AG was a couple of games ago when he put up 36,
right,
where he was just like, I'm just going to go, and everybody's going to have to come with me. Mike is always trying to find his game in the flow, in the rhythm of a game. So I think that's why he sometimes disappears. You know what I mean? Where he'll score 11 in the first quarter, no points in the second or third, and then 5 or 6.
Yeah, he'll finish with 18 in the game, and you go,
so
wait,
weird.
hold on. You were 4 or 5 from 3 to start off the game. Like, what happened here?
Michael Porter Jr. is talented enough that I think you could go to him and say, Mike, I need 8 points this quarter, and I need 8 points in the second quarter, and I need 8 points in the third quarter, and I think Mike could do it.
That's what the salary demands.
He just disappears sometimes in the scheme of things. And the Nuggets, man, they just, I don't know if it's Russell Westbrook's just like super aggressive vibes that they just cannot stop turning the ball over, man. The NBA playoffs start in 30 days, and the Nuggets can't help. They almost had 20 turnovers last night. 20, man.
Had 18 last night.
You can't, 10 is too much.
And wasn't that coming off, it was coming off the win against Golden State, and that was a sloppy game from both teams. I think both teams combined for 40, 20 each.
Oh, man. Yeah, you can't do it. You can't do it. So listen, once again, we're in this. I'm living the life where they win a game, I feel great. They lose a game, I feel terrible. And we've been win-loss for the last 7 games, I think.
Christmas trees, baby.
I don't like it. I don't like any of this.
It's a steal Scotty's term. It's the Christmas light schedule.
Man, I guess.
Green, red.
I don't like any. I don't like the way that. Listen, after this, let me see. What do we got? 13 games remaining in the regular season. 13, and you're going to try to work out whatever issues you have. I mean, this should have been
12.
Oh wow, only 12 games to go, man. That's nothing. That's nothing. And the problem is here's the problem with losing last night. Like, once again, I don't think the Nuggets care about their standings as long as they finish in the top 5. Matter of fact, even if they get that number 5, I don't think they're worried about facing
I don't know about that.
Memphis if you had the 5, would you avoid OKC
Nope.
in the second round? You'd be in their side of the bracket.
If you have the 4 or the 5, you are, unless OKC gets beaten by the 8 seed this year, and I don't see that happen. Like, look what Oklahoma City did last night with none of their starters.
The Nuggets would never be able to do that. Never. The Thunder won that game by 33 points. What was that game?
I know they were playing Philly. Philly sucks.
But but they didn't. They started. No, SGA was out. Jalen Williams was out. Like, everybody was out. And OKC and everybody else on the Thunder were like, okay, well, let's just smash this team by 30. The Nuggets would never be able to do that. But that's why Joker's the MVP, man. He's the most valuable player in the NBA. Because when you take him off the Nuggets, They're not good. They're not good. They're an average basketball team without Nikola Jokic. And with Nikola Jokic, they're one of the best teams in the
Without
league.
Joker, they are a what? Are they a play-in team?
Well, I've asked this question. You know what? Yes, they'd be a play-in team. But if Jamal Murray was your number one star, like if I don't know, if Portland or Utah, like Utah's like, we'll give you 6 first-round picks for Jamal Murray, and you send the blue arrow to Utah, and he's the number one option in Utah, what do you think that looks like?
I don't know. Are they a 20-win team?
Instead
of a 16-win team
I don't
right
know,
now?
because there are times where Jamal Murray looks like an all-NBA player to me, and then a lot of times when he doesn't. And it's so crazy that if Jamal comes along for the ride, it's really hard to beat the Nuggets.
In order to truly elevate a team standing, a star has to consistently be a star.
Okay.
And I think that's what you saw last night out of Michael Porter Jr. is that you're paying him to be star adjacent.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not consistent enough to be star adjacent or demand that money.
All right, do you think from both Jamal and Mike, do you think the Nuggets expected more, or obviously they need more?
I think of course they have.
Like, you max those guys out, but you knew who you were maxing when you did it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think the Nuggets expect Michael Porter Jr. to score like Kevin Durant, or they don't expect Jamal Murray to, dominate the ball like a I don't know, like a Devin Booker or a Trae Young, somebody like that who's always has the ball and is always putting up shots. I don't know. So I think the Nuggets got exactly what they were paying for, right? What they thought they were going to get. Like, I've had this discussion with I don't know how many people, because everybody's always waiting for Mike to take that next step. And I'm like, my man Mike has been in this league for, we're rolling on close to a decade or something, like 5, 6, 7, 8 years he's been in the NBA. This entire 10-year run by the Nuggets, he's been a big chunk of that, and everybody keeps expecting him to go to to get to that superstar level. And I think at this point, you're like, Michael Porter Jr. is who Michael Porter Jr. is, and he can definitely work for your team, but stop asking him to go for 50 a night or something like that. Or
stop asking him to be Ja Morant?
yes, because that's
Ja Morant is only worth $4.5 million a year, more than Michael Porter Jr.
Is that right?
Yep.
Man, that's the NBA.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and MPJ make the same amount of money right now.
Yeah, not for long though.
Not for long. Shai's gonna make a boatload of money.
He's gonna be making that
soon.
$60 million a year kind of contract. That
Jrue
Supermax.
Jrue Holiday makes less money than MPJ does right now.
Man, I get, like, I say this all the time. It's not my money. I don't care how much money you make, but we do need to use it as a talent evaluator because there is a cap in the NBA. Like, if this was Major League Baseball, I don't care. If you could pay Spencer Jones $50 million a year, I don't care, man. It ain't my money. It's your money. If that's how you want to spend it like that. But because of the cap and because now these stupid aprons the NBA has put in place, like, the MPJ contract and the Jamal Murray contract are kind of prohibitive. It kind of stops you from doing things that you might want to do.
So you're asking Jamal Murray, you can't expect Jamal Murray to be Jason Tatum, right?
Right.
Jason Tatum makes $1 million a year more than Jamal Murray does.
See, man, I get it, but you understand why you're comparing apples to oranges, because everybody, Mike and Jamal helped you win a title.
Donovan Mitchell makes $1 million a year more than Jamal Murray does.
And I take Donovan Mitchell. That dude's having a great season right now.
It goes back to the offseason. Did you spend your money wisely?
Would somebody trade for right now during the offseason? If the Nuggets were like, all right, you know what, we want to change up the core of the team. Call us if you want to make a trade. What do you think a team would have to give up to get Jamal Murray this offseason?
I don't know,
if they
man,
wanted the blue arrow.
If Jamal doesn't take a step in the postseason, right? If he doesn't turn into playoff Jamal again, then the contract looks like a behemoth. But if he shows up in the postseason and he's playoff Jamal Murray again and the Nuggets go on a run and he's healthy and Joker's healthy, then even if that conversation still arises, let's say they make a run, they lose to OKC in the Western Conference Final. Mm-hmm. But the reason why they make it a fight is because Jamal Murray turns into the blue arrow once again. Mm-hmm. If you then go into the offseason and Calvin Booth and company look at the Nuggets, they go, all right, we don't like how we're structured. We kind of got to tear this thing down and put new pieces around Nikola Jokic to make one more good run at a championship before his body eventually gives out. They kind of do the Chris McFarland thing that they did during the regular season. I know the NBA doesn't have the same amount of flexibility in the season to really like tear down a roster like the NHL does, but Chris McFarland looked around Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and went, "We're too top heavy. We're not deep enough. We're not big enough. We're not mean enough. We need to do something." And if the Nuggets don't get to a championship this year, you might be forced with that type of reality. The only way that contract becomes tradable is if Jamal Murray is the reason why the Nuggets scare the living crap out of the Thunder in the playoffs.
But that's why we love Jamal, right? Because of the playoffs. Nobody cares. At the end of the day, the regular season is the regular season. And it'd be great if he was an all-star or an all-NBA player or whatever. But nobody cares if, the Blue Oars shows up in the playoffs, right? If playoff Jamal shows up, nobody cares what he did in the regular season, right? That's why he got the money. He didn't get the money because he was putting up 30 a game in the regular season. He got the money because he was knocking down game winners in the most clutch fashion in the playoffs. So you're right. Yeah, it is so crazy that you have the best player on the planet on your team, but every time we start talking about the Nuggets, we talk about everybody but Joker. Because the nature of his greatness is he just shows up and does it, man. And you need people to come along with him.
It's
so
amazing
crazy.
that conversation. It's so funny how it played out last night. Joker, Jamal, out of the lineup. Lakers kill you. Everybody. 4 of the 5 starters that Oklahoma City puts out on the court every single night en route to their 57 wins this year.
Yeah.
4 of the 5 starters out. They hammer Philadelphia by 33 last night.
Yeah.
And you're telling me Nikola Jokic ain't the most valuable player in the league?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
What are we doing here? Avs fall 2-1 to the Maple Leafs. We'll get into that on the other side. NCAA tournament is minutes away from tipping off. That's Mark Bertinoli hanging in here for Coach Mike Sanford. You're listening to the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, no better sound in the whole wide world of sports. The NCAA tournament is here. It is tipped off. We've got Creighton, Louisville, the 9-8 matchup out there in the South region. 6-5 is the score early on for the Blue Jays over the Cardinals. Can't stand Louisville. Going back to those white suit, Ricky Pitino days.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Louisville can kick rocks, man. I mean, I ain't big on Creighton either. The Blue Jays can also kick rocks. I have no dog in this fight. But yeah, I'm cheering for Creighton.
Would you see the reason why I'm upset about Rick Pitino and like I kind of want St. John's to go deep.
Like, wait. Was it Applebee's? Was it the Applebee's bathroom, right? It was Rick Pitino and a woman in an Applebee's. Am I drunk? Am I making this stuff up?
No, I don't think
there was a massive story with Rick Pitino having sex with a random woman in an Applebee's bathroom. Man, I could just be way off on this. Am I way off on this or not? Are you Googling it?
I see a restaurant. I don't know if it was an Louisville basketball coach Rick Pitino told a jury that a woman accused of extortion had relations with him in an empty Italian restaurant.
Oh,
I cannot neither confirm nor deny if it was an Applebee's.
I don't know why.
You must be thinking of Olive Garden.
My bad, man.
They're just crushing $2 margs and appetizer trios.
Yeah, listen, sorry, I didn't realize. I don't know why I just assumed it was Applebee's. I was like, if anybody's going to have a sex in a restaurant, it's got to be Applebee's,
just a
right?
scene straight out of Ricky Bobby.
No, so anyway, I was going to say, I appreciate that in a head coach. Just like, empty restaurant, let's go.
You see, Rick Pitino had this to say. Like, Pitino's coached against all of the greats of the greats, right? Because he was in the Big East when it was the heyday.
Forever.
Like when he was coaching at Providence, that was Pitino and Calhoun and Boeheim and Thompson. He said he only had one true rival.
There's only one coach I really considered a rival in my whole career. And I've been blessed to coach against, I coached against Frank McGuire's last game, coach against Dean Smith. There's only one coach that's ever I had a strong rivalry with. And today I respect him as much as anybody in the game, and that was Jim Calhoun. We hated each other, BU and Northeastern hated each other, and there were 300 people at each arena. He goes on to coach in Connecticut, I go on to coach in Providence, and we hated each other there as well. And today I don't think I respect any coach in the game as much as I respect Jim Calhoun. So looking back on it, it was really funny at that stage of BU versus Northeastern.
I'm a dude who has hated Rick Pitino for years.
Yeah?
Like, my pops went to Connecticut, so I grew up a Connecticut fan. And then I go to Syracuse, so I then have to hate every other Big East school, including Connecticut.
You went to Cuse, right? Did you hear the Jim Boeheim story?
Which one?
About how his wife found out about his girlfriend?
No.
You haven't heard that story?
Maybe I have, and I don't remember.
I heard this story from a Syracuse grad. And it happened during the NCAA tournament. When Syracuse was playing in the tournament, Jim's wife was on a plane flying down to watch him play.
Julie?
And she was sitting next to No. Yeah,
oh, the woman who found out about Julie.
She was sitting next to this woman, and they started talking, and it was like, "What are you doing?" And she was like, "Oh, I'm going to go see my husband, he's coaching in the NCAA tournament." And she's like, "That's crazy. My boyfriend is also coaching in the NCAA tournament."
I didn't know this. I had no idea.
And they were like, "Really?" She was like, "Well, who does he coach for?" And she's like, "Syracuse." And she was like, "That's incredible. My husband is the head coach at Syracuse." And that's when the other one was like, wait, hold on.
We're dating the same balding, bespectacled, angry, ornery man.
Yeah, I heard that story.
You don't say.
Yeah, I heard that story from a Cuse graduate like 10 years ago.
No, I don't think I'd ever heard that before. I hadn't.
Yeah.
That was the heyday of college basketball, brother. The heyday of college basketball. Maybe that's the reason why I'm starting to like and root for Pitino and St. John's this year. That's a dude I hate. That's a dude I grew up knowing that I had to hate. And he's just like the one old school holdover that's in the tournament this year.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I don't put Calipari in there for some reason because Calipari still feels new age.
Yeah, he's really, I like Calipari's a great coach, but he's got that greasy, slick, like, it always feels like he's running game on you or he's trying to get one over on you. Which is, I'm not the biggest fan of that.
And Pitino in his white pinstripe suit, for some reason, I've got my heartstrings being tugged for St. John's this year.
I know. Well, St. John's used to be, not used to be, but I mean, they're a New York school. And New York is always considered the mecca of basketball, despite the fact the Knicks haven't won anything in 30 years or whatever. But yeah, St. John, yeah, I can get behind it as well. I can't believe they won as many games as they did. Like, they won 30 games this season, right? At the Red Storm.
16-15 is the score right now. 12:34 to go in the first quarter. The first game is underway. Creighton and Louisville, the 9-8 matchup in the South region.
This should be a national holiday, right? Today and tomorrow?
Today and tomorrow you should be off work. And I hate to put people on blast. There's no one in the office.
I was about to say, I'm looking around.
There's
not a
nobody
whole
in the
lot of
office.
people in this building right now. They're all watching the tournament.
There's typically they have a meeting, a long-standing weekly meeting on Thursdays.
Oh,
and
really?
they moved it up a half hour because I think that who
but
wants to be in a meeting when the first game of the tournament tips off? No one wants to be there.
Together.
No doubt, Kate.
Yeah, no, this is a great day because, we're going to get here to like noon and there's just going to be nothing but college hoops on everywhere. And we'll get to that point where you'll start get down to the nitty gritty. You start getting buzzer beaters as we go. Pop, pop, pop. This Creighton Louisville game's going to come down to it. This thing's going to come down to it. There's no way one of these teams blows out the other.
PhD's got the perfect spot for it today. Like that 2:30 window when you've got the first games ending, the second slate of games where you've got 6 of them on right in a row.
Yeah,
They've got the perfect spot for it.
Nate and Annie, though, don't have to do a damn thing today. Their show is 90 minutes long.
Oh,
The
yeah,
Avs game starts at 4:30.
Or Avs and Senators.
Yeah. So they don't have to do. They work 90 minutes and then they're out.
I know you were getting ready for Nuggets and Lakers. Do you see how the Avs lost that game last night?
Yeah, man. Let me ask you this. Toronto, those Canadians booed the national anthem, and then a Canadian ref dove in front of a puck.
Kelly Sutherland.
To redirect. Like, Kelly Sutherland is Canadian, man. I think this is all just some massive scheme to do Team USA dirty again.
This is now the second game in a row in which the Avs have had an unfortunate bounce off of a referee go against them.
That's the weirdest. That was one of the weirdest goals, game-winning goals.
I've never seen anything like it.
And you gotta think, like, I'm making fun of Sutherland, but you gotta think after that game, because that has to be the worst thing you can do as an official. Like, affect the outcome of the game
directly.
What in the world was that?
That was crazy, man. That was crazy.
And the Avs played a good hockey game. Like, they dominated the vast majority of that hockey game. I thought the third period they were a little bit more sloppy, but they threw 36 shots on goal. They had 15 high-danger scoring opportunities. I saw a lot of people like killing Bednar for putting the lines in the blender again, but I looked at the 5-on-5 like shot suppression and expected chances numbers of those lines. The data doesn't suggest that blending the lines really killed you last night. Like, the worst line by far for the Avs yesterday that only played 5 minutes together was Lehkonen, Necas, McKinnon, which has been your top line for the past couple of weeks. They've been great together. And I think Bednar saw that earlier and was like, something's not happening. And then he put some more offensive-minded players alongside Charlie Coyle, and he brought Brock Nelson up from a center spot to play wing alongside Nathan McKinnon. I also think it's a position where Bednar's throwing things at the wall right now and trying to see what sticks. God forbid someone gets injured or something's not working in the playoffs. I need to know right now whether or not this line combination works or doesn't work, because I can't do that in the playoffs. If I do it in the playoffs and it doesn't work, we lose a game, and now you are 25% of the way to having your season ended. So I think they also look at their standings right now, Berto, and go, we already know who we're playing. We already know what is happening in round one of the playoffs this year. Colorado is going to Dallas. That is your round one of the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. That's what's happening.
Minnesota's 2 points back, man.
Minnie's not going to catch you. Minnie won't catch you. It's not going to happen.
They're done with Minnesota. Or do the Avs still have to play? I think they're done with the Wild, right? So you don't get another head-to-head matchup between the two. You know what? Let me ask you this question. I saw it. So CBS and NHL.com, I think it was NHL.com, both released their power rankings. And the NHL has the Avs fourth in their power rankings over the entire league.
I think that's pretty good.
And CBS has the Avs ranked first as the best team in the NHL. And they said, listen, the Avalanche aren't the top seed in the West, but what the Avalanche did was midway through the season take all their weaknesses and make them strengths.
Yep.
And they specifically pointed out the goaltending, where they were like, this is great. Compared to what they had before, this goaltending is amazing. And they said that's the reason that the Avs are in the power rankings right now. They're top team in the NHL because they think there's nobody who the Avs can't beat in the playoffs. There's nobody they can run into the playoffs that they can't beat. They just got to, find a way to get 16 of those things.
When healthy, I completely agree. There's not a team in the league that I say, 7 games, like they can get this thing done. I think if they're completely healthy and they go up against Dallas, they can win it in 6. Okay. Because the main difference between the Avs and the Stars, the Avs and the Jets over the past few years has been what? It's been the massive gap, the canyon in goaltending.
Yeah.
From
with
Georgiev to Hellebuck, from Georgiev to Jake Ottinger. Now with Mackenzie Blackwood, you can make the argument Mackenzie Blackwood's like statistically the 3rd best goalie in the league right now. I had this on our pregame show yesterday, Berto. If you remove his San Jose starts, his numbers are 18, 7, and 3 with a 217 goals against average and a 919 save percentage. If you remove all of his San Jose starts and just take what he's done with the Avs, those numbers that I just gave you right now, they are good. Every single one of those for 3rd place in the NHL. Now, Connor Hellebuck's the best goalie in the world. He's going to run away with the Vezina. He's having an amazing season. He scares me a lot. But you have a top 5 goaltender in the world, the best hockey player on the planet, Nathan McKinnon, and the best defenseman on the planet,
best blue liner in
Cale Makar. You arguably have the best center depth in the league right now.
I'll take that. Absolutely, yeah.
Now, it hurts that Josh Manson is out likely for the remainder of the regular season, but you saw a nice game from Sam Malinsky last night. I was impressed with that. The loss against the Leafs doesn't really do anything for me. Because, again, I think that your destiny is set for the playoffs. Mm-hmm. You are going to Dallas. And everyone was thinking, could you catch the Stars? I don't think you could have, right?
Not right now,
Over the last 20 games in the NHL, there are 2 teams that have a better record than the Avs. The Avs have the 3rd best record in the last 20 games. Can you name the 2 teams?
Oh, no way. Is it?
I'll give you a hint. It's in the same division.
Oh, is it Winnipeg and Dallas?
Winnipeg and Dallas. So not only are you asking the Avs without games in hand, because Dallas has 2 games in hand.
Yeah, that sucks.
To make up 4 points, you then have to ask one of the hottest teams in the league and one of the most consistent teams in the league all season long, the Dallas Stars, to just suddenly get cold while you continue to stay red hot. I wouldn't say it's a pipe dream. It was asking a lot. So I kind of consigned myself to, all right, you're going to Dallas in round 1. So why not, if you're Jared Bednar, throw a bunch of crap at the wall, see what works, see what doesn't. If you happen to lose a game against Toronto because not only does a referee give a secondary assist on a shorthanded goal, but the first goal that goes in, Austin Matthews just throws a puck to the front of the net. It was a pass. It goes off Devon Taves' stick and up into the net. 2 bad bounces cost you that game, and one that you dominated. I care more about how the Avs look than what their results are right now. And they looked every piece the part of a Stanley Cup contending team last night. The result was a loss. That's just the way she goes sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, if the Avs and Maple Leafs make it to the Stanley Cup Finals,
it'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be a whole lot of fun. But what kind of game will we get? Like the first matchup where the Avs put 7 on the Leafs, or the one like last night where the goaltending was just like, I don't know if I would call it like just incredibly insane goaltending from Wall and that crew with the Leafs.
He had a really good game.
Man, the Avs could have scored at least 4 in that game. Man, I would see that would be a high scoring Stanley Cup Finals. Would be a lot of fun. But once again, Toronto doesn't scare me as an Avs fan.
No,
it's the teams in the West that are much scarier than the top teams in the East. Man, bring it on. I don't care who it is in the East that may like. Washington is insane. I don't know how the Capitals are. Washington's going to blow right by 100 points.
Logan Thompson has the fewest regulation losses by any goaltender to reach 30 games won in a season.
That's crazy, man.
Since like 1922.
What did I say? You said how many games? 13 games? 12 games? I keep forgetting that
the Avs have 13 games remaining.
So the Caps are about that. Can Ovi get 8? He needs 8, right? He needs 8 to catch Wayne, to break Wayne. He needs 7 to catch Wayne and 8 to break the record. I
said a few days ago, I don't think he gets it done. And I think it's better for the NHL that he doesn't.
Okay. And then next season, because it'll happen early.
You just stack up. I think he's going to fall 1 or 2 short somehow. And I think, like, if I'm Gary Bettman, I'm begging for this to happen, because then I get to the beginning of the NHL season, which starts on October 7th of next year. Then the schedule makers, you stack 8 straight home games for Washington to start the year.
Yeah.
And the first 2 on a Wednesday night and a Friday night. Sidney Crosby. You get Penguins to start off the year so that he hopefully does it against his longtime rival. And if that doesn't happen, you know who you bring in on game 3? The Edmonton Oilers.
Yes.
Okay. No, that makes a lot of sense.
You know
That
who you
makes a
bring
lot
in
of
game
sense.
4? The New York Rangers. Game 5, the LA Kings. Game 6, if it even gets to that, I suppose we can give you the St. Louis Blues. All the teams that Waino played for in his career.
Yeah.
That's how you do this thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm down. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's do
Just
it.
national TV game after national TV game.
Yes. I mean, it's a massive milestone. Nobody thought anybody was going to catch
No,
Wayne. I
no
certainly
chance.
didn't. I would have bet the house nobody caught him. And here's Ovi just like, I'm going to play 3 or 4 more years, man. I'm not only going to catch him, I'm going to crush that record. It's crazy.
Russian machine don't break, Berto.
Yeah, Russian machine, no break. Yeah.
That's Mark Bertinoli filling in for Coach Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. Emmy, join us today, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour.
Football season may be over, but you still got plenty going on. March Hoops, it's here. So get down to Circa Sports and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada for the tournament. You've got all the action, unbelievable money line splits, tight money line splits, and you also have an incredible place to watch all of the March Madness. So make sure you go to circacasino.com to make your reservations and get outside in front of the biggest pool that has the largest jumbotron in all of the United States to watch sports, catch some rays. Whether you're looking for futures on March Hoops, props on your favorite players, and more, Circa Sports has you covered. You can either book your hotel or download the Circa Sports Colorado app if you can't make it to Vegas, or visit circasports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Take Altitude Sports Radio wherever you go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com on an NCAA tournament kickoff Thursday. We've got 2 games currently underway. Berto's got his big screen, so you're not going to pay attention to me for the rest of the day, Berto. 28-21, 7:19 to go in the first quarter.
You can't stop High Point, bro. The
Creighton
High
and
Point
Louisville.
Panthers, man.
High Point, the 13 seed, has a 1-point lead over Purdue. 16 minutes to go on True TV in the first quarter there. What you know about High Point?
Listen, man, I know they're the Panthers. That's all I know. I know they play in the Big South and they're the Panthers, but that's all I know.
Tell me what you know about $6.1 billion.
Bro, So a private equity firm bought the Boston Celtics today or last night. They finished the deal up and it cost them, they bought the Celtics for $6.1 billion. So the Boston Celtics have a new ownership group. I don't know, like the guy who runs, like this guy lives in California, runs this private equity firm that they started in 2002. And now he's going to be running the Celtics, which is, I mean,
it's the largest sale of a North American sports franchise in history. The Washington Commanders were purchased for $6.05 billion 2 years ago.
I dislike the Boston Celtics and hate the city of Boston in general. But it must be said that the Boston Celtics is that's a cornerstone franchise.
Oh, yeah.
In the NBA and in sports in general, right? Everybody knows the Boston Celtics. And let me ask you this question. I'm sure you're going to get it because this is a pretty easy question. This guy just bought the 3rd most winningest team in North American sports. The Celtics have won an NBA record 18 NBA titles, trailing only 2 teams in all of North American professional sports leagues when it comes to titles. Who are those 2 teams?
The New York Yankees and Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah, that's who it is. Man, the Canadiens have been bad for a long time. They still got 24 cups, bro. They still got 24 cups.
Yeah, they dominated the 60s.
I was about to say, there was a time when they were only playing in a league with like 7 other teams. So,
it does help when you have to look at the Rochester Americans.
Yes.
You got to deal with those guys.
Yeah, it does. It does. And then the Yankees with 27, man. That's just ridiculous. But I mean, if the Yankees were going to be sold, it'd be 10 billy, right? Like if somebody wanted to buy the New York Yankees, that has to be the single most expensive sports franchise on planet Earth, even compared to some of the Premier League teams that would take you $9, $8, $10 billion to purchase, right?
I think you're missing probably the most valuable one. Because I don't think you're in the right sport.
Oh, what am I missing? Give it to me. I got nothing, man. What you got?
I think you're missing the Dallas Cowboys.
Ah, damn it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it is the Cowboys.
No doubt, Jer.
How much would it listen, and Cowboy fans would love Jerry Jones to sell that team, man, because he's probably the major reason why they haven't won a Super Bowl in the last 30 years. But how much would it cost you to buy the Cowboys? What's their value at?
Forbes has the value of the Cowboys. Again, this is back in 2024. They haven't done the newest rankings yet. $10.1 billion. Dallas. The Golden State Warriors, 8.8.
Really?
The LA Rams, owned by our boss, Stan Kroenke, $7.6 billion.
I wonder, is that a lot of that has to do with SoFi too? Like just the brand new arena and the brand new stadium and the...
There's like a concert venue out there that would come with that purchase as well. Because you were telling me that like when the Kroenkes purchased the Avs, the Nuggets, and Ball Arena, and the surrounding land, again, like the Eelches land.
Yeah, it was all one. They bought the Avs, Nugs, and the arena all at one time. And I think it was $2.5 billion or something like that.
Just a drop in the bucket at that point.
I mean, that's 25 years ago now, though. So it's inflation, brother. Like, that's gone up still, man.
To round out the top 10 of most or highest value in professional sports. Yeah. The Yankees at $7.5 billion.
Where's
the Knicks at $7.5 billion?
Ooh, the Knicks are above the Lakers.
But I bet you what comes with that is MSG.
MSG, yeah.
MSG and the TV network as well.
What's the name? The owner of the Knicks. He's bad at his job.
Dolan.
Right, yeah, that it is. James Dolan. There you go. But he's it felt like he's taking a step back and just letting the basketball guys do their thing and kept a low profile because James Dolan seems a little crazy. But at the same time, does he also own the Rangers? Like who owns? So he owns both the Rangers and the Knicks.
He does.
And MSG.
He does.
Man, if he sold that as a package deal, brother,
it's a lot of money.
Oh,
Patriots are valued at 7.4. The Giants at 7.3. The LA Lakers at 7.1. The Jets at 6.9. Rounding out the top 10, the San Francisco 49ers at a $6.8 billion valuation, according to Forbes. The Broncos sit at number 22, tied with the LA Clippers at $5.5 billion.
That's weird because I was thinking, location. Like those are like the price tags on those teams are also indicative of the price tag that's living in those cities. Like, of course. Living in
every one of those teams is a California or New York team, with the one exception of the Dallas Cowboys.
Interesting. That's fascinating to me. The value of these sports franchises as we go along. I can't believe the Golden State Warriors are that high up on the list, man. You know what I mean? Like, that's like, when I'm thinking about if I could buy any sports team on the planet, the Golden State Warriors ain't number one on that list. But I guess you're right. On the coast, like how the hell are the Jets that far up on the list? It's just New York, and that's it. Just New York. Because the franchise is bad. Like they've just been catching L's.
You can make the argument that the Jets franchise is the worst run franchise in professional sports right now.
Ooh, okay. I'm down with that.
At least from valuation to performance.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can make that argument.
Okay.
There's a lot of Rockies fans that would say, look at the baseball team here, what's going on there? But from valuation to performance, the Rockies are closer to what they are valued at than the Jets are in performance as compared to their, what did I say, $7 billion valuation.
But see,
according to Forbes.
it also remember there all the rumors and then Woody Johnson and the Jets had to come out and be like, no, I don't let my teenage sons make football decisions, but at the same time, go ahead and the value of your franchise is still sky high, even if you have chucklehead high school kid being like, Aaron Rodgers rating
that's what this is. If you have that type of money, you are creating a real life video game.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is for them.
Right. No, exactly.
No,
and that's exactly
also
how,
like
if I owned a team, that's how I'd run things. Like I'd buy the Boston Celtics just to trade Jason Tatum and Jaylen. You know what I mean? I don't like either one of those guys.
Nico Collins this thing?
Yes, I will. Yeah, the Adelsons in Dallas, that's exactly what I'd do, man. If I was sitting on $80 billion like Ballmer was, I'd buy the Celtics just to bury that franchise. It'd be worth losing $6 billion to bury the Celtics for the next 30 years.
The trade is 1-for-1. Jason Tatum for Michael Porter Jr.
And you know what? The NBA would let me do it. I bet you the NBA would let me do it. Even if I came in, I was like, I'm going to tear this franchise down. You want Jason Tatum for 2 second-round picks? Call me, man. I'll trade you to Utah or whoever, man. I would absolutely do that.
Someone buy Berto a Powerball ticket, for the love of God. I want to see this dude own a sports team. Could you imagine? You think Jerry Jones is exciting? Listen to this.
What one franchise in sports do you hate enough that it'd be worth blowing like $5? If you were worth $80 billion and you're like, I'm going to blow $5 billion destroying the sports franchise, which would it be? Which one do you hate the most? Like, if I told you, like the Kansas City Chiefs,
that's a pretty good
one. You buy
the
Chiefs and immediately cut Patrick Mahomes. You don't even trade him. That's assets coming your way. I don't need any assets. I'm going to bury this team. You immediately cut Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey, and you fire Andy Reid, and you hire KJ to run the Chiefs, man. Is there a team out there that you hate that much that it'd be worth blowing $5 billion to ruin?
Kansas City's pretty close, dude. Kansas City might be
Minnesota Wild?
No, because they're irrelevant.
Yeah, but you can make them irrelevant for the next couple of decades.
I don't have to spend $5 billion to do that. The Minnesota Wild will stay irrelevant on their own.
Call me crazy. Give me the Lakers.
Oh, dog. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. You buy the LA Lakers. You immediately get rid of LeBron.
That's the correct answer,
You start Bronny every game. Yes, you start Bronny every single game when you take over the Lakers. You trade Luka to the Nuggets, right? You trade
the trade
Luka.
is 1-for-1. Michael Porter Jr. for
Right,
Luka Doncic.
Nah, man. Listen, I love you, Spencer Jones, but I'm going to trade you Luka Doncic straight up for Spencer Jones. And then, and then you just...
Salary cap would have an issue with that.
You know what's crazy is that the Lakers would still make money hand over fist, even if you intentionally just tank that whole team, right?
Yeah, you could make the Nuggets really, really good, and then you would just have a mint. You purchased a mint. That's what these teams are. You just print money.
That's what
For the love of God,
Yeah.
someone buy Berto a Powerball ticket. I need to see him buy a team.
Yeah, Yeah, I would do it, man. It would be great. I would do it. Like, you couldn't tell anybody because I'm thinking the commissioner would get a little angry at you if you're like, I'm going to buy this team and then just ruin it. Just ruin it. You got to act like you're doing it accidentally, like you're an idiot or something. But in your heart of hearts, you know.
I would ask who hurt you.
No, I'm just saying this seems like it's much more fun than trying to win a Super Bowl.
This isn't
like,
evil. This is fun for you.
Buying the Patriots from Robert Kraft and then making sure that team never makes the playoffs in the next 30 years. That'd be great, man. Not only that, I tear all that stuff. All those, like, the Patriots plane has all those Super Bowl trophies on the tail because they get cocky when they land up. All that's gone. Tearing it down. If there's pictures of Tom Brady, but tearing it down. Statues, tearing it down, man.
I'd buy the Dallas Stars and I'd ship Miko Rant into the Buffalo Sabres.
That's great. Man, I just trade him right back to the Avs. Right?
I'd do that too.
Right? Just trade him although, once again, he can't fit under the cap now. Not at $12 million a year,
No,
bro.
he sure can't. It's Mark Bertinoli, Morning Sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Mark Bertinoli. You guys know him better as Berto, filling in for Coach Sanford today. Some good text coming in from you guys in the Shot Mazda text line and on YouTube as well as Twitch. You can watch us on Twitch at Altitude SR. Subscribe to us on YouTube at Altitude Sports Radio so you guys don't miss anything, including the Altitude Daily Podcast, a conglomeration of all the very best from Denver's #1 in sports talk right here at Altitude 92.5. One that we didn't get to, and I'm shocked about, what team would you buy and then sabotage immediately? LA Dodgers.
Yeah, man. We should have thought of that one.
That should have been the first one.
We need a full season KB.
Let me ask you this question, because me and KJ was just having this conversation in the break when we were talking about buying the Dodgers and then sinking them. My knee-jerk response was like, if I bought the Dodgers, I would just give the Rockies Shohei. But then the question came up, would the Rockies even take Shohei for free? Because I don't know if they want to pay that $300 million price tag. You know what I mean? Like, even if you could get Shohei for nothing, would you be like, okay, we'll pay that. We'll pay $300 million or whatever it is. I mean, what was his final contract number? Because I'm just making up numbers at this point, I'm thinking.
Well, yeah, we said that the Crockies purchase of the Nuggets and the Avs was closer to $2 billion. It was $450 million.
That's
back when they made that
That's
purchase.
a bargain right there, brother. That's a bargain.
It's not like the Rockies haven't spent money. I know they haven't spent money in the last
but I don't know if they
want to
pay $300 million for one player, is what I'm saying. Like, even if you could get him for free, would the Rocks be like, yeah, let's do that?
I mean, that Chris Bryant contract that's a $182 million contract.
Yeah, but it's all in the books now, man. You're right. There's nothing they can do with it. It's there.
I think you can say a lot of things about the Rockies and their ownership group. Not willing to spend money, I don't believe is one of them. Now, the past couple of off seasons, that can be true, but I do think that the organization is doing the right things, building youth and trying to spend money a little bit more wisely after missing horribly on Ian Desmond, horribly on that bullpen redo, was it 4 seasons ago, where they spent the most amount of money in the history of baseball in one single offseason on their bullpen, and then it was terrible. And then they spent $182 million on Chris Bryant when he was far removed from his best days as a baseball player. They're willing to spend the money. So my answer to that is, I think the Monforts would gladly take Shohei and spend that money.
Really? You think so? Like, listen, I hear what you're saying.
You would sell Coors Field out every
They do that
single
anyway.
game.
You know what I mean? They do it anyway. Like,
they have good attendance.
Me and you could be playing for the Rockies, and people would. I would still come out and play. Like, if you, KJ, and Nelson were the starting rotation for the Rockies, I still go out there and watch you, not because you're just my homies, but because going to Coors Field is great during the summer. You know what I mean?
They slipped last year, man. They're typically like a top 12, top 10 team in attendance. Last year, they finished at 15.
Really?
So right in the middle of the pack.
You lost 103 games, and you still...
3 straight seasons of 100 losses, yeah. And you're still 15th.
So, yeah, man, I don't know, like, how do you shouldn't have to incentivize owners to make sure their teams are championship contenders. You shouldn't have to do that. That's why these rich people go into these sports, right? Because they want to win. They want to show that they're the best, right? But it feels like sometimes in Major League Baseball, at least lately, you almost need to find a way to incentivize teams to spend money, to win games, man.
Well, the incentive in Major League Baseball is if you do not spend now, with the way that these deferred contracts are going, if you don't spend, you're not going to win. You might get these little anomalies every 5-6 years where like Tampa Bay jumps up and makes a World Series run, or like Toronto makes a deep run out of the AL East. You're going to get some of those blips. It's going to happen. You're going to have the World Series with the Rangers and the Diamondbacks.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be far and few between. You are more likely going to see the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Mets, the Phillies. Like, those are your teams. The Giants, when they decide to spend big once again, those are your teams that are going to get there. That's the incentive to win in baseball is I spend money, I win championship because of the non-existent cap. There's a little bit of a cap, but it's just a luxury tax. And those guys, when you're Steve Cohen, that's couch cushion money that you're spending to the rest of the owners. That's what excites me so much about the Broncos ownership, man. Even in a hard cap league.
Yeah, I know. Because we talked about the new facilities they're building, the new stadium I'm sure they're going to announce soon that they're going to build.
Well, don't they have like 8 years left on that lease?
Do they have 8 years?
I think it's a long lease, brother.
How long is it going to take to build that? Yo, did you see the mock-up of the new NWSL stadium here in Denver that they're putting downtown at like Santa Fe? And
very cool.
Yeah, that looked dope, man. That looked crazy good. So what is the Broncos when they're going to be able to spend 10 times that amount of money for a new stadium?
The Broncos lease at Empower Field expires after the 2030 season.
Listen,
so
money,
6
money,
more seasons.
Money solves everything, right? You can get out of that lease if you want to.
You have 2 holding options for 5-year extensions that would allow them to remain there until 2035 or 2040.
Oh, no way. No way. How long does it take to build how long did it take to build SoFi? Because that's probably the fanciest stadium in the NFL right now. Because I know there were some delays.
They broke ground in November of 2016, and it opened on September 8 of 2020.
Okay. So you're saying like if you want to build
top
SoFi level, it's going to take you 4 or 5 seasons.
Probably
it'll take you 4 years.
Probably a little less than that.
All right. Let's say you get that Walmart money and you can cut it down to 3. So you announce a stadium when? Like you got to buy the land or
no? You'd have to buy the land. I was thinking Kroenke. I was like, nope.
Right.
It's the family's kind of the same, but the ownership group ain't the same.
Yeah. So you have to find some land, a ton of land, because you're going to want to put hotels and restaurants and everything around it like everybody does now. Yeah, where's that going to be, and how much is it going to cost, and how much are they going to spend? As long as I don't have to pay for nothing, as long as my taxes don't pay. Like, listen, man, I love you, Denver Broncos. You're my football team, but don't ask me to pay for this stadium when you have the richest ownership group in the sport. No. You guys need to just find this thing and build it. Not only that, I want something that no one has ever seen before. You and I had this discussion.
The last time you were here.
I want to see something that no one either. I want to see.
You want them to build a Death Star.
I want to build the Death Star to have NFL games on, or I want an underwater like super stadium. You know what I mean? Where it's like I want the whole stadium
underwater. We live in a landlocked
underwater.
state, Berto.
That's what I'm saying. But with $100 billion, I bet you can get that done, right?
You can build an ocean for $100 billion.
They got more money than their grandchildren's grandchildren can spend. I want a floating NFL stadium, brother. Is that too much to ask, man? Make your mark in this country.
They're gonna build it somewhere out near the airport. That's where it's gonna go. That's where
it.
all the land is. That's what
build
Dallas did.
I hate DIA.
I'm telling y'all, it's going to be right out here in Lone Tree, right here in this little area, right here off the Parkway. They've already got the apartments built up. It's right here by the commuter system. You got restaurants literally like 1.5 miles down the road. I mean, it's working in their favor if they want to build it there, and then they're going to build whatever they want right around it.
Lone Tree would be the coolest thing ever.
It would be the coolest thing, man.
Nah, see, I've said this before. Lone Tree doesn't deserve the Broncos.
What are you talking about?
Lone Tree's way too damn uptight. I've never been in a city so damn uptight as Lone Tree, man.
I'm not in Lone Tree, but I'm like Lone Tree adjacent.
Yeah. Oh, are you? Where do you live?
I'm in Littleton.
Hey, Bear, I'm in Littleton, too.
I'm like 15 minutes west of it.
Littleton has some style, some class. Like, it's got some, like, it feels like a city. Lone Tree feels like a mall. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't feel like, Lone Tree doesn't deserve it. Sorry. I know we're working here in Lone Tree, but nah.
So how's that? Would you rather drive to the airport or be able to literally throw a baseball to the Broncos' new stadium where you sit right now?
I hate DIA. I hate that drive out to DIA. I hate everything about DIA. So let's not do it out there, please.
I have a new mock draft.
Ooh,
from The Athletic.
Ooh.
The NFL's beat writer mock draft 2.0 from The Athletic's NFL staff and more. Would you like me to start with where the Broncos are at number 20 or at the top of the draft?
No, stop at the top. Or start at the top.
Starting at the top, the Tennessee Titans select out of Miami quarterback Cam Ward. The Cleveland Browns beef up on edge rushers after they signed Myles Garrett.
Really?
They're taking Abdul Carter out of Penn State. The New York Giants get their quarterback of the future, Shedeur Sanders, going number 3 to New York, and he's followed closely by his CU teammate Travis Hunter, who goes to the New England Patriots at number 4.
Yeah.
Our biggest targets here for the Broncos, which these are players that you would love here in the Mile High City, likely not going to be here. Tyler Warren off the board at number 7 to the New York Jets.
Yeah.
Ashton Genty taken off the board in the top 10 to number 10. Chicago out of Boise State. The next player who we talked a little bit about yesterday, the 6'5", 215-pound wideout out of Arizona, Tet McMillan, number 12 to the Dallas Cowboys. Colston Loveland, 14 to the Indianapolis Colts. We go all the way down to 20. And for me, this would be, I think the fan base would riot They have them taking Shamar Stewart, edge rusher out of Texas A&M.
Hey, listen, the Broncos have done well with edge rushers out of Texas A&M.
They have?
But I don't know. You're right. I don't, like, once again, I'm on Team
Vaughn
Raj.
was a good choice.
Instead of taking an edge rusher, I'd probably trade back. Yes, I'd probably trade back. But it's a mock draft, so maybe you don't make that. Maybe you just have to pick who you pick at that point. An edge rusher is, if the best edge rusher in the draft is sitting there at 20.
That would be Abdul Carter.
Yeah, there ain't no way that's happening.
But if he's sitting there at 20, so I know that. Let's actually take that. For
if
the sake of
Abdul's
the
sitting
argument,
there at
let's
20,
take
then
it.
yeah.
No, I still think you trade out.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
Because you don't.
No. Not
you
if Carter's
have
there,
You have a young, cost-controllable stable of pass rushers right now. Is there an Abdul Carter in there? No. Is Nick Bonito going to be that player, or at least what he is projected to be? No. But then you run into the issue of, well, you took Bradley Chubb because he was the best player on the board at 5. Wasn't the player that you needed to take there, but he was the best player on the board. And you passed up on something that could have made you a Super Bowl contender over the last handful of years in Josh Allen. You don't need that player. You don't need an edge rusher right now. If you get to the spot where the only thing that you can select is like a corner or a linebacker or an edge rusher, things that you don't need right now, maybe a safety, something that you don't need right now, especially with your signings with Brandon Jones and Hufanga. I think if you take that just because it's the best player available and that's the overall, draft thought process, I think you're missing the mark with where you are right now in your rebuild.
But if you're in that room that day and Vance Joseph is is telling Sean Payton, this is the guy, there is a guy there at 20. He's still on the board. We got to get this guy. I think you have to say to yourself, why have we been winning games? The defense. It's not the offense is winning you games.
Why will you win games, though, in the future?
Well, hopefully it's the offense,
if
right?
Because
I'm sick and tired of watching defensive football, man.
If it's not the offense in the future, something's gone terribly wrong. You are winning games. You are a playoff team because the defense has been so good. Right? And that Bo was an above-average rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
That also helps.
Yeah.
But if the defense is still the main reason why you're winning games 5 years from right now, something has gone terribly wrong in either the maturation process of Bo Nix, his trajectory as a starting quarterback, or some of the supporting cast. You haven't found your true number one running back. You haven't found your true replacement or a true number one at wideout for Courtland Sutton. You haven't gotten a tight end here for the first time since the end of Owen Daniels' career. I still think that's a little bit of he was just a part of the Super Bowl team. I think you got to go back to Julius Thomas to say that's the last time you had a legit tight end.
Yeah.
Pass catching vertical threat tight end here in Denver. Something's gone terribly wrong if the offense isn't the reason why you're winning games by the time your underwater stadium comes.
Yeah, but didn't we have this conversation yesterday when we were saying what happens if you get a great wide receiver still available at 20? We were talking about McMillan yesterday. What if Tet's there at 20? Do you go wide receiver, even though I don't consider wide receiver an absolute need for the Broncos right now? You know what I mean? Compared to 3 or 4 other positions that they could get at number 20
I could say it's a bigger position of need than edge rusher is because of the age of your edge rushers. The age of your wide receivers and the age of your elite wide receiver right now in Courtland Sutton and his body, his body age, feels older than what you have in Bonito and Cooper. So I would say it's a little bit more of a need, but no, I agree with you. It's something that you don't have to force.
Right, I don't think so either. But do you want to give Bo Nix a $40 million a year wide receiver, a true wide receiver one? You know what I mean? Because, Courtland is great, but I wouldn't call it, you know what I mean? He's not one of the top 10 wide receivers in the NFL right now. How much would that help Bo and the Broncos if you had a guy like that? If you had a Jamar out there or a T out there or a Justin Jefferson out there, how much difference would that make?
It doesn't help him as much as a $15 million tight end does.
Okay. All right.
Doesn't help him. Doesn't help him as much as a, $15 to $20 million running back.
I agree. I would say there's 2 or 3 wide receivers that are probably, if you had Justin Jefferson on the team, that I think he would be a difference maker because he's just a difference maker. But I agree with that. With outside of the top 5 guys in the league, anything under that, I think you're correct. Like even a halfway decent tight end might help you more because that's just such a gaping hole in your squad right now. Like you need to find one of those guys, man. You need to find one of those dudes.
Obviously, it's not going to happen. But like, again, for the sake of the argument, if it was Abdul Carter at 20, like he's so good that you probably would have to take him.
Yeah.
I know it's not going to happen, but if you take the third best edge rusher in the draft this year at 20, I'm going to go, come on.
Come on, man. What you doing? I mean, there are I wonder how many edge guys are going to go. There's the guy from Texas. There's Abdul. There's the guy from Texas A&M. And is there another? Mike Green. And Jalen Walker. Man, actually, never mind. There's going to be 6 edge rushers go in the first round of this draft and 3 wide receivers at the most, right? Something like that.
I mean, there's a chance James Pierce could be taken in the teens if someone falls in love with him out of Tennessee.
You know what's crazy to me? Like, listen, Cam and Shedeur, it's great. It's great. But I keep seeing Jackson Dart jumping up into the first round, bro. What team is going to take a flyer on Jackson Dart as the third quarterback off the board, and they're going to do it in the first round? You know what I mean? Some team at 15 or 16 or something like that is going to trade up and take Jackson Dart because that's how much quarterbacks are needed in this NFL. It's crazy to me.
Ain't nothing like the last month before the NFL draft comes around to make these crazy mocks. NCAA tournament is underway. We're currently watching Purdue and High Point. Purdue has a 6-point lead with 3 minutes to go in the first half. Creighton is hammering Louisville after the first half in that game as well. I'll get you guys caught up on all the scores and keep you guys posted. I hope that you submitted your 5 teams and not another bracket. And I hope that you have the Akron Zips like me. Go Zips.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. Before we get into that, through the first half, Creighton with a 49-34 lead over Louisville. That's the 9-8 matchup in the South region. The Midwest is underway as well as the first half comes to a close here. Purdue up by 8 points over High Point University. 30 seconds to go there.
High Point shooting 32%, brother.
Montana and Wisconsin about to tip. That's the 14-3 matchup in the East region. A lot of Grizz fans, a lot of Grizz alumnus here in Colorado.
I'm down. I'm cheering for Montana.
Heck yeah, man.
Let's
go
go
Grizz.
get 'em, Grizzlies.
I'm all about that. KJ, what's going on the gridiron?
Earlier this morning on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, Jeff Legwall stopped by and was asked about the possibility of Jaylen Milro being a potential modern-day Taysom Hill after seeing Milro run a sub-4.5 40-yard dash at his pro day yesterday. Raj, we all know that you like Jaylen Milro, so now let's put Jeff Legwall to the test. Does he inflate or pop your Jaylen Milro balloon?
I know the answer to this.
Yeah, he's popping.
It's not something he's done. You know, you don't know, honestly. You don't know. I mean, he's probably never been asked to catch the ball, or he can run it, and he's got one of the best pure arms on the draft board. I mean, you watch that guy throw a deep ball, and it's Picasso. I mean, that ball is tight spiral and just gorgeous. He just doesn't know, where it's going all the time. So I do know, having stood in front of him at the combine and asked him a few questions, that, he truly believes he's the best or one of the best quarterbacks on this board. So I don't think his mind is up to the, hey, you want to move around on the field and play a lot of positions. I think he sees himself as a quarterback. And frankly, if you've been a quarterback at Alabama, you're gonna think you could be a quarterback in the NFL.
So here's the quote from Milro at the NFL Combine when PFT Live asked him about possibly switching positions, doing the whole Tebow thing that we talked about years and years ago. Is like, well, we know you can't throw the ball, but like, do you want to be an H-back? You want to be a tight end? That's how you can stick in this league. Tebow never did it, and then he petered out. It made for like one of the greatest seasons in Broncos history.
Yeah, it was a whole lot of fun.
It was the coolest thing ever.
How old is Tebow? He might be playing in the league right now if he decided to be a tight end or how old is Tebow? Like, when was the Tebow era? Like, is Tebow like 40 and I just don't know it?
He's close.
Is he really?
He's 37.
Oh, man.
He'd be out the league.
We getting old, bro.
He'd be out of the league. So Tebow was 2011 was when that happened, because I think I was a freshman in college.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, it's been a while.
Tebow is 2011. It's been a long time, man. You forget that's like 15 years ago.
Jaylen probably, if you've been a quarterback your entire life, you don't want to all of a sudden be like, yeah, that's okay. I'll do whatever the team needs. Make me a running back, make me a tight end, make me a joker.
His answer on PFT was, you never ask a zebra to be a dog.
Okay, man. I haven't heard that one before. Like, you never ask a zebra to be a dog.
That's what he said.
Okay.
Orphan dogs.
That's like somebody on the Nuggets called, he was like, Aaron Gordon isn't a dog, that dude's a wolf. And that seems to make a little bit more sense than you don't ask a zebra to be a dog.
I don't think that the Broncos should be entertaining selecting him, because he's likely going to be off the board by the time the third round comes and goes, maybe even the second round. There's some rumblings that he could, because of running a sub 4.40 there, sub 4.37 or whatever it was. And he does have a rocket arm that he could like sneak into the back half of the first round. I think he's a better version of Anthony Richardson, because I don't think highly of Richardson.
Right. Yeah. I get it. And I don't know if Indianapolis does either when it comes to him. But is Jaylen Milro, is he right behind Cam and Shedeur? Or is he like I've seen him ranked like 6th or 7th in this quarterback class, but I've also seen him ranked right behind Cam and Shedeur. So I think a lot of people are just guessing when it comes to Jaylen Milro, right? Where it's like, man, he's got so much athletic talent. Like he scored, I just saw it, he scored 71 touchdowns in the SEC, but the majority of those came on the ground. Like those were rushing touchdowns. He was not throwing those touchdowns. He was running for those touchdowns.
He had 23 passing touchdowns in 2023. He had 16 passing touchdowns in 2024 on the ground, 12 and 20 in those seasons.
Man, 12 rushing touchdowns is a ton of rushing touchdowns, bro. So, yeah, man, listen, I'm all for, I like chaos and I like craziness. Go ahead and use the 20th pick in the NFL draft on Jaylen Milro and then make him the Joker. Go ahead and make him the Joker.
Well, didn't you just sign Evan Ingram to do that?
Yeah, you did.
I saw the tweet. I saw the GIF.
You're right. I think
like they haven't talked about that. He knows the assignment.
It's much easier to just have Ingram doing what he's been doing than to ask Jaylen change his entire game.
So Legwald does. He pops the balloon. That's Leggy. Leggy's a balloon popper. He's sage. He has more knowledge and history than any of us combined. So popping the balloon there. He gave the Broncos a B+ grade on their offseason though.
Okay. Yeah.
And he said it's all, the caveat is, do Ingram, Hufanga, and Greenlaw stay healthy? If they are healthy, it is a B+ with a chance to be an A. If they're not healthy, then it's kind of a disaster.
Yeah, you took a risk and it didn't pay off. You got burned by it.
I mean, if they're healthy though, you get the first legit tight end here in Denver in over a decade.
And then you got two defensive players who like to pop you, man.
Pro bowlers, if not bordering on all pro, especially Hufanga if he stays healthy. That could be like a second-team all-pro safety.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. KJ, keep it rolling.
Let's move on.
Defensive end Danielle Hunter and the Texans have agreed to a 1-year, $35.6 million contract extension. This is added on the back end of a 2-year, $49 million contract extension he got last year with Houston. Hunter will get a $12 million raise in 2025, bumping his salary to $32 million. He will earn the remainder of the extension in 2026. With Danielle getting the $35.6 million contract extension, that bumps him up to the second highest paid DN/pass rusher in the NFL. Should this encourage Zach Allen to wait and let the market continue to reset itself, or force the Broncos' hand by pulling a Chris Jones and sitting out until they pay him?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Matter of fact, the longer it goes, the more money you're gonna make. So you know what I mean? Like, if you're the Broncos, you want to get that deal done as soon as humanly possible, right? Because otherwise, the price tag just keeps going up.
They've done a good job with this new ownership group of signing guys early. Like, look at Pat Surtain, right? He's now the 4th highest paid defensive back in the league, which is a joke.
Right.
It looks like the Cale Makar contract right now, where you go, I have the best defensive player in the world, and you're paying like 10 dudes more than him. What's happening? Seth Jones makes more than Cale Makar?
Yeah.
It's a joke. Zach Allen's 3 years younger than Danielle Hunter. And I think you got to sign him. I think you have to extend him. Don't wait. They didn't wait with Pat Surtain. Now, Allen isn't generational like Surtain is, but he is pivotal in the interior of that defense. I would re-sign him, but then again, like 2 weeks ago when we started broaching this topic, Zach Allen doesn't feel like a guy who would hold out.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, but listen, sometimes it works out, sometimes, and most times it doesn't, right? But yeah, I don't see that happening either, man. But just pay the man. Just pay him. I know you got another cap hit coming up here, but give that man a contract and be done with it and work on it. I mean, you bring up the Houston Texans had a crazy good offseason, right? Like the Texans have been signing a ton of people in this offseason. I think Houston is where the Broncos are going to be next offseason, where the Texans are like, you know what? We could get this done, man. We got a quarterback. We got a supporting cast. Let's just they added a safety, an offensive guard, an offensive tackle, a corner, a linebacker, two defensive ends, a wide receiver, 2 wide receivers, a running back. Yeah, they went crazy because they're like, this is our time now. This is our time.
If you can have the Houston Texans season from last year, next year, if you can go through the same exact season. Remember when middle of the season we were going, What's going on with CJ Stroud? What's going on with those interceptions? Why aren't they winning games?
Slump.
Why aren't they walking away from a horrendous AFC South?
Yeah.
You're not going to win the AFC West with a 10-7 record, but you can certainly get into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
If you go through that same sophomore struggle and then find your stride in the postseason, sign me up right now.
Yeah. Yeah, get it.
Right now.
It was the Texans were the team that was freaking out after the Chiefs game, right? Because the whistle, because the officiating, they were like, "Are you kidding me, man?" So yeah, no, Houston won 10 games last year, obviously won that crappy division. They're going to be so much. I bet you they win 3 more games this up. I bet you they get to 13, 14 wins. Unless CJ just completely falls off in his third season.
Tennessee's going to suck. Indianapolis is going to be terrible. Jacksonville has a chance to be better if Lawrence figures it out. That was my pick to win the AFC South last year, bro.
Was the Jags in their 4 wins, brother? Yeah, that was not ideal.
You know who my coach of the year was? Doug Peterson.
No, that dude.
That was a swing and a miss.
Doug Peterson was one of those head coaches that midway through this Jacksonville Jaguars season, he was like, the hell with it, I don't care. And he would do press conferences where he was bagging on the reporters, he was bagging on his own team, he was bagging on the opposing team. He was just done with life in the NFL, man. It almost felt like he was forcing his way out of that place. It was great. I love those, man. He was angry, just contempt for every single question he would get.
Just
love it.
Begging for Nick Foles. KJ, keep it going.
Let's move on.
Zach Wilson obviously saw the writing on the wall regarding the Broncos QB room and decided it was best to move on. Zach recently spoke to Barry Jackson of the Miami Herald and said, quote, "I think it's going to be a great fit with what I'm looking for. The type of offense, the amount of information I'll be able to learn from these guys. I think it couldn't have been a better match," end quote. Let's look into our way too early crystal ball. Tua Tagovailoa gets hurt again, and Zach Wilson steps in, and he looks like the Zach Wilson at BYU. Just to kind of give us a little bit of a ceiling. Who would get the credit for his rehab, Mike McDaniel or Sean Payton?
Mike McDaniel. You don't get credit for the third string quarterback in your room, right? Like, it's crazy to me. I really want Zach Wilson to succeed now.
I want him to start so badly.
Is it right? Like, it is so weird that all of a sudden he spends 1 year here in Denver, and I'm like, you know what? I like this guy.
Hold on. So you don't get credit as the head coach, but you as a fan, you would feel some sort of warm and fuzzy about it.
Yes, you would. Yes, you would.
So how does that work? How do you reconcile that?
I don't know,
Sean
man.
Payton doesn't get any of the glory, but the fans
Sean Payton
do.
gets all
for
the
a guy who
Sean,
never played for him.
Sean Payton makes everything about himself anyway, man. So, yeah, man, it'll be fine if he doesn't get credit this one time.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Like, listen, Tua's going to get hurt, right? Tua is absolutely going to get hurt. Not only that,
guaranteed.
The worst case scenario is that he has another concussion, and finally the doctors say, listen, you were shortening your lifespan. You cannot play this game anymore. And all of a sudden, Zach Wilson is your starting quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. And I can't believe this, but I really like to see that dude succeed. Not if it means Tua ends his NFL career, but I'd still like to see Zach Wilson get a few starts in this league to see what he could do.
I would find myself claiming him.
You'd be like, that's my guy.
I would feel like Ohio State Buckeye fan feels about Joe Burrow.
Okay, yeah,
hey, he was one of us.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Joe Burrow was out. He was a Buckeye.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
That's how I would feel.
I get you. How about this though? How about if Tua gets hurt early in Miami's season, and all of a sudden Zach Wilson takes over, and he looks better than Bo Nix or anybody the Broncos have had at quarterback for the last 10 years? How do you feel then, man?
I'm devastated.
How do you feel then? Like if Zach's just looking like prime Peyton Manning out there in Miami or something.
Well, because you made the decision. Not only would I be devastated, I'd be livid because you made the decision to bring Stidham back instead of that guy.
Yeah. No, but I'd really like to see it. Even, I mean, he more than likely is going to crash and burn because it just that's just how the cookie crumbles. You know what I mean? But I would love to see it. Let's get it going.
That'll do it for NFL Notes. It's brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Wrapping things up here on a Thursday morning, NCAA tournament has kicked off. Creighton and Louisville. It's a 13-point game between the 9 and 8 seeds in the South region. The Blue Jays have that 13-point lead, although there is a Louisville player on the ground.
He just tore his Achilles, man.
Something popped. Didn't look good.
Yeah, that was a non-contact. He went up for a 3, and all of a sudden, and then his right leg just gave out on him. And now he's grabbing his calf. Yeah, and he's still on the ground. Oh, yeah, man, he's in a massive amount of pain.
Man, Louisville and leg injuries. Goodness gracious.
Well, thank God it wasn't the wear injury, man.
Yeah. No. I don't even want to think.
Ain't me.
No. Don't even bring it up, man. Don't even bring it up.
The sicko that you're filling in for today loves those videos.
No. Did you ever see the video of Paul George?
Yeah. Never again.
No.
Never again.
No. It was Moises Alou, right, who was rounding first base. And his right leg just snapped in half. Do you ever remember? Did you watch that? He plants his right foot or whatever, and it just goes, snap!
The Theismann injury?
Oh, no.
The Smith injury?
No.
I don't need to see any of those things.
No. Yeah, that's just, no.
I got squeamish when, Tony Finau rolled his ankle before the Masters at the par 3 contest.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. When you see those replays of a guy turning his ankle, you get that. You know that, the bubble guts, that, thing in your stomach when you roll your ankle?
When Jamal turned his ankle the other day, I was like, I don't like that. I don't like how that looks. I don't like the feel. I don't want it. I don't want it.
Man, that kid, or is he he's finally getting up. Man. Oh, wow.
There's some tears in the crowd. All right, Purdue, 10-point lead. You don't have to do that for the poor kid. Purdue's got a 10-point lead on High Point. That's the 4-13 matchup in the Midwest. Wisconsin, a 5-point lead with 11 minutes to go on the 14-seed Montana in the East. Games to come. We have two 16-1 matchups at 12 and at 12:50 in the Midwest and the South. Auburn, Alabama State, Houston, and Southern Illinois, Edwardsville. And then we start to get into the real meat of the evening and afternoon starting at 1:15. McNeese and Clemson, VCU and BYU. That's a 12-5 and an 11-6 matchup. Georgia, Gonzaga. When's the last time Gonzaga was an 8 seed?
A long time.
It feels like they're always top 4 seeds this year.
Yeah, a long time.
Also, some news with the Avs that we learned last night. And we knew Josh Manson was week to week.
Yeah.
We have more of a definitive timeline. 3 to 4 weeks is what Coach Jared Bednar said.
Right, so that's the playoffs.
That matches up with...
Yeah, they're saying he's out until the start of the playoffs.
4 weeks from today is the very last day of the regular season in the NHL.
Okay, because I know the NBA playoffs start 30 days from today. The NBA playoffs tip. And the NHL playoffs will start... right a little bit before that? Or
30 days from today is April 19th, and that is the last day of the NHL regular season is April 17th.
Man, both these playoffs are going to start at the same damn time.
I think so.
I mean, I'm here for it. But this is weird. The Stanley Cup playoffs start first, right? We get a couple of weeks and then but no, we're tipping this bad boy off and dropping the puck at the same time.
We're looking at the same exact day. Saturday, April 19th.
I tell you what, the only thing I don't want is the Avs and Nugs playing playoff games on the same day. Let's not do that, please. NBA and NHL, don't do, because
you know how that's going to happen.
Nuggets are probably going to have home court, and the Avs are going to be on the road to start the thing. So please don't do that. I don't just.
We're going to be screwed. That's how this is going to happen.
No, let's not do it.
They're going to play the same exact time, and they're going to be because the first 2 rounds. People think that Denver is on the West Coast.
Both those games are going to start at 9 o'clock at night.
8:52 puck drop. Going into double overtime. Spring and Raj aren't doing the postgame show until 2:30 in the morning on a Tuesday.
Yes, that's what the playoffs are all about, baby.
Then I'm going to have to come with a shovel and scoop you up just like
I'm get you in that chair. Sleep in my office at that point. We've got space around here. I'll bring in a cot.
Yeah, listen, I think the longest overtime game the Avs have had as a franchise is 3. I don't think they've ever got to 4 overtimes in the playoffs.
So when they lost in double overtime last year, I was watching on the big TV here. We've got like a 75-inch television out in the
that
lounge.
Nobody uses.
No one uses. So I popped on there. I was like, I'm going to throw my Fubo account up there and watch some playoff hockey. It was so hard because the Avs were just getting boat raced in that game. They deserved to lose that hockey game. It's a shame that Matt Duchene was the one that scored. I was just laying down on the couch, trying not to fall asleep in the middle of a playoff hockey game because I just knew the inevitable was going to happen. They don't have it
like
this
the Nuggets
year.
Lakers game last night, where you're in the second quarter and you're like, this thing is over. This game is over, man. What am I doing?
What are we waiting for?
What am I
Let's
doing
do
with
the
my
post
life?
game right now.
Like, wrap this up, people.
Did you learn anything from the Nuggets last night?
Nah, not really. Not really, man. I mean, yeah, you got nothing. Other than the fact that the Nuggets still love to turn the ball over. That's all I got. And the only one who could score left. I mean, you had a bunch of guys in double figures, but they were all like 10 points, 11 points, 12 points. AG was the only one to get, like, score over 20, man. I can't believe I'm talking. Like, the Nuggets have one of the best offenses in the NBA, but when Joker isn't in there, man, it gets discombobulated. It looks wonky.
And you can't overcome it with defense, right?
Right.
Like,
And you
that's
can't
not
just
who this
ask
team
one of
is.
these guys to just, go one-on-one and break his defender down and create his own. Like, you can't ask a guy just be like, take over. Hey, I need you to take over. Hey, Spencer Jones. Hey, Hunter Tyson. Hey, you know what I mean? Like, hey, take over. I need you to take over, Peyton Watson.
And Bones putting up 38-foot threes.
Man,
You don't have that guy.
Bones I don't even think, where is Bones now? Didn't the Clippers?
Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. There you go. Tim Connelly picked him back up. Okay, there. Because I know the Clippers were like, never mind. Get gone.
You said earlier today that, the 2 through the 5 seed are separated by just 2 games right now.
It's crazy, man.
Denver with a loss can go all the way to the 5. You mentioned earlier you don't mind dropping to the 4 or the 5 if it means that everyone's healthy.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I agree with the healthy statement, but if you drop to the 4 or the 5, you then have to see Memphis in round 1, likely. And again, so many things can happen with 2 games separating 2 through 5, and there's 12 games remaining or so in the league.
But if the playoffs started today, it'd be Nuggets and Grizz.
Right. You're hosting the Grizz, but then your second round matchup is OKC.
Yeah, that's tough, man. But listen, if you're gonna have to go through the Thunder, you're gonna have to get it done eventually. Might as well get it done earlier rather than the Western Conference Finals. You know what I mean? While you're still healthy, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna have to beat him anyway, then bring it on early.
Okay.
Bring it on early.
I can take that.
You know what I mean? Like,
I look at it from the opposite side of being like, if you're not healthy, OKC likely will not be healthy either.
Mm-hmm.
And I would rather the Nuggets just fight through their clear lack of depth as compared to OKC. And then if OKC loses a player or two, then part of what makes them so dominant is not that they've got SGA as a front runner for MVP right now. It's not necessarily that's Chet having his first fully healthy season. It's that you can roll out 12 dudes just like they did last night. And I know Philly is horrible.
Yeah,
but they didn't play anyone. They won by 33.
Right, and it sounds like they want to lose, but they didn't have SGA. They didn't have Lou Dort. They didn't have Jalen Williams, man. And they still smoked those turkeys by 30.
Brother, I appreciate you from coming in.
Yeah, man. It was a good
I always have a great time with you.
It was fun.
Underwater football stadiums.
That's what I want, man.
Landlocked states.
That's what I'm talking about. Like a snow globe filled with water. You know what I'm talking about? I want Aquaman NFL Stadium.
We talked a lot about like what you would do with money.
Yeah.
You have to choose. You either get Aquaman Stadium or you can purchase the Lakers or the Dodgers and then sabotage them. What do you do?
Ooh. I'm sabotaging. It's more fun than
Aquaman Stadium.
Yeah.
You can wait for someone else to build that.
Although that would be hella dope. I'll tell you that right now, man. They need to put me on that committee. Whatever the stadium committee is. Let me in on that. I got some ideas.
Where were you when we were building this place? That's Mark Bertinoli for KJ Granderson. I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. PhD's coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10.
It's a unique show here today because Scott is traveling with the Nuggets. So are we going to get Scott Dan at all, or is kind of a we'll see sort of deal? Yeah, okay. And Tyler's off with spring break with the kids a little bit. Mick Miller, one of my favorite dudes. Oh, Scott is here. Oh, I didn't know we had Scott today. Do we have Scott? Scott, how are you? Wait a second, what's going on here?
They changed. We're not leaving till 12:20, which is 1:20 your time. So I've got all my bags packed, and I'll just carry the radio stuff on the plane.
We did not know you were going to be here at all like this. Never mind. Yeah, because they changed it. So Mick Miller's here. Scott, say hi to Mick Miller from Fox 31. He's here to hang out.
Mick, how you doing?
Good. How you doing, Scott?
Fat, old, and stupid, but I'm working on 2 of the 3.
So there you go. So Mick, you can leave. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
No, he needs to stay.
But so you're here till 1:20?
No. I'll probably leave after the 45-50 break. If you get out on time, which is rare, Mick, you'll learn this today. There's certain things.
Yeah.
No, I can probably pack up if we get out at 12:55.
12:50. Oh, so you're with us for an hour. I got you for an hour.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is a bonus. I did not even know. I'm glad to hear that. So I was gonna, introduce you to Mick. Why don't you tell us a little bit? It's like the dating game here, Scott. We're trying people out.
Mick, you and I are walking on a sandy beach, and you see a shell that is unique. Do you offer it to me or keep it yourself?
Probably offer it to you because I went to school in Hawaii and I would step on those things all the time. So I hate all things, shells, rocks, anything like that. So I'm definitely giving that to you, and I'm getting out the way.
You went to school in Hawaii?
I did. I tried to pretend to be a Division II basketball athlete. Got redshirted the first day of training camp, and then I was like, you know what? This basketball thing isn't for me. Maybe I should do broadcasting and surf. Notice how I didn't say school at any point in that sentence.
What school is that in Hawaii?
BYU Hawaii.
BYU Hawaii?
Yep. Didn't even know that BYU had a Hawaii school until August of my senior year, and I got this letter, and I was like, somebody pranking me.
BYU Hawaii. All right, Scott, take a guess. What island do you think that's on?
Oahu.
I will guess Oahu as well.
Ding, 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 ding.
Okay. And I know where the University of Hawaii is. Where is BYU Hawaii?
So BYU Hawaii is in Laie, which is on the North Shore. And then you have Hawaii Pacific, Chaminade, and then UH. So you have 4 universities on Oahu.
And where are you from originally?
My family lives in D.C. My dad's in the business, so we moved around. I was born in Terre Haute, Indiana, and have moved all over the country.
All over the place. Yeah. Mick, Scott, Mick's dad is a broadcaster. He's still to this day, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is the play-by-play announcer for the Washington Wizards.
How about that, Scott?
Oh, I know your dad then.
Yep. Bald dude, looks like Al Roker. That's Pops.
He a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. He was just in town.
Yep, I was sitting there courtside as Jordan Poole pulled up from 35, and just the weirdest feeling of all time because your hometown team beats the team that you're currently covering. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
How is it having your dad still in the business for you?
It's good. I mean, he tells me I suck all the time, so at least, I have somebody that can give me good criticism. So
keeping it real for you?
Yeah.
So, Scott, do you know what's your dad's first name?
Chris Miller.
Do you know Chris Miller?
Yeah, all of us announcers usually sit and talk and banter and complain about our teams to each other. And where you've been to the games in Washington, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we're even really close up there, right? Because we're on that same row and
which is the dumbest thing in the world, by the way, having play-by-play announcers in the rafters.
Well, Scott says more and more of the they're sticking you guys up there more and more. Isn't that right?
Well, yeah, because those seats that where we sit, they're finding out they can make a few thousand more dollars, and it's all about the greenbacks. But from an analyst standpoint, I got to believe it's harder for a play-by-play because you got to know who 25 is. It 25 or 28 that got the ball, or 23? Is it this guy or this guy? And you've got to be able to discern. And the further you go up, the harder that is. I went and did a game in Boston on radio with Connor, and we're up there in pre-skate in the morning. Went to skate around, and we're watching these guys mow in the eye. I mean, it's a million miles away. I mean, it's unbelievable. And I asked him, and I asked Moser too. I said, how do you pick up the number? He goes, you learn by how they skate and how they move, who that is.
Crazy.
And I said, the other team too? He goes, yeah. Within a few up and downs in the first period, you kind of figure out who that guy is. Oh, that's DMac. Oh, that's Miller. And they pick it up like that.
Well,
I don't know how they do that.
Scott, how you doing after last night, man? That was a Scott on the broadcast with the Lakers. You know what, dude? I gotta tell you, last night was a bit of a first for me. I usually weather the storm no matter what it is and watch the game all the way through. I turned it off. That is the first Nuggets game I think I might have just turned off in 4 years because it was like we're down 30 or whatever going in the fourth, and I'm like, all right, that's it. I don't know what else to say about this one. I went to bed. So, and I know they came back a little bit in the fourth.
You went to bed or did you?
No, well, I had been doing what it took to go to bed the entire night. It was easier to make that decision. But there was only so much my poor heart could stand after watching referees try to let the Maple Leafs win games and then see our precious Nuggets getting pounded by the horrible Lakers. So I actually kind of want to take this one and just throw it in a trash can and not even think about it because I don't think it's indicative from either team about who they are.
No, listen, here's the good thing for the Lakers if you're a Laker fan. This absence of LeBron has allowed Reeves to kind of come out, and even Luka for a few games, let Reeves really kind of come up and state his case for being at least the third option and a hell of a third option, to be honest with you. Luka was on fire the first quarter. They finally changed up what they were doing on him and slowed him down. But, yeah, I mean, you give up 46 points in the first quarter. And I mean, think about this. You could have sucked and gave up 32 and you'd have won the game.
Mm-hmm.
And 32 ain't great. You could have, given up 36 and it'd have been a nip and tuck thing down the stretch. So, yeah, I thought they played like they'd been in L.A. for 24 hours. And
what does that mean?
Just did not have.
What does that mean?
You want to explain to him? Mr. Hawaii?
It's like the Miami flu. Have you heard the Miami flu?
If you got something to say, just say it. That's all I'm saying.
Just saying, any time I go to LA, I just make sure that the phone is in the hotel.
All right, hold on. Let me back up on this. Is going to LA for these guys still like some sort of big deal? I mean, they're in LA. Yeah. It is? You're in LA if you're a Nuggets player all the time between the Lakers and the Clippers.
Hey, listen, you were sitting there, dusting off snow from your cars yesterday, and Marlo was up swimming 20 laps in the pool.
All right.
Yeah, there's a difference.
All right. I mean, all right. So is that what was going on? Were they that distracted?
In my days, we were going straight down to Manhattan Beach and just getting hammered and tanked and having fun and blah, blah, blah. Most of these guys nowadays, not all of them, but a lot of them don't even drink or anything, but you hang out. It's the L.A. life. Yeah, it's warm. Walking around in a T-shirt today. Come on now. It can be a distraction. I just didn't think they were focused.
Okay.
Compared to what I saw in San Francisco on Monday, there was a difference in the focus and attention to the game. And Malone even said it after the game that we just didn't come out with the kind of urgency that you got to play with. Listen, when you're outmanned and you go into a game, you can't play as hard as, and you can't even play a little less hard than. You have to play harder than, and you have to play. I mean, every possession almost has to feel like it's a game time decision. And you got to go when you're out. And they did that Monday. Last night, I thought they were just hanging, doing whatever. And they got it to 11 or 12 in the third. There he was, and they got outscored 23-9. And then, you know what? They finally put the young guys in again, which, and all of a sudden Spencer Jones is looking like a guy maybe he ought to play a little bit down these last 12 games.
Do you think he should?
Well, who do you have that's big and has size?
DeAndre Jordan. Dario Saric.
Oh, no.
When was the last time Dario Saric actually played?
I don't even know. But you're asking me who's big and has size. I'm telling you two guys that are PJ Hall, I guess. I mean, we're big and have size.
The last time Dario played meaningful was that, remember when they played the back-to-back games in Memphis, or the 2 games in a row in Memphis, and he started both because Joker missed those for when his baby was born, and he was great in that second one. They ended up beating Memphis in Memphis.
Hey, man, I got nothing against Spencer Jones playing. I don't care. Fine by me.
Well,
I don't even know if he's like, is he really even, so he's a big guy at 6'7" and whatever he's weighing?
He ain't little. I mean, he might be 6'7", but dude, he's jacked like I want to be.
All right, well, that's fine. But I'll tell you this, DeAndre Jordan's certainly bigger than Spencer Jones.
What do we always see in the NFL? And a team gets a running back after he's missed the first 7-8 games or whatever, and everybody's now starting to drag and tired, and all of a sudden this guy comes in, and what's the first thing we always say? Boy, that dude's got some fresh legs. Well, what about a guy that hasn't played much, and all of a sudden you're at game 70, he comes in a game, this dude's running up and down the floor, bumping into people, knocking them over, getting rebounds, tipping them in, blocking shots. You're like, dude, he looked like a guy with fresh legs. And I think if you can insert a fresh leg dude once in a while, why not?
I got no problems with it. In fact, I was thinking about it earlier today. I really don't care if the Nuggets end up in 6th place. I don't. I don't. You can't come in first place. You're going to have to play on the road eventually if you're going to win a championship. I don't care. All I care is about Jokic. And I'm reading this morning that Jamal Murray is likely to come back sooner than Jokic. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Is that right? And I will tell you, I was in the locker room relatively recently, Mick and Scott, and you know that cupping stuff, that cup stuff thing?
Yeah.
It's all over Jokic's right shoulder. And I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, it's not just the elbow. I mean, he's got a shoulder. I mean, how many things does Jokic actually have, Scott? Like, how many things is he dealing with?
Well, shoulder, elbow, neck,
wrist,
ankle,
still,
foot, wrist, a little bit. Yeah, no, he's
okay.
We showed a stat last night. He has played in more games the last 10 years than any other player in the NBA.
Yeah, I saw
about that.
I saw Malone did respond to Bontemps a little bit in his pregame presser, a little bit, didn't he? He did, didn't he? A little bit, right? I mean, not by name, but you know.
I talked to another ESPN guy that was at our game because you got
what'd they
ESPN
say
in L.A.
Yeah,
how stupid that comment was.
Yeah, because if you're with the network, you're with ESPN. Now you got to wear it, like you're associated with such an idiotic thing. It really is.
The guy that told me, I've seen him at a bunch of games, and I'll be honest with you, I've seen him. I saw him in Oklahoma City. I saw him up in Denver last week. I saw him in L.A. I saw him in Boston. I mean, he has been to 15, 20 games for an ESPN guy, and he's a big part of it. I see him on SportsCenter and all those talk shows that they do too. So I mean, he's in the family.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, what's going on? He goes, man, that's dumb. He goes, that was dumb.
It's just like when you're at Thanksgiving dinner. The drunk uncle over there. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, that guy. He's here. Okay, whatever he's going to say. All right. Well, listen, man, I'm glad you're here. Mick, I'm glad you're here. We have the NCAA games going on, so we'll get you an update. It's going how most of the tournament games typically go, but we're hoping for an upset here or there. We'll have coverage for you all this afternoon. Got Scott for the better part of an hour. Connor McGahee will join us from Ottawa coming up at 12:45. As the Avalanche got just so ridiculously unlucky. And then the Boston Celtics have done something that is going to change sports. And it is absolutely remarkable. Details about that coming up next. Well, Scott is with us for another 40 minutes or so, which is awesome. Connor McGahey will join us in about 25 minutes from Ottawa. So we go from Denver here to Los Angeles. Well, Scott, you're still in Los Angeles then, right? I guess, right?
Los Angeles, yep. We'll head out the airport in about an hour.
We got Schefter. He'll be with us in Long Island. And then we'll travel north to Ottawa. We are spanning the globe here. Any of these NCAA games got your interest so far? I can go through a little bit of a scoreboard. Creighton is going to take care of Louisville. It's a little
trying to
bit
make
of
it
an
closer,
update.
trying to make it closer a little as it goes.
Yeah, they're down
Got
by
it to
10, but there's only a minute to go. But then this is when we get into the torture of college basketball with the foul and this and, yeah, see right there. We're down by 10. We're going to foul a guy because this is it. This is the end of our year. I hate it, man. I thank God NBA games do not, in general, Mick and Scott end like that. It's torturous to watch the last minute sometimes with college basketball games. But that's what's going on there. Wisconsin and
you won a national championship there at Syracuse because the team couldn't make free throws that 1 year with
Tell me
Kansas.
about it. I've seen it. I've seen the slow water drip torture of how college basketball games end, man. It's not my first time. So it's just, you're down by 10 with a minute to go. Is this game over or not? Yes? No?
Well, now it's a 104. They're down 10, and the guy missed the first free throw. Now you're back still in it. Now you're going to be foul for the next 1 minute.
No, and they can't rebound. So,
and it just becomes a 3-point contest at some point.
Yeah, and then we find out in college basketball nobody can shoot a three, and then it kind of goes from there. Montana and our angry coach is only down by 8 to Wisconsin right now. So that's at Ball Arena right now. Quite a few of the executives here, Scott, in the building are taking in that action in person from what I've been told. So I'm glad they're getting that done today. Our guy, John Tajay, has 7 points, 2 of 4, 2 of 3 from 3. Mick, are you familiar with the John Tajay story?
Yeah, we actually ran it at Fox 31 because you have to localize everything in local news. And so was in CSU for 4 years and has played. Why do we still have COVID years?
17 years. Yeah.
COVID was 5 years
don't
ago.
You think, Mick? But don't you think, Mick, this is the last dying breath of the COVID extra years for football and basketball players?
It has to be because COVID was 5 years ago, and you have still eligibility. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
Because he had a medical red shirt too. That's the only reason he must have been, I'm going to guess, a freshman, in 2020.
But my question is, if you are a 6-year senior, are you in graduate classes?
Yeah, I don't know how academically he's doing.
Or are you just chilling at the house? You go to practice, you do what college students do or young 20-year-olds do.
But Mick and Scott, there's a lot of people who are in college for 6 years. They're called doctors. I have no idea what he's
lawyers, doctors and lawyers and such.
Right. I did have, maybe it was a jerk-hole question because I did ask him, where'd you think you would be at this time of your life? Did you think you'd still be playing basketball? He turns 24 in a month. He turns April 23rd. He turns 24 years age.
So he's playing college basketball, and he's 1 year younger than Bo Nix.
You
know what? I'll say this.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll say this for a kid, and Mick just talked about it. Listen, you're kind of hoping because I've always, when I used to speak to camps a lot, I said, listen, you got a finite life when it comes to basketball. It's less than 1% are ever going to play in the NBA, and I know that everybody tries to sell that dream, and I think it's about the same percent even going to college. But you're hoping he got 6 years. He's not only got a graduate degree, you're hoping he gets out there with a master's in whatever he's studying, don't you?
Maybe. He certainly has the opportunity to do that. I'm not trying to hate on him. He's got Colorado ties, and we'll see. But we had I was down there yesterday for the Montana guy. Now, he's been the coach there for 11 years, and he played at Montana. This guy is Mr. Montana, and he was, complaining that nobody gives Montana basketball respect. And I'm just like, what are you talking about, dude? So, who are we pulling for?
What gives BYU Hawaii any respect?
Yeah,
nobody.
Exactly. Who are you pulling for in this one? Wisconsin to hang on, or for Montana to 14 to beat 3? What would you like to see here?
I just want brackets to be broken. I don't fill out a bracket anymore, but I worship chaos. So
I'm kind of pulling for.
Hey, I saw you,
pissed off
and now
coach.
I recognize you from Hawaii. You were in that movie with all the dinosaurs.
Wow.
yeah, I was riding the T-Rex off to the volcano.
Yeah, you were hiding like a part of a outhouse fell on you, and he missed you, couldn't see you. Yeah.
High Point is where? What do we know about High Point?
It's in North Carolina.
Oh, you
somewhere.
know that?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of it before?
No, I just found out about it like 2 days ago.
Well, they're giving Purdue a bit of a run. It's really close. Purdue is up by 3, 59-56, with 7 minutes to go in the second half. So that's a ball game right there. I don't know nothing about Purdue, or High Point rather.
Man, I'm okay if every single Big Ten team loses in round one. I am an un-Big Ten basketball fan.
And the reason, I mean, you did talk about that a little bit yesterday, but what's the specific reason behind that?
Because Caitlin Clark doesn't play for any of them.
Then we have Houston blowing the doors off SIUE. Again, I didn't.
Illinois University?
Nick?
Southern Illinois?
Lost me on that one.
Is that what it is? Dan? SIUE? Wow, none of us.
Sounds right to me.
None of us know what SIUE is.
Well, the E is for Edwardsville.
Southern Illinois, Southern Illinois University, Evansville.
Edwardsville.
The
Cougars.
Yeah, but where?
So we got Cougar on Cougar crime in this one.
Is it Southern Illinois? Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville?
Well, on ESPN, it just says SIU and then Edwardsville.
Yeah, I know.
So.
That's why I'm asking the question. Nobody knows.
Yeah, we know what SIU is.
Yep, Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville, and Edwardsville, Illinois.
All right, well, that game is a blowout as Houston, who's one of the best teams in the country, is dominating.
Hey, Houston's really good. I watched them play a couple games in the SEC tournament. They're pretty good.
And, when you really look at the tournament, man, most of the games, like it's a final here. Creighton, well, that's actually, maybe a little bit of an upset. Creighton beating Louisville. That's a 9 beating an 8, I guess. I don't know how you guys feel about. I mean, I don't know, man. Like for all the,
I've always had. Listen, I grew up in the Midwest. I grew up in Kansas, right? And there's kind of a rich history of basketball there. They found the original written rules of basketball, and they did a fundraiser type thing and bought them for millions of dollars, and they're in a little museum in Lawrence, Kansas, because he taught gym or whatever it was called back then, and he brought in basketball to the classes, and has grown a giant sport worldwide. But Creighton was always, when I was a kid, that was always a legit school.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you go back and look in the history of Creighton back in the 50s and 60s, they had some great teams. It was back before all these major universities got crazy. I mean, you had a lot of Creightons and stuff like that were pretty good teams.
Well,
so I've always liked Creighton.
If the games actually get super exciting in the last minute, we'll pot it up and bring you that. But the vast majority of these first-round games, you realize they're not close. For all the hype the NCAA tournament gets for upsets, which there have been plenty of, in the first 2 days, it's more or less the better team beats the worst team, and it kind of goes like that. But we'll hope for some buzzer beaters and some exciting games, and we'll do the best you can to bring you that. And I am curious. We should check in with Arn, right? Arn Anderson, who's down at the Ball Arena. Like, is it filled up? I mean, is
yesterday they said there was like nobody there. Because usually like the fans can watch the practice, but it was like maybe just a small contingent of fans that traveled with, whether Wisconsin, BYU, VCU. But it wasn't really packed. And I remember like 2 years ago, it was super packed. Now, granted, we had Gonzaga and Arizona. We had those more blue blood programs. But yeah, when I was talking to him yesterday, he just said it was kind of just a quiet, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, so Montana doesn't travel well? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I guess I guess the fans should respect the Montana program, not the national media.
I guess so. Yes, Scott.
Well, but that's also why, with CSU doing what they did, it'd have been nice. And maybe they don't want to give them a home crowd, but you don't think if CSU would have been playing in the Denver region that those places would be packed out with green shirts?
I would think so, sure. I
remember going to the Midwest Regional Finals. We had 2 games there. We beat Louisville and then lost to Indiana State. but it was the trippiest thing when we went there. And we were having shoot around in between one of the games. I don't remember if it was between Louisville and the Indiana State game. Dude, there was 10,000 people, 11,000 people there just watching us shoot baskets. It was trippy.
Scott, how many of these kids, what do you expect aside from Cooper Flagg? What impact do you feel like this class will have in the NBA?
Well, here's what you get lost in, and he's a nice player. Let's use Timmy, for example, another guy that felt like he was at Gonzaga for, 27 years or something like that. Mm-hmm. It felt like, right? He's with Washington now, right? Your dad calls him Mick all the time. He's a nice player. But in college, he was this giant of a dude, and he was dominating dude. Well, he gets to pros, he's really like 6'7". He's like a small forward body with a big forward mentality, and he plays his ass off, plays hard, and I think he's a nice player, good role player. But there's only a handful of special guys. I mean, look at the guy we saw again, plays with Mick's dad's team, Washington. SARS. Did you know anything about SARS going into the draft last year?
Nope.
There's this guy, 6'11", smooth, athletic, can shoot the heck out of the ball, and you're like, where'd that guy come? Oh, he's from France.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Different type of game, different type of body. Cooper Flagg has the advantage in the college guys is because he played against the Olympic team in practice all the way up until the Olympics last year.
I can't believe Alex Sarr is freaking 19 years of age.
I know.
It is unreal. And I think he goes under the radar because Washington's such a bad team this year, except when they play the Nuggets. But watching,
I think he was hurt for a while too.
Okay.
But think about what France has pulled out. You got SARS, you got Wembanyama, right, who came out. And didn't he come out when he 19 when he played last year in San Antonio? And then there was another guy that was like the 4th or 5th pick in the draft that was from France also, or another top 10, I believe.
Risa Shea was the first overall pick last year. First.
And what's he doing?
He was first?
What's he doing in the NBA
He's with Atlanta.
How's he doing? Is he playing?
He's okay. He plays like a 19-year-old rookie.
Okay.
So he's probably a little bit like SARS, has some good games, has some tough games. But I like so your first and second pick in the draft was from France last year. So that's all you need to know about college basketball.
Scott, my question is do you think this is going to be the trend moving forward in the NBA, that there's going to be a lot of guys that you don't know that are lottery picks and you're just hoping 3-4 years down the line they then develop into a all-star or a face of a franchise?
Well, the bugaboo with NBA drafting for the last handful of years with the lottery and why they've changed some of the rules as far as rookie contracts and stuff like that was, you're letting these kids come out. Remember, some kids came out of high school and they changed it. Well, okay, you got to be 19. And now they're talking about they're having arguments. They want to bring it back down. Once you're eligible out of high school, you can be drafted again. I don't know if they came in. And maybe if you're just 19, you can do it. And that's why some of these people are going to the academy stuff. And here's the problem. You get the 5th or 6th draft, you're going to get a nice athlete, a good player. Mm-hmm. But it's still going to be 2 or 3 years of developing, especially American players. It's going to be 2 or 3 years of developing. And then in the past, you get to 3 years. If you don't extend them, then you might lose them. And then all this crazy stuff was happening. Whereas European players, and we talked about this yesterday on the show, these dudes have been playing pro basketball against grown men since they were 16.
So Sarr, for example,
these European people.
Yeah, I'm looking at his bio real quick to prove your point. He played with Overtime Elite. Well, that's a pro league of some sort from 2021 to 2023. Then he played with the Perth Wildcats. So he didn't go to college.
Which is Australia has a great pro league.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some good players come out of there.
So to get his year of eligibility, he didn't go to Duke. He didn't go to North Carolina. He didn't go to anywhere. He played professionally. He went to Australia to grow up, play with grown men, and now I'm, 18 and a half or whatever I am, right? And I'm ready for the draft. And he'll turn 20, actually, April 26th. So our guy there from Wisconsin is going to turn 24, and this dude is putting up 30 against the Nuggets, and, their birthdays are similar. They're just 4 years apart. I'm laughing, too, because Peyton Watson will turn 23 on September 11th. He's only 22, Peyton Watson. And he's getting out of, he's in LA enjoying the nightlife and trying to play basketball against
which is always
the
fun.
Lakers.
It's just always funny because he talks about Russell Westbrook the way that I talk about Russell Westbrook because I watched Russ when I was in high school. But I'm way older than Peyton Watson. I'm 31 years old. He's 22. Like, can you imagine Peyton Watson was like literally a child when Russell Westbrook broke into the NBA?
I guess you just have to change, Scott, our expectations of college basketball, period, right? Like, you just can't compare it to the NBA. You can't.
No, it's not. And the bad, I don't know, bad, good, you guys decide this. And I've watched a bunch of games late. I usually don't have much time, and then I'll watch tournaments, right? I watched a little bit of the Big 12, watched a little bit of the SEC, and you start watching these tournaments where they play in a pro-style game now. It's all pick and rolls and shooting threes and penetrate and kick. And back in the days, it was a passing game. Guys are learning what to do when you're getting pressured and stuff. No one teaches that anymore. It's one-on-one and everything else. And so if you got a team who, like Denver, is optimal when they're moving around, moving bodies, moving ball, and you got guys that don't know how to move because all they've done is play AAU and not much college, it's tougher. It's tougher to develop. Listen, there's some good players and some good shooters. Steph Curry has changed the game by him shooting, but I think he's also damaged the game because now analytics have come even deeper into the game.
Mm-hmm.
And really, I'm not sure guys know how to play, but they can shoot it a little bit. And they grew up. Listen, there's an old story. John Wooden, you'll like this, DMac, because you hate John Wooden. But there's an old story that I don't know if it was Marcus Johnson or the Washington kid. But anyway, a guy that played a long time in the NBA as well said, "Hey, coach, I want to shoot this 18, 20-footer on the wing." They didn't have three-point lines. And he goes, "Okay, you make 10 in a row, you can shoot it in a game," because they practice game shots. Made the first 9, missed the 10. He goes, "Coach, that good enough?" He goes, "No, you didn't make 10. And so this dude that was an All-American and ended up playing the pros for like 12 years wasn't allowed to shoot an 18-footer. I mean, think about that.
Crazy.
Right? He wasn't allowed to shoot outside.
All right.
So
yeah.
it's changed.
Okay. Listen, we have a competitive game with Wisconsin and Montana. That's down at Ball Arena right now. Wisconsin's up by 8. We have Purdue about to finish off High Point. There's less than 3 minutes to go. Well, we'll see. It's an 8-point game. We'll see there. Houston's doubled up SIUE 42-20, and Creighton leads Louisville. We'll check in with Arn Anderson at Ball Arena just after 1 o'clock. And Connor McGahey will join us from Ottawa to go through kind of a bizarro game for the Avalanche and what to expect tonight against Ottawa. That's coming up next.
Trying to get it for Natchez again. Right to the Leafs, who send it down ice. Kelly Sutherland, the referee. Goodness gracious, lost an edge, and so Lorenz will bring it in shorthanded, and he scores. What in the world was that? If the Avalanche didn't have any bad luck, they would have no luck at all. Kelly Sutherland toe-picked in the neutral zone. The clearance, instead of going all the way down ice, falls for the Leafs, who get a 2-on-1 shorthanded, and they take the lead with 17:07 to go in the third period. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Well, that was bizarre. Mick Miller in studio with me, Scott Hastings in Los Angeles, and Connor McGahey on the call in Ottawa. Nice call, Connor. Nice pickup. I am always so impressed where you play-by-play guys will know the referees' names. That to me is I'm sure it's secondhand nature to you, but the fact that you could pick out who exactly it was as it happened, I thought was just a great job by you, and it was beyond bizarre.
Yeah, it was weird, and it made its rounds on the Twitter machine and wherever else last night. But honestly, I just positioning was wrong. He's trying to get to the right place, and I'm sure he felt bad. But again, it's 2 games in a row now where the puck has hit a referee and led to an opposition goal for the Avalanche. It's crazy. Now, in the game of soccer, if that happens, if the ball hits the referee and it changes possession, or there's a goal or a scoring chance, the play is blown dead. It's a drop ball, and maybe that's something that the NHL should think of in the future. Although I doubt it.
I did not even know that about soccer. I love that idea, actually.
In basketball, the referee is considered in play. If you throw a pass, he hits the referee, stand out of bounds, you do it out of bounds. If he's in play, if he's in bounds, and the ball's going out of bounds, comes back in, is still in play. So
really,
is that, and I didn't see the play, Connor. So is that what happened? That it kind of adjusted the flight of the path and benefited Toronto?
Yeah, so, Scotty, Avs are on the power play. The Leafs actually get the puck, and they're going to send it down ice. So instead of I don't remember, I assume it was Kale going back behind the net of Blackwood to retrieve. The clearance hits Kelly Sutherland, who hit a divot in the ice or something and fell over, and it went right back to a Leafs player who was kind of going on the forecheck on the penalty kill, and obviously, the Avs are expecting it to be in a different place. So it bounces off him, goes right to the Leafs. Lorenz has a 2-on-1 and scores for the first time in his last 18 games for the shorthanded game winner. So, in hockey, the referee is Bennett Brower, air quotes, part of the rink. But again, I think they could take a page from soccer, and that created an unfair advantage for the other team. And you could just blow the play dead and have it be a face-off in the neutral zone. I don't think anyone would say boo about it.
I think that's you're figuring everything out here, Connor. Playoff rankings and seedings, but you're right. And if Scott and Mick, if you go back and look at it, it looks like the dude was like diving to stop the puck. I mean, I get it.
I don't know where he's going, and he's one of the most veteran referees in the National Hockey League. Been around 20 years, and so I guess it just shows that it can happen to anybody.
All right. That being said, score more goals, right? I mean, that's a way to answer it. But I don't know, man. I can't take it too seriously. It looked like a great environment, Connor. And I do wonder if people there in Toronto are looking at that game like, oof, this would be an all right Stanley Cup final. This would be all right.
It would. The environment in Toronto is very overrated. Like, it was a mausoleum in there for 2 3/4 periods. I mean, you could hear from where we were in the Foster Hewitt gondola, you could hear a conversation in the third row. So it's very overblown, overrated environment in what everyone calls the Mecca of hockey, and it's just because the seats are so expensive.
Wow, right?
So it's really not a great environment in Toronto.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
But there's cool pictures down in the lower end by the press rooms and stuff.
That's true. I mean, Scott, you walk through that hallway, where the Raptors come out. If you go to the left, that whole wall is all history down in the media lounge, and I mean, the Leafs obviously go back, over 100 years, and it is cool to have that history surround you the entire time you're there.
So obviously tonight's second night of the back-to-back. I saw Nathan McKinnon in the locker room yesterday was asked if he would have, it's good that they have another game to quickly just be able to flush it. And he said he would have liked to have a day, which I'm sure at March with the postseason like a month away, it's nice to have a couple rest days. But for tonight going against Ottawa, how do you feel that this team has the ability to bounce back and really try to finish the final stretch of the regular season strong?
Well, Mick, they don't have a choice, and it used to be that you go through Ottawa and Montreal and both teams are out of the playoffs and, win-win, check it off the list, no big deal. But Ottawa's the first wild card right now, trying to make the playoffs for the first time in 8 years. And Montreal is in the hunt there for a wild card too, battling with the New York Rangers pretty much. So this isn't a walk in the park, Kazansky, to quote Top Gun. But you do have a day off tomorrow. And it's just a bummer because you could tell how much energy the Avs put into that game last night. And Colorado was the better team. They played great. And if you look at both goals from Toronto, I mean, one is a lucky deflection off of Taves' stick. The other one is the one we just talked about.
Mm-hmm.
The Avalanche were the better. Honestly, if you play like that every single night, you're going to win every playoff series. End of story. But, this is the 10th of 12 back-to-backs. They'll have actually both are left on the road, Chicago, Columbus, and then Los Angeles, Anaheim to finish up the season. So you just have to sort of get there and empty the tank because you have a CBA required day off tomorrow in Montreal before you play the Habs on Saturday.
All right, Scotty, got anything else for Connor here?
Yeah, and we've talked about this with the basketball, and Denver's going to be on a 7-day road trip, and they're going to go from Portland, Pacific time to Central time, and then they have to go back to Mountain time and play a back-to-back. Why are the leagues, the NFL or NHL and NBA still battling all these back-to-backs? If you extended the league 2 weeks, would it really matter?
Right.
I'm going to buy each league a globe for Christmas next year because, for example, the next back-to-back, the Chicago-Columbus, Chicago game is a national TV that starts at 8:52 Central Time. So it's 9:52 Eastern where Columbus is, and so the game doesn't start until 10 o'clock in the next place that you're going to. So, I mean, you can't do that. If you're going to have a back-to-back, you at least have to be in the same time zone or the time zone before. And if I'm the Players Associations and CBA talks are just starting now with the NHL and the NHLPA, and the NBA should do the same. If I'm the Players Associations, I actually would want, and it's an easy fix. It's an easy fix to make. I would dig in a little bit on that because it's just unrealistic to expect a team to be rested in a scenario like that where you don't even get into a hotel room until 4 a.m. and then you're expected to play a game at 7 p.m. that night. I mean, that's we
care about the quality.
25.
And saying that, caring about the quality of the game that you're about to play, and
100%.
They don't.
On both sides of your mouth.
Yeah, and the problem is you've got. I think Toronto's where the league's office for the NHL, right? And New York's for the NBA.
New York City. New York City is the NHL offices. They're actually pretty close to each other. NHL offices are in One Manhattan West, just 2 blocks away from MSG. Yeah.
All right, so you've got both of them in New York City, and I guarantee you, they're guys making schedules that are New York City East Coast guys, and they go, well, wait a minute, Philadelphia, New York's only an hour train, and Washington's a little there, and it's right there, and the Islanders only up to, and it's easy travel. Excuse me, if you're an East Coast team, travel is easy in both sports, but when you're in the West Coast, it's. Nuggets are playing in Portland on Friday. We're going to leave at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we're going to get in Houston at 6.
Right.
And that's supposed to be your day off.
Right, exactly. And I don't know why they force it that way, and I don't know if it's just ignorance that you don't realize the time zone difference. And, the Avs playing, Minneapolis last week. The Avs had to play at home versus Chicago and then again lose an hour and a 2-hour and 15-minute flight to get into Minneapolis. And they held on. But, again, if you're talking about wanting your best quality product, it's not going to happen if you keep putting your athletes in situations like that. It has to change.
Connor, we'll let you go on that, and we really appreciate your time. Best of luck with Ottawa. Is Tkachuk good? Is Brady Tkachuk playing in this one? Is he good to go? Or okay.
He's in, and yeah, it's he's one of those players that you hate to play against, but holy smokes, do you wish if he was on your team?
No doubt about it. And we liked him for about 8 days.
Proud American.
Proud American for about 8 days. We thought he was awesome, but not tonight. All right, have a great call. We'll hear it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Thank you, Connor. And thank you, Connor. Appreciate it. Scott, I think we're saying goodbye to you, right? I heard
yes, sir. Got to go.
Your alarm went off. So bid you fair, fond, well. We'll talk to you tomorrow in Portland. In terms of what's going on at Ball Arena, we'll have Arn Anderson live from Ball Arena with the latest and greatest as the NCAA tournaments here in Denver on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. If you want to reach out to us, text line, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Also on Twitch, order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods and local flavors. We'll have No Dumb Questions coming up in about 15 minutes or so. And then Adam Schefter will join us around 1:35. We'll keep you updated to everything going on. In fact, Arn Anderson from Fox 31, mixed cohort. And I love being on with you guys. I'm on every Monday, and we chop it up. And I'm always disappointed to see that you get other people for the big get. It's not just me, but that's the way that goes. But Mick Miller joins us here in studio. So what do you think of this whole thing off the top of your head, the talk radio thing here?
It's awesome.
You got to turn your mic on.
Well, there you go. I had to, rookie, first time, clearly don't know how to turn my mic on. That's TV, people. TV, everybody has everything, and they do everything for you.
Right.
So not used to being able to operate my own microphone
Very
clearly.
demanding job, the on and the off.
No, talk radio is awesome. Obviously, like when you're doing TV, like depending on what show you're doing. So like, for example, like after this, I'll go to the studio, I'll anchor the 5. I have 2.5 minutes. And it's really hard in 2.5 minutes to be able to articulate everything that you're feeling.
Oh, wow.
But then I also watch you guys talk for 3 hours, and I'm like, holy cow, these guys have to be creative. And how much tea do they drink so they don't lose their voice? Because I feel like if I do a 5-minute sportscast, all of a sudden I don't have any breath, and I'm running out of breath. But yeah, talk radio is awesome. I mean, I grew up in the sports industry business, and so like driving to school, always was listening to radio. Driving home from school, always listening to sports talk radio. So it's definitely a cool thing. And yeah, we appreciate you, DMac, the only recurring guest on Colorado Sports Night, by the way, to have a weekly segment. And so while there might be other big gets, there is only one recurring big get, and that is the legend Darren McKee.
Well, that is the required kiss up. That is part of being here. We'll get Arn on in a second. Just to give you an idea of what's going on, it was close between Montana and Wisconsin for a bit, but Wisconsin has spread it out a little bit, 68-54. So it looks like, still probably no respect going towards Montana basketball. Houston is blowing out SIU Edwardsville, 52-24. Finals. You got Creighton beating Louisville 89-75, and Purdue taking care of High Point. And I don't know, did we figure out Texas someplace? I don't know. Wherever, it doesn't matter. They're done as well. Are there any college games that you're sort of looking forward to? And Auburn is just underway with Alabama State 12-5. So no upsets, and Montana is not going to upset Wisconsin, as it turns out, either, it looks like. Let's go to Arn Anderson, your cohort at Fox 31. Arn, it's great to have you on. Set us the scene there in Ball Arena. What's going on downtown?
Well, it's funny. I'm actually outside of Ball Arena right now, and it's awfully quiet because the action is going on inside. You just talked about the Montana-Wisconsin game. Badgers up 16 with under 10 to go. That game going according to plan, but there could be some upsets coming up a little bit later. So things here at Ball Arena in downtown Denver could get considerably more noisy as this day evolves.
Yeah, Arn, we were talking when the brackets finally came out on Selection Sunday, we were all super upset because Colorado State being in Denver would have added some aura to Ball Arena. I know you're outside, and so it's hard to kind of gauge how the inside environment is. But yesterday at practice and just kind of the last couple of days, do you feel like Ball Arena is a good site for college basketball, or is it that college basketball has kind of lost its feel? Because it doesn't really feel like the tournaments here in Denver. I feel like everybody's just kind of focusing on the Avs and Nuggets being on the road.
Well, and that's the thing is we were actually talking about it yesterday. Every Wednesday in this case for a Thursday, Saturday games is the public workouts at Ball Arena. And compared to what we saw last year, I felt like that the crowds were a lot thinner. And, you talked about the potential to have Colorado State here. Heck, if UNC had knocked off Montana in the Big Sky Championship, they could have conceivably played here as well. So I always wonder about that, where – look, we've got Yale is here. We've got VCU. We've got schools that certainly are a long way away from downtown Denver. If there was a local flavor, I got to believe there would be more people here paying attention to it. But in my experience, having traveled the country covering these games, a lot of times it's hard for the fan bases to get there, at the drop of a hat. I would expect all these teams to fill their allotted tickets tonight. But, yeah, I think there's certainly an argument to be made that if you kept some of these local teams local, you might have a lot more attention at Ball Arena and certainly arenas around the country.
It is interesting how it's being shot on TV because they're definitely it's kind of dark in the entire arena, which is not the way the Nuggets or the Avs games are shot on TV. So I guess I should just ask you, like, who's there today, like, for this game? Like, what is the crowd for this game?
Well, these tickets, in large part, have been sold out for months. And according to the secondary market, Denver's region was the second highest priced ticket on the resale market.
Wow.
Which is kind of astounding to me considering the teams that are here. There are no 1 seats here. There are no 2 seats here. But I think that just speaks volumes to the fact that people are really enthralled with what is one of the greatest sporting events annually across this country, which is the first couple rounds of March Madness. And no matter who it is that comes to town, no matter, what year it may be, I think it's always going to kind of generate that interest because people just have such a fascination with the upsets that may happen and just the fun of being kind of part of it.
John Tonje from Wisconsin, who was at CSU. How you like that story?
I think it's a great story, but it's kind of one of those head scratchers, right? Because he played 4 years for the Rams.
Right.
Then he transferred to Missouri. He was injured. And now, guess what? He's got another year of basketball. So, when I do interviews with athletes across the kind of the Denver metro locally, I always ask what year, and then I say, no, seriously, what year are you in school? Because so many of them are grad students and have kind of gone beyond the 4 years that you and I mean, that was the eligibility. That was it. That was the ceiling when you and I were growing up. And now, I mean, you got a guy who's in his 6th year. It's kind of like Blutarski, who says, doggone it, 7 years of college down the drain.
Well, the reason he got this, by the way, is he was in a COVID year. So everybody got an extra year. So if you were a freshman and COVID hit, well, you get an automatic year. So and don't forget how the basketball season went with COVID. There were games in the beginning of the year before COVID shut everything down basically in March. So, you could have a more or less a full year. All right, that's one. Then they're back playing the next year, sort of, on a weird amended schedule. That's 2, but it's really 1 because you become a freshman all over again, theoretically. And then, yes, he played like 8 games for Missouri, got hurt, applied for a medical red shirt, was approved. I don't know why he didn't stay at Missouri and why he went to Wisconsin, but there you go. So, when he's taking his grandkids to his games, that's the story. So, listen, I'm not trying to hate on him or anything. I just think it's kind of a weird deal, man, that you got a guy who's, 2 years older than Peyton Watson, 4 years older than Alex Sarr, and, a year younger than Luka Doncic, who's playing college basketball today.
Hey, and let's not forget there's a guy playing quarterback for the Broncos who started, 60-something games? And, I mean, he's I think Bo Nix is actually 32 if we really did some digging.
If we had to cut him and count the rings, maybe he would be. All right, what other good stories? And unfortunately, I wish it was a little bit more exciting. Wisconsin's pulling away now, so that looks to be, what are we doing here? They've got a pretty handy lead. What other good stories do we have here to look forward to?
Well,
here in Denver?
We have a couple. First and foremost, VCU's head coach, Ryan Odom, was the head coach at UMBC back in 2018, which became the first 16 seed in tournament history to knock off a number 1. They're up next as VCU tackles BYU, and I've got a story. You talk about a full circle moment. They've got a kid named Richie Saunders who made news last week at the Big 12 tournament when one of the announcers did some digging and found out that Saunders' grandfather invented the tater tot and actually started Ore-Ida Foods. And I'm at this press conference yesterday watching BYU, and I'm looking at Richie, and I'm thinking, my gosh, he looks familiar. And so I Googled the bio, and it turns out I played basketball with his father at UC Davis. His dad was a junior when I was a freshman, and here, I mean, I'm having one of those moments where you start to realize exactly how old you really are. And what really irks me is the fact that guy gave me more elbows than tater tots in college, so I need to catch up with him at Ball Arena. Another great story coming up, I think, is UC San Diego, which is going to be the late game here.
Yeah,
the Tritons are a team that head into this tournament with a 15-game winning streak. They tackle Michigan, the Big Ten champions, but the Wolverines have a hard time hanging on to the basketball, and UCSD leads the country in turnover margin, and they shoot 52% of their shots from the field are three-pointers. So if you could see a team like this, we always talk about Cinderellas. This could be one of them, a team that has a chance to maybe force some turnovers, grab some offensive possessions, extra possessions, and knock down some shots. Man, the Wolverines could be on the ropes tonight.
Great job, Aaron. And we'll see you on. Well, actually, are you working for Fox 31 today, or are you just kind of all over the country?
You're going to have to go to San Diego to see me today, but it would be it would be worth your while because I think it's going to be a little bit warmer.
All right, pal. We'll talk to you later. Thank you, pal. Thank you, Aaron.
You got it, man.
All right, Aaron Anderson. How about his flex right there? I played college basketball. He had to throw that in there.
I'm going to research the stats, though.
Yeah,
I'm going to pull the stats up of Aaron Anderson.
I'm glad
at UC
when I
Davis.
asked him what is one of the best stories, he just had to say, "Look at me, I'm a college basketball player." No dumb questions coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If erectile dysfunction is an issue that you've got going on and you're like, oh my gosh, I don't know. You're just kind of giving up and it's been bugging you and you just haven't done anything about it. I understand, guys. Sometimes we're the last ones that want to see a doctor, worry about this sort of thing. But I just want to let you know there's a place you can go that can take care of this business. And where the pills and herbals fail, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic succeeds. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit's $99. You get that consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work, it's free, but it's going to work. I'm telling you. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic's not fooling around with this. They're in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call them today. Put this in your phone, 720-440-7900. Online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, if you have a dumb question, you can throw it in on the text line, 303-504-0925. You can get on Twitch. See you there on Twitch, on the YouTube channel as well. Adam Schefter will join us a little bit. Mick Miller is with us, and Scott is now traveling with the Nuggets, and Tyler's off, and Mick from Fox 31 is nice enough to join me here today. So, Mick, this is an opportunity to just ask anything stupid at all about anything. All right, let me start with this. No dumb question. What about any of the games going on at Ball Arena would make you want to go to Ball Arena to watch any of the games?
I'm going to be super harsh and say absolutely nothing.
Really?
Because we were debating, like, leading up to the tournament, like, remember everybody was super mad that North Carolina got in. They were like, they don't deserve it. And then the governor of West Virginia was, like, going to go at the NCAA. It was just, like, all this nonsense. Low-key, I was like, oh, if North Carolina comes to Denver, I'll go watch North Carolina. Nothing against Yale, Montana, BYU, or VCU, but especially when you live in Denver and it is such a sports town for pro sports, like, unless CSU was here, I just feel like college sports just kind of is on the back burner. Like, thank goodness for Deion Sanders coming to Boulder, because the only time I had been to Boulder in my first year in Colorado was when Deion Sanders was introduced as the head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes. It just doesn't feel like this is an area that, like, values Colorado sports. And as I know I'm saying that, there's probably going to be some of the alumni like, you don't know about my Buffalo tenure or my time in Fort Collins, but it just feels like I'm just waiting for the regular season for the Nuggets and the Avs to end.
Dan, anything interesting about the tournament here in Denver for you?
No, not really.
No, wow, we're just striking
There's no
out,
one
huh?
or two seeds, really? Like, come on.
You got the Big Ten champion in Michigan.
Look, it's really cool that it's here. It is. But it sucks when you don't have, like, one of our teams playing at Ball Arena.
Okay.
Or if Cooper Flagg were here, you'd be like, oh, I want to go check out Cooper Flagg. I want to see what all this hype is about.
Like, I remember one of the cooler sporting events I was ever at was when Moorhead played Kentucky and Kenneth Faried played for Moorhead. And they beat Kentucky. It was a big upset. And they're from Kentucky. That's where they're from. So 2 Kentucky teams were here. Kenneth Faried was great, and it was like, wow, he'd look good with the Nuggets. And sure enough, he was drafted and picked by the Nuggets. So that felt cool. I was kind of rooting for Montana, I guess, at the end of the day, but they're not going to beat Wisconsin, so that's done. I guess I'm kind of interested in Yale a little bit because it's just,
like, can the nerds play basketball?
Kind of, you know. But other than that, I'm not sure, man. But I'll go because it's interesting and it's fun, kind of.
Would you pay $600 to go? If you didn't have your press pass,
is that what it costs? It does not cost that.
I'm just guessing.
No, I definitely would not place.
Let me look up how much.
No,
this is
I don't know if I'd pay anything to go. Yeah, when I heard when we heard that the Denver tickets are really expensive on the secondary market, that's crazy to me.
The cheapest ticket for VCU BYU at 205 is $82. You paying $82 to watch the Mormons play VCU?
Well, 82 would get me in for both sessions then, obviously.
Yeah.
Right? Would I pay $82 for...
And then factor in parking, factor in if you want to get a beer, if you want to get some food.
So I'm talking about...
A couple, north of $100.
Definitely, without a doubt. Is today worth $100?
To be in the nosebleeds.
Well, probably not. Probably not, I guess. Unless there's something different out there. Another no dumb question. This is on Twitch. Is there a wide receiver who is a beast named McMillan who would be a better draft pick versus another North Carolina running back? So here's the no dumb question. Would you rather have Ted McMillan from Arizona or Marion Hampton from North Carolina for the Broncos?
Probably McMillan, because he's like 6'5", and isn't he infatuated with tall, big receivers?
We got a bunch of them already.
And I mean, aside from how tall is Cortland Sutton? Like
6'5"?
6'5".
Oh yeah.
So pair him with Cortland Sutton.
Vele's like 6'5".
Yeah, I would buy in for that.
You'd
just
rather
because
have
I know when team building, I always just subscribe to what does the coach want. And Sean Payton clearly loves tall receivers. And this feels like it's a deep NFL draft for running backs, so you can kind of get one anywhere. But this tall 6'5" receiver, I would sign up for, what's his name again? McMillan?
His last name's McMillan, and it's Tourney. We're just going with Tet. Or T-Mac.
T-Mac, I like that. T-Mac and D-Mac in the Mile High.
You can see how it would work. What do we got, Dan? No dumb questions.
I got a no dumb question for Mick. Since you're in live and local news, one of my favorite things to do is go down YouTube wormholes of like the biggest gaffes on local news television. What's your favorite that you've seen? And have you ever had a gaffe that is worthy of making a YouTube reel on live news?
Knock on wood, have not had one gone viral. One, okay, I'll give you two. One, an anchor was reading his intro, and it was something about pantries, but the producer wrote it as panties, and he said, "Check your panties," and then he stopped and he was like, "I think that was supposed to mean pantries," and you can hear the meteorologist and the co-anchor busting out laughing, and they didn't take the B-roll, they just zoomed in on this guy's face. The greatest gaffe, though, of all time is my dad, Chris Miller, doing a sideline report at a Wizards game, pops up on camera. A Washington Wizards threw a half-court shot and hit him straight in the face. And this was like at the beginning of YouTube, and it has like 120,000 views on YouTube. And the reason I think it has that many views is because I showed it in school, and it just got populated, and my dad grounded me for 2 weeks.
We will look that up on YouTube during the breaks.
Chris Miller gets hit in the face with a basketball to everybody.
Dan, if you can find it.
I will look. Have you ever seen the lady trying to pronounce the name, and she says Didi Megadoodoo and totally butchers the name?
I think that was me the first time I tried to say Talanoa Hufanga. Took me like 30 minutes of like rehearsing, and then we got on air, and I was like,
I heard he goes by Huff.
Oh, that's going to be a lot better.
Wisconsin is about to polish off Montana, so the disrespect towards Montana basketball, I think, is just going to just keep going on, man. I don't think there'll be any end to the disrespect.
Sounds like it was warranted.
Man. RJ Bush, my guy RJ on YouTube. No dumb question. Which is worse for college basketball, 6-year seniors or one-and-done freshmen?
6-year seniors, because then you don't have your one-and-done freshmen. RJ Davis, for example, it's like it's 5th or 6th year at North Carolina. The reason that they have not been able to, build on what Roy Williams established is Hubert has been loyal to these kids that have been there for a decade, it feels like. Like 4 years and you're out.
Yeah.
And then you get the next recruiting class in. One-and-dones have been here for decades, but these 6-year seniors have been here for the last 5 to 6 years, and we've seen that between the transfer portal, NIL, and these 28-year-olds playing basketball, the product has really, really suffered.
It's not that great.
No.
Should Cooper Flagg play another year at Duke?
No. I think that's we do this every single year. Like every couple years, I feel like we do this. Where there's like this one player, but he doesn't want to play for the Wizards, or he doesn't want to play for an organization. And I know NIL gets you a lot of money, but like you worked your entire career to make it to the NBA. You're going to be the presumptive number 1 overall pick, and you're going to go back to Duke to make $2 million and play against Providence.
Yeah.
And potentially tear your Achilles and be pointless. And then all of a sudden you tear your Achilles in college, your draft stock falls, that guaranteed money falls. No, you need to go to the league immediately.
All right. We appreciate your question. You keep them coming in. We'll look at them throughout the rest of the show. But we do have Adam Schefter coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, Adam will join us here in just a little bit. Adam Schefter Show is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Mick Miller is joining me in studio. And like I said, Adam will be here in just a little bit. How do you think the Broncos have done so far in free agency? I mean, it's kind of over, but how would you evaluate how they've done, period?
I think they addressed all the things that they really needed to address, and now that they can kind of be a little creative in the draft. I really liked the Dre Greenlaw signing. I liked Hufanga. I think those were things that you probably could have got in the draft, but having veterans at those positions really helped the Broncos. I'm not so much about giving grades, but I do like what the Broncos have done in free agency, and I do think it's set them up to be creative and have George and Sean Payton kind of do what they want in the draft as opposed to having to do what they need to do.
We have some kind of touch of local news. Michael Gallup, former CSU receiver, who kind of hung it up for a little bit but wanted to get back in the game and signed a deal with the Cowboys. So we wish him well. Way to go, Michael Gallup, local hero around here. I'm just going over. It is crazy that the Boston Celtics were sold for $6.05 billion, which is more than what the Commanders were sold for. And when you think about what the Broncos were sold for, 4.65, something like that, and that was only 3 years ago. Mick, where are we going with these sports franchises?
I don't know. I was shocked when I saw that number because I get, Boston's the greatest franchise in the history of the NBA, most titles all time. But the NFL is still king. And so when I saw the 6, I was like, this has to be a typo.
Let me correct myself. My bad. They sold for $6.1 billion. It passes the 6.05 for the Commanders. My bad on that.
Wow.
But it's a basketball team.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk. Sean Payton talks about it all the time. Like, you have to have good ownership. I mean, just look what the Dallas Mavericks are doing. Like, Mark Cuban sold his majority stake, and then they trade Luka Doncic. So, like, all these billionaires have all this money, and they have nothing to do, so they spend all this money on sports franchises. Here's just hoping that whoever goes into these organizations knows what they're doing.
Well, this is where I thought it was going to go, and this is why I was a little bit cynical, Mick, in the beginning with the Walton Penner group, because there wasn't this is before I knew anything about them, and I've learned a lot more, so my thinking has radically changed. But I just said, well, why does this family even want to do this? Like, what are their ties to football? There weren't any kind of obvious things. Now, we find out later they had been sort of angling in this direction for a while, and they have property that they own here in Colorado, and then you find out Greg Penner is an unbelievable mountaineer, adventureman, cyclist, skier, sort of outdoors dude who actually has a lot of ties to Colorado, so it does kind of make sense. And then you figure out, well, if it's not for the wealthiest people in the world, how exactly are you going to buy organizations? And the NFL has changed a little bit. They're making it easier for groups to buy a team rather than individuals. But 4.65, I thought, well, listen, man, if it's 4.65 in 10 years, what are the Denver Broncos going to be worth? And let's assume that a new stadium comes with it.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the Broncos will be worth? Now, let's just assume again that there is a new stadium with it, okay?
Okay.
What do you think the value of the stadium and the Broncos will be in 10 years?
If you add a stadium and these business people are as smart as they are with Walmart, I would say double it, especially if you have a brand new stadium.
I think it might be quadruple it.
Really?
I think in 10 years with the stadium, an organization.
So what are they worth now? Like, what would you say, 4?
Well, they were sold for 4.65, and I don't think that has gone down. If the Celtics sell for 6.1, I would put the value of the Broncos, I don't know.
16?
Well, not right now, but maybe.
In 10 years, it would be 16?
Well, in 10 years, I think it'll be worth 20.
Wow.
This is a guess on my part. But look at what has just happened between, well, first of all, look at how much the Commanders went for compared to the Broncos. I mean, you go off $1.5 billion from one franchise to another.
In 1 year, right?
In 1 year? Wow.
And Dan Snyder tried to devalue that franchise as much as possible, and it still went for what it went for.
It's incredible. And now a basketball team, and I get it, it's the Celtics. All right, fine. But still a basketball team?
No, that's shocking because, like,
It's unbelievable.
If you believe what everybody's saying, that the ratings are down and the NBA is kind of tanking, the fact that a franchise could go for more than the NFL when the NFL 100+ million people in our country watch the Super Bowl and 50-something million people watch the AFC Championship, like the just numbers don't match up.
Our guy Adam Schefter is with us, and Adam, meet Mick Miller. He's a local Fox 31 sports dude. His dad is the play-by-play guy for TV. What's your dad's first name again?
Chris Miller.
Chris Miller's been doing Wizards basketball on TV for years, so it's in the family there. I don't know if you've heard about Adam's daughter. She is the star of the family, so following in some footsteps. It's good to see you, Adam. How are you, my friend?
What's up there, DMac? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. We're looking at this Celtics thing, Adam, and yeah. I do think it does relate to the NFL. Like, we're selling basketball teams, and I get it. It's the Celtics and all, but goodness gracious, Adam, what is the price for NFL teams going to be here very, very soon?
Well, this is a record for a sports franchise, $6.1 billion. The Commanders were purchased 2 years ago for $6.05 billion. This sets a new record, and with all due respect, I don't care if it's a historic franchise like the Celtics or the Lakers.
Right.
Most NBA teams are not going to be more valuable than NFL teams. So if we have an NBA team that has set a record for prices, the NFL isn't going to be far behind.
What do you think? All right, how about this one? What do you think is the next team to sell for whatever reason? You know what's funny about?
Oh, that's a great question.
You know what's funny about that question, real quick? We looked this up a little while ago because you would think the sale of an NFL team is very unusual. Actually, it's not. We looked it up over the course of the past 20 years or so, Adam. Like 10 NFL teams have been sold in like 20 years. Like, it's like an NFL team gets sold once every 2 or 3 years. It's not that unusual. It's crazy.
What would be the next team to sell? It's a great question.
I'll give you a couple suggestions.
I have in my own mind a couple of ideas. Like,
all right.
Again, these are guesses. These are not reports.
Of course.
We're spitballing here. Seahawks, Titans.
Chargers.
Bears.
Okay.
By the way.
Yes.
By the way, what would the Bears fetch if the Celtics got $6.1 billion? If the McCaskey family that just lost the matriarch of the family.
Right.
Now, I have information on my phone that's kind of interesting. Hold on one second.
Okay.
This is interesting because when she passed on, there was this information that was shared with me.
Okay.
I have to find it on my phone because I entered it into my phone. Here we go. Unlikely they will have to sell equity to raise cash. Froze the value of her ownership. Biggest issue, 44 different McCaskies who own the team.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
What? The team doesn't generate that much cash flow, and the cousins don't have connections to the family. So it's a strange dynamic. The risk is that the cousins come out of the woodwork, the ones who own 1%, and they want their $60 million, and they can't pay them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
We thought we had an issue with 7 Bolin children and then a mystery child that popped up a little bit later on. 44. Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
And I'm sort of assuming too, Adam, with the sale of new teams, that stadiums will sort of come with it too. Like I don't know, Adam. I don't think we're that far away from a $20 billion team plus stadium sort of sale at some point. And especially because the NFL has allowed groups to own, not just individuals.
Look, we're going in areas. You wonder where it's going to tap out.
Right.
Like when is it going to be like that's enough, right? But by the way,
yeah,
who I threw out some teams. I threw out Seahawks, Titans, Bears. Again, we're spitball. Who do you think is good?
Well, I just think the Chargers are in just a bad situation, and I think the Spanos family at some point will be like, we're paying rent to the Cronkies to be there in SoFi, and it just seems that somebody wealthy will come along at some point and want to snatch them up. And the Spanos family will finally give up on the whole thing. But hey, listen, man, that's just speculation on my part. The Bears actually make a ton of sense, except that it seems awful sticky with the family.
Yeah.
Just listen, if you just cannot keep pace, like, hey, man, it's Adam, it's a matter of not if, but when the Denver Broncos build a new stadium. And what do you think the Walton Penner Group is going to do with that stadium, by the way, as the wealthiest family that owns an NFL team in the NFL? Well, what do you think is going to happen there? You think they're going to go cheap? No, it's going to be unbelievable when it eventually does happen, and it will eventually happen.
I agree, because they do everything, and I mean this, everything first class.
That's
and
right.
They're going to be, they're like, I saw the facility that they're building, the training facility.
Unbelievable.
And couldn't believe it.
Right.
I mean, just like, okay, they're going to redo everything. They're going to have state-of-the-art everything. They're going to have a state-of-the-art training facility. They're going to have a state-of-the-art stadium. That's just the way they're going to have this organization run.
Adam, when Sean came here, he told us like how important it was to have the Walton Penner ownership group. And then he's talked glowingly about them ever since he's been in Denver. Yep. For the NFL, like how important is it for these NFL owners who buy these franchises to have a guy like Sean Payton who can teach them how the NFL works? Because obviously Walton Penners have had a lot of success in business, but don't necessarily know how the NFL works. And a guy like Sean Payton can kind of teach them that.
Well, I think they learn from each other. I think that Sean sees things like when I was in Denver a couple of weeks ago with Vic, and we're at the town hall meeting that they had. Like, I'd never seen anything like that. They're going through and espousing the principles of what's important to their organization in a business sense. I had never seen that. I was with my son who's in the corporate world, and he's like, yeah, they do this all the time in business. I'm like, I've never seen it in the football world. And I guarantee you, Sean Payton and George Payton, they hadn't seen that in Minnesota or New Orleans before. So they're exposed to different ideas and different ways of thinking. And I think that the owners are exposed to their football knowledge, and they learn from them. And so that's what a good organization does, is everyone learns from each other. And when they hire a head coach because they know they're hiring somebody to run an organization, to make sure that the correct football decisions are made. That's the idea of what they're doing, and that's what they did with Sean Payton.
All right, Adam, let's check in with Aaron Rodgers and the Vikings coming out and saying, no, we're going to go with J.J. McCarthy. Forget that. And then
right now.
Well, what do you mean? What else is there?
Well, like until Aaron Rodgers has the team. I mean,
I'll back up. Is there a possibility Aaron Rodgers could go to the Vikings?
Not right now, but in time, it's not out of the question. It's not likely. I've said this over and over. Not likely. It's not what they're planning, but it's not out of the question. Like, that's all. It's a down the line thing. If he hasn't chosen a team and he's still out there and they're not there's a lot of ifs.
Okay, all right. How much time? Hey, how much time do we got here? Like, is time infinite when it comes to Aaron Rodgers and choosing a team?
Well, you know what? Now these teams know what it's like to be Aaron Rodgers, because the Giants and Pittsburgh are in the dark, just like he's been.
Oh, that's a good line, brother. That is a good line.
Thank you.
You gotta use that one. The Giants and Steelers are in the dark, just like he is. Oh, you gotta use that one. That's good. And it looks like Russell Wilson is just kind of. He doesn't want to be in Pittsburgh. Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, man, it is an insult. Like with the Steelers, like I'm not the world's biggest Russell Wilson fan, but give me a break. Like if you really want me to be here, let's put this together. If I'd rather move on at this point if I'm Russell Wilson.
Well, listen, the Steelers made a run for Matthew Stafford, didn't get him. Made a run for Justin Fields, didn't get him. Making a run for Aaron Rodgers, haven't got him. So Russell right now, they've signed Mason Rudolph already. So Russell, I think Russell is somebody that they're okay with, but it doesn't seem like they've embraced him.
Where are you with draft stuff? I kind of forget like when you start tapping into like draft things. Is it now? Is it?
But if you're going to ask me about like the second round corners, I'm not there.
No.
Like I'm just
big first round quarterbacks, big time stuff.
Yeah, DMac. Yeah, there you go. Right. Like I'm just going to be honest. I'll pick up stuff as we get closer to the draft, but we're just getting out of free agency. I have some basic quarterback knowledge, big picture stuff. What do you want to know?
All right, let me be more specific. Where are the Saints? The Saints in terms of how they feel about their quarterbacks. It's pretty obvious. The Titans, Browns, Giants, Raiders. I mean, I kind of get all of that. But I think one interesting outlier is the Saints. And I bring that up because there's a handful of mocks, including your guy, Mel Kiper, who have targeted Jackson Dart as a top 10 pick. So, okay, talk to me about where the Saints are as an organization, how they feel about Carr and their quarterback situation.
Well, they had a big issue with him this offseason where it looked like he was looking around at other teams and trying to see if he could get out. It didn't happen. I think I don't know how much guaranteed money he's got after this year, but I don't think it's all that much. And so I think there are teams like that are quietly like looking at quarterbacks and mulling their options. I'm not telling you that they will do something early, but if the right guy falls to them at the right spot where they think there's a value, that's where you get one of those surprise picks. And do I think the Saints could be in the quarterback market? Yeah, they could be. Mel feels pretty strongly about Jackson Dart going to New Orleans at 9. I don't know why, but he does. I don't have the information that he does right now.
Okay.
But he feels like Jackson Dart is absolutely in play at number 9. And that sounds a little high to me, but you know what? There are people last year that would have said 12 is high for Bo Nix, and it wasn't.
Oh, to me, it makes perfect sense, Adam, because I've espoused for years, either you got one or you don't. And if you don't got one, you got to go for it. And you can't choose when you suck. You got to get a little lucky, Adam, seriously. So what are you waiting for? And in my opinion, taking a quarterback in the second or third round is a waste of time. Why? You don't feel that good about him. What chance is he ever going to have? So I get it from Mel. I give Mel a little high five for that one. Makes perfect sense to me. If you don't think you got one, you got to go get one.
Well, the Eagles took Jalen Hurts in round 2. Was that a waste of time, DMac?
It was riskier, and it showed a lack of commitment to him, and he's had some interesting ups and downs, hasn't he? Not now, of course, and he got paid and the whole thing. But don't tell me people didn't have doubts about Jalen Hurts as things were going on, and don't tell me he didn't have to prove himself right away. He didn't really get time to develop because he was a second-round guy. And I can look at Jalen Hurts, and we can go down the trail of tears with second-round quarterbacks like Drew Lock if you want. I mean, we can have that conversation too.
Geno Smith was a 2 too. Drew Brees was a 2. I mean, there are not a lot of hits in round 2, but there are hits in round 2.
There are. But your
by the way, Lamar Jackson was picked 32, so that effectively is like a 2.
It wasn't. It's totally different. And it was 31, not 32. And they moved up to get him. And you get a 5th-year option for him. And he's much more of a committed player to you. It's a huge difference. And I'm sorry that I take this personal, but you weren't sitting there in a crowded bar having people scream at you in drunken tantrums when I'm saying, go get Lamar Jackson, as I was well documented that particular night. And there is a big difference between having that 5th-year option. I know people like sneeze at this idea, but having more time to make your mind up, Adam, to me is a good thing, not a bad thing. And the Ravens were hella smart with what they did. And by the way, for your information, there's only 3 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL that teams have drafted in the 30s. Can you name them? How about that for a little trivia? Can you name the 3 quarterbacks drafted in the 30s?
Lamar Jackson.
1. I can give you hints if you, Vic, do you know?
I have no idea.
Good.
I'll give you a hint. He was a great high school football coach.
Great high school football coach.
Teddy Bridgewater.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, that's good.
And Patrick Ramsey. I don't even know what I would give you a hint with Patrick Ramsey. But that's it. Only 3 guys ever. I'm sorry to get personal. You hit a hot topic on me
that's
there.
Okay.
You know?
So you were espousing that Denver draft Lamar Jackson the year he was out?
No doubt about it. Well, I was screaming for them to draft Josh Allen.
And
I mean, I was going.
That was the year that I believe they took Bradley Chubb, correct?
Correct. Which John Elway has said was his worst decision as a general manager.
Well, there's a lot of remember our conversations with the organization at that point in time. And at no point did they ever say to me, Josh Allen was on there. Like that wasn't a guy that they were looking at hard.
Adam, I get it. And when I was up there in Laramie at Josh Allen's pro day, and the only guy there was Gary Kubiak and a scout, not John Elway, I understood what hell was about to rain down. And by the way, let me tell you this, brother.
But hold on. What was in DMac's Cheerios this morning? Jeez,
well, you hit my topic. Let me tell you, brother. Let me tell you. I couldn't believe working with Jordan Palmer. I couldn't believe how much better Josh Allen got in 1 month's time between the combine and his pro day. I mean, seriously, Adam, it was unreal. And I get it. It's a pro day. And I know Jaylen Milro just had a great pro day, and pro days are pro days. But seriously, Adam, watching Josh Allen in his pro day throw a football was like nothing I've ever seen in my life. And I've covered a lot of NFL and training camps and the whole thing. And Adam, you'd have to be a blind man. Stevie Wonder would recognize how great he was at throwing a football. And the fact that the Broncos didn't have a quarterback at the time, I mean, Adam, it was, I can't get over it.
Amazing about that? You know what's amazing about that? What's amazing about that is that John loved quarterbacks that were bigger and like himself and could run and could do things like that. And here was the ultimate guy that could do all those things that fit the prototype of what he looked at, and they didn't really look that hard at him.
It's like John was looking in a mirror and said, I don't like that. It's all right. Anyways, we got to let you go. I know I got to let you go. I'm sorry.
I'm glad I can let you vent today, DMac.
I appreciate
Congratulations.
it. Thank you, Adam. I love you. We'll talk to you later.
Love you, buddy.
It's Adam Schefter, brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. I'm sorry, Mick. You weren't here for this.
No, but I've heard the iconic rants.
It's my biggest trigger, no doubt about it.
Is the passing of Josh Allen the thing that keeps you up at night the most that's ever happened in Denver? For example, like for me, Game 7 last year against Minnesota, I've only been here going on 3 years now.
Yeah.
That is what like keeps me up at night. Is the passing of Josh Allen that for you?
Yeah. Yeah. And there's a lot of what I call AIS, assumed incompetence syndrome, that just because it didn't work somewhere, it wouldn't work here. People love that with Fields all the time. They say, he was a bust and blah, 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 and, And listen, man, what I would have loved about Josh Allen had he been drafted, first of all, Vic Fangio would not have been the coach. Because if they were really going to go in that direction, they would want a coach that would make sense to develop who they're drafting at 5. Mm-hmm. They would not have let stupid Vic Fangio, who somehow has like mesmerized members of the media here, which I do not get. Like, I was around that dude as much as anybody while he was here, and I just listened to my fellow members of the media like, oh, Vic is so great and this, that, the other thing. I'm like, who the hell are you talking about?
This is the guy that liked Hallmark Christmas movies, right?
Yeah.
I've heard some.
This is the guy who is wearing a Gabe Landeskog in one of the more pandering moments of all time, wearing a Landeskog sweater, come up at a press conference, and I knew it was so phony baloney that he was trying to be for the Avs. I said, who's your favorite player? He goes, I don't follow hockey. How about just saying this guy? You're wearing his sweater. I couldn't stand Vic Fangio, and the biggest reason I couldn't stand him is because I don't think he was ever ready to be a head coach ever. And it just, I don't think he wanted to be a head coach. I think he just liked money. I don't think he had any kind of philosophy whatsoever about how to develop an organization. I think Elway's biggest misstep of all time is picking a guy to be the head coach who clearly didn't want to or was qualified to be a head coach. And then Elway sort of stepped down and he didn't step down. This is how messed up things here, Mick, were before Walton Penner Group and Greg Penner in particular. Like, John Elway is not the GM anymore, but he's not out of the job either. They hired George Payton. He's stuck with old crinkly Vic Fangio, who orders a hamburger in a steakhouse when George Payton is hired. Listen, bro, if you're going out for a celebration dinner at a steakhouse, you don't order a freaking hamburger. And if you're being introduced as a head coach, go to Men's Warehouse and get yourself a suit. Don't have to go into the trainer's room and get khaki pants hemmed up. That happened at Vic Fangio's press conference. He didn't have a suit. He's been a coordinator for like 100 years, making like $1 million a year, and you don't own a suit? Like, you don't think to your oh my god.
Who sets you off more, Vic Fangio or Russell Wilson?
Oh, Vic Fangio by a mile.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Russell Wilson is just that's just another tragic mistake of George Payton and just not understand. You realize why that happened. That happened because we valued a cornerback more than a quarterback.
And talking about Surtain.
That's right. When Fields and Mac Jones were out there. And just like the Saints perhaps this year with Jackson Dart, you can't choose when you suck, brother. You can't choose. If you either got one or you don't. And the Broncos were just so ridiculous because they stupidly went after Paxton Lynch. And let me tell you, man, there's a big difference between quarterbacks that are left in the 20s than guys up high. And I know what you'd say. Oh, well, what about Lamar Jackson and all that? And I'd say, yeah, that's a roll of the dice. But if you're going to get a quarterback in the second round, you may as well move up and get the fifth-year option and commit to him. And that's what the Ravens did. And that's what the Broncos didn't do. Vic Fangio didn't realize Drew Lock's birthday was on the same day as Teddy Bridgewater's. Oh, my God. Right. This is the world of hell we were in as a Broncos fan base. And to this day, people will say, oh, well, Surtain was a much better pick than Justin Fields. Stop, you morons. It's a cornerback was a better pick than a quarterback when you needed a quarterback? Wrongo.
So when you evaluate draft picks, are you evaluating based on the impact that they can have? Because obviously PS2, great player, but doesn't necessarily have an impact on the game, even remotely close to what a quarterback is. So when you're looking at evaluations of draft picks, are you looking at impact on the field?
Absolutely, and it's a luxury pick. You can pick a corner at 9 if you've already got a pass rusher, left tackle, and quarterback. Hey, man, that's awesome. I would ask what the hell went wrong with your season if you got a quarterback, a left tackle, and a pass rusher that are all good. But okay, maybe you move up. Maybe you're at 17 and you love the corner and you move up to 9, something like that. That's fine. I got no problems with that. But when you don't have a quarterback, a left tackle, and a pass rusher, and you're drafting corners, you're an idiot organization. And the result was, because you didn't take Fields, and even if Fields busts out, you're not giving up draft picks. You gave up 2 1s and 2 2s for Russell Wilson. The pressure on Russell Wilson working out was massive, and you had to freaking eat it. And look how many coaches got fired because of that decision to take a corner over a quarterback. The team got sold. You went through 2 different head coaches before you got to Sean Payton, and you had to give up a first-round draft pick for Sean Payton, who was traded for with Bradley Chubb.
The guy that you decided to draft instead of get Josh
So when
Allen.
I hear all this crap about, oh, Surtain was so much better than Fields, it is a myopic, narrow-minded, stupid analysis of what was really going on because people want to put names instead of positions and the relative value of how the positions impact a team. And people that do that, to me, are idiots. It's 2 o'clock. Other than that, I thought it was a great decision. Mick Miller's sitting in with us. What loss was more worrisome? The Avs lost to the Leafs or the Nuggets lost to the Lakers, or neither? Not a big deal either way.
Gun to my head, making me choose probably the Maple Leafs. You don't have Jokic, you don't have Murray, you lose to the Lakers. Luka Doncic scores 21 points in the first quarter. This team is known to be getting, if you get punched in the first quarter, they don't tend to punch back. The Maple Leafs was weird, and I get that the refs screwed the Colorado Avalanche on that power play that resulted in a shorthanded goal for Toronto, which ended up being the game winner. But it just feels like that the Avalanche have figured out goaltending and that Mackenzie Blackwood and Scott Wedgwood are playing their best hockey, and yet we cannot produce more than 1 goal. And the goal came on a power play from Val Nichushkin. So I would have to say, if you said gun to my head, it would be the loss against Tampa, just because I'm starting to see a trend here that in games in which Wedgie or McKenzie play great, we only produce 1 or 2 goals, and we're losing these really close games, which I think will be a result of a Dallas series, because Dallas just for some reason knows how to frustrate the Avs and make it low-scoring games, and I think the Avs just need to learn how to win those in those tight matchups where you outplay your opponent, but because it's hockey, one mistake can lead to you losing a game.
Dan, I want to ask you that too, because Dan does In the Paint. Dan loves hockey. What loss bothered you the most there, Dan?
Well, I mean, the ref thing obviously was just absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, the Avs. Look, when the Nuggets and Lakers game started, I was sitting at home going, they have no shot. They have absolutely no chance to win this game.
Right.
Which turned out to be true. Now,
right.
46 points in the first quarter. I mean, that's pretty absurd. But, DMac, you said something earlier, and I've been talking about this on the postgame show for pretty much the whole season. Jokic and Murray shouldn't be playing the rest of this road trip. I hope Malone has learned a lesson from last year where the Nuggets were clearly running to the ground at the end of the Minnesota series, right? Rest these guys. I don't care if they're the 5 or the 6 seed. Get them as healthy and rested as possible for the playoffs, and let's go.
Mick, would you rest Jokic and Murray against Portland and Houston? Now, keep something in mind. It's a road trip, but the end of the road trip is also a back-to-back. The Nuggets host Chicago on Monday, so they play in Houston on Sunday, but then it's a back-to-back and play, like I said, Chicago on Monday. So what would you do with Jokic and Murray?
I wouldn't play him at all, especially like the fact that Jamal Murray, it seems like it's a recurring thing. Like I was at the game, I saw you at the game against Washington where I was shocked that he went back into the game because he was in excruciating pain.
Right.
And when he came back into the game, like it wasn't even worth him being a dummy out there. Like everybody knew that he wasn't going to get the ball. So I would not play Jamal because he is the X factor. Jokic is the best player on the planet, but if Jamal's not averaging 25 points in the playoffs, you can just back your bags to Cancun. And with Jokic, he's you listed off like 5 things that are hurting him.
Yeah.
And I've never done the cupping thing, but I've heard that like you have to be in serious like pain to try to alleviate, to do those kind of like procedure or whatever you want to call it, but the cupping. I wouldn't play him, especially the game against Houston. Like if you can't beat the Portland Trailblazers without those 2 guys, all right, that's a little bit concerning. But if you lose to Portland at the end of the day, I get the Houston because of the standings, but like last year, like you can't go limping into the postseason, especially if you're going to play a Golden State, if you're going to play a Memphis, if you're going to play a Houston.
Well, let me follow up with you guys then, both you guys then. So you'd be okay as long as the Nuggets aren't in that play-in thing, which would be 7th place. At the end of the day, if you're okay resting these guys for the final dozen or so games, you'd be all right if the Nuggets did fall as low as 5th or 6th.
Yeah, because if you're at 5, then essentially you would play Memphis. If you're at 6, then you'd have to play the Lakers, and I would be fine with both of those teams, you going to Memphis or LA and getting a win on the road, and then flipping home court.
Diana, do you feel the same way?
Well, everybody's talking about, they need home court. Well, they had home court last year.
How did that go?
Exactly.
Right. I think home court is wildly overrated. Why? If you're good enough to win a championship, you're going to win on the road. Look at the record of the Avs and Nuggets when they won their championships. They were 16-4, both of them. You won plenty of road games. The Avs won the Cup on the road in Game 6 against Tampa. If it's really meant to be, if you're that good, winning on the road's not that big of a deal. Look what the Nuggets did to Phoenix in Game 6, where they won by like 100. In Game 6.
And look what the Nuggets did in the NBA Finals against Miami. Miami wins Game 2. They get home court, and Denver goes to South Beach and sweeps in Miami.
Because we're just better than you, and it doesn't matter where it happens. So what is the point? And I'll give you another Avalanche example. The year after they won, they were killing themselves to win their division. Killing themselves. Remember they had to go to Nashville for that crazy game on like a back-to-back, and they played Georgiev in 2 games in a row because they had that water main break in Nashville, and they had to go make up the last game. Well, that team was wasted, and what was the result? You lost Game 1 at home to the Kraken, and then, of course, you had the Val situation, but that was before Game 3. So you had already sort of blown your home ice advantage. Then the Val stuff happens, and, kind of the rest is this to a mediocre Kraken team, not a great Kraken team. You just killed yourself to get to the finish line. Nah, forget it. Forget it.
I also believe if you have a generational best basketball player on the planet, you can take road arenas out. Like the Nuggets
totally
were down
agree.
0-2 against Minnesota, and Nikola Jokic went to Minnesota and said, yeah, we're going to get both of these, and then we're going to get game 5.
Yeah, Minnesota's down by 20, and they come back and win in a game 7 in Denver?
Yeah.
Nah, man. I mean, if you're good enough, you're not afraid of playing on the road. And I can even go further back to like the Broncos, way back, when Peyton Manning in his 3rd year killed himself to finish the season. And by the time they were hosting the Colts in the playoffs, Mick, Manning just was a shell of himself because of how hurt he was. Listen, they didn't do it intentionally, but for Super Bowl 15, and Manning didn't have a great statistical year. But don't tell me it wasn't great to have Peyton Manning to win you a Super Bowl and had tons of rest basically going into the playoffs. And again, he didn't light the world up, but at least he was able to play. And that leadership and ability to at least not be hurt was pretty significant in the Broncos winning a Super Bowl. It doesn't matter where the Nuggets finish here, fellas. And you know what? Frankly, I'm not really that worried about the Avalanche either. I really am not. It seems a little bit different because it seems like they're on this, the NHL seeding and how they do the playoffs.
It's the dumbest thing of all time.
Don't you think?
I was explaining it to somebody who didn't know that it was 1, 8, 2, 7, whatever. I was explaining it to them, and they were like,
what?
This makes zero sense.
Right.
They're like, Dallas versus Avalanche would be a great Western Conference final. Exactly. But that's not the way that the NHL does things. Because the NHL does things that are just so stupendously stupid that you're just like, is this just you being like a hipster and just like wanting to be weird and like have your own little thing that like you could be like, oh, we're different than everybody. This is how we do it.
Right. Tell me how your IPA tastes. No, I'm with you. And Bettman was actually asked about this the other day and defended it. He said he likes the format. Anyways, the point is, you can't change this. It is so inevitable, or it seems unbelievably inevitable. You're just going to play Dallas in the first round. So whether that's home ice or you're on the road, who cares? If you're better than Dallas, you'll beat them here and you'll beat them in Dallas. You can't be afraid of it.
And what's the saying? A series doesn't get started until the road team wins.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy any of that crap either. I know what you're saying. It's a fun little cliche, but like, just win. And I'll tell you this in hockey too. And I've been at plenty of playoff games on the road. Once the game starts, a hockey arena, it's just different. It's hard to hear the same thing. I mean, maybe there's quirky things about the actual ice. Like literally the ice in Tampa is just different. Because Amelia Arena or whatever, you were there, it's right next to the salt water.
Yeah.
It's right next to the ocean, basically, or the inlet or whatever the hell it is.
And you can't do defense chants in a hockey game. So it's just mass chaos throughout.
Yeah, it's just not that big of a deal. Maybe it could be different in basketball because of the environment, I suppose. But listen, if you're good enough to win, none of that crap matters.
Yeah.
So don't kill your teams. So it's a great example. I'm fine, man. Don't play Joker against Portland. Don't play him against Houston. Whatever. You've got a back-to-back. Okay, you got to win some of these games. If you're going to save them for anything, save them for Chicago on the back end of the back-to-back, and let's try to beat the Bulls and get, I don't know, the 5 or 6 wins you need the rest of the year just to be somewhere in the mix. And I'm not worried about 2, 3, 4, 5. Who cares? The only thing I don't want to be in is that play-in thing.
Which is another thing is the dumbest thing in sports.
Well,
I hate the play.
It does keep teams involved.
It does, but again, it's like the participation trophy of sports.
You know what the most important part of that for the top 6 teams? It gives them like 8 days off.
Yeah.
It gives you a nice, solid rest. And when the Nuggets won their championship, they did sputter. In their final 23 games, they went 12-11. But what they had, well, first of all, they had first place wrapped up.
Yeah.
And the other thing they had was they had a couple of days off. And if you remember it, they had a great couple of practices before they started the first round of the playoffs. And, we're kind of off and running from there. So as far as I'm concerned, that game last night with the Nuggets meant nothing. And the Avs, I don't know, man. You're going to score more goals. To me, that's a fluke that you put 30-something shots on. You really outplay the Leafs. That's kind of like weird puck luck. You got referees diving in front of pucks to help the Leafs. How that is not just blown dead and there's just a face-off in the neutral zone? Like, how common sense would that be?
Like in the one replay, it really looks like he is diving to take the puck in the chest. Like he's trying to take a bullet for Toronto. He's like, for Toronto! He just takes it to the chest.
We'll come back with Let's Football Go coming up next. That was a great call from Connor. Connor was on with us earlier. You can always catch up on the show on YouTube, on the app, whatever you need. Mick Miller from Fox 31 is nice enough to join me today, as well as my guy, Dan Tanner. Let's Football Go is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Buds Quince Tanner, hammer it, brother.
All right, we've got something to get into here, guys.
Oh, mock draft.
We've got a new 3-round mock draft from CBS Sports. Now, this one's pretty interesting, okay? We'll start at the top here. So, in this mock, they do have Cam Ward being taken first overall by the Tennessee Titans. Travis Hunter goes fourth to the Patriots. Seen that a lot. Ashton Genty at number 6 to the Las Vegas Raiders. And then Shedeur Sanders goes to the Jets at number 7. Now to the Broncos pick at number 20. This is one of the first drafts I've seen them having the Broncos make a trade to trade back and acquire more picks. So in this
Where
mock,
do they have them trading back?
Well, so they trade with the Jaguars in this mock. So the Jags move up to number 20 and take the defensive lineman out of Oregon, Derek Harmon.
Okay.
They have the Broncos trading back to the second round at number 36. But, DMac,
hate that.
They have the Broncos selecting the running back out of North Carolina, Omarion Hampton. So we've seen Omarion Hampton mocked to the Broncos a lot at 20. If they can trade back into the second round and still get him and acquire more picks, is that something that you guys would be acceptable to you guys?
I would hate it and like it at the same time. It would just, I've done draft night when they moved out, and it's just such a deflating feeling to put so much into it, and then your team isn't even picking in the first round, especially when you think they're gonna. However, that being said, for my own personal scarring, I could understand it. The Broncos only have 7 picks, Mick. 1, 2, 3, 4, no 5ths, 3, 6, no 7ths. As if you got Omarion Hampton anyway, who's been mocked really high, you know, like he does fall in the first round in quite a few mocks, then you could pull that off. You get an A from me in terms of a draft grade.
My hot take on the NFL draft is that they need at 20 to take TreVeyon Henderson out of Ohio State. I think TreVeyon Henderson is a faster version of Alvin Kamara, and we keep talking about the Joker.
Wow, that is a real super hot take, bro.
I want them to take TreVeyon Henderson at 20. I think he's that good. I think he's that
some
explosive.
Independent thinking right there, my man.
Yeah, I think TreVeyon Henderson is awesome. I think he's better than Ashton Genty, if I'm being 100% honest. And I think him, along with Evan Ingram, and I don't know what you could do at wide receiver. Maybe there's some guys in the second round that you could select, but I think TreVeyon Henderson would fit in perfectly and would make Bo Nix's life so much easier.
Wow, you brought up somebody who has not been a first-round mock at all anywhere. That's what you're doing there.
That's how much I like TreVeyon Henderson.
What about, you're skipping over Caleb. What's his name from Iowa? Caleb Williams? You get me with names.
Is it running back out of Iowa?
Yeah. Caleb with a K. Caleb Johnson, my bad. Caleb, so you're skipping over Omarion Hampton. You're skipping over Caleb Johnson.
Yeah.
You're skipping over Devin Neal, and you're going to Henderson.
Because I think he's a jack of all trades. Like, I think you can have him in pass protection. I think he's really good at pass protection. If you watch the Texas versus Ohio State game right before halftime, Henderson takes a screen 75 yards to the house.
Right.
You think Sean Payton can devise some more elaborate pass plays for TreVeyon Henderson than just a simple...
Hey, brother, I appreciate the hot take. Ain't never going to happen, but I like it. I like it. A for effort on that one, no doubt. Next up, Dan.
Did you guys like the quarterback series debuted back in 2023 on Netflix, and then Receiver last year? Were you guys interested? Did you watch that perchance?
Yeah, I did like it. They got a little bit unlucky because they spent all that time with who's the Oregon quarterback?
Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, Mariota.
Who just left.
Well, he just disappeared. Yeah, so they're doing this whole year-long documentary, and it's like, Marcus left. And nobody really knew where he went.
But then they got Mahomes winning the title, so that kind of like
They
made up
did.
for it.
So they got and they were following 4 guys at the time. Did I like it? Yeah, I loved it. I love all that sort of stuff.
Well, in season 2, apparently the Peyton and crew, the Omaha production crew, couldn't find enough quarterbacks willing to do it,
So they
went with receiver,
which was good.
It was good. Well, they found some quarterbacks because quarterback season 2 will be debuting this year. The quarterbacks featured are Cincinnati's Joe Burrow, Atlanta's Kirk Cousins, second time on there, and Detroit's Jared Goff. So thoughts on those 3 guys being featured, and are there other quarterbacks you guys would rather get an inside look into?
So they already filmed them in this past season? Is that right? Is that what I'm to take out of it?
I don't know how it works exactly, but those are the 3 guys that will be featured in the next quarterback series.
I think it comes out in July, so they must have followed them this past season.
Okay, so logically, right? It was following this past season. Well, let's look at their 3 seasons. Goff loses in a disappointing way, but has an amazing season. Cousins eventually gets benched, so that adds some drama. I'm into that. Who's the other one?
Burrow.
Joe Burrow.
Burrow's,
who had a great statistical season, but his
disappointing
defense
year.
was...
Well, and his house got broken into. So I wonder if that's going to be featured on there. That could be kind of interesting.
And he's got the super hot assistant, but he's also got the girlfriend.
Assistant.
Right. Hey, the real documentary with Joe Burrow.
That's all I care about seeing, honestly.
Really. Let's go. Let's really go behind the scenes. And that could be the best thing ever. You might just want the closed circuit TV of Joe Burrow's house might be the most interesting thing. Next story, Dan.
Lastly, guys, DMac, we went over a couple of the proposed rule changes for the upcoming NFL season. We did the Lions put in for the reseeding of the NFL playoffs. We did the tush-push ban that the Packers have suggested. A couple of other ones. The Lions also proposed to eliminate an automatic first down as a penalty imposed for defensive holding and illegal contact. So, I mean, it's great when it happens to your team. It sucks when it happens to the other team. But what do you guys think about eliminating an automatic first down as the penalty imposed for defensive holding and illegal contact?
Yeah, I heard Brett Kane said that he's all for that because why is 3rd and 15 all of a sudden 1st and 10, not 3rd and 10 if it's a 5-yard penalty? And I respect what Brett was saying. I get it. However, if you make a 5-yard penalty not a first down, what's to stop teams, Mick, from just clutching and grabbing and holding all the time if it's, 3rd and 6 or longer, maybe, 3rd and 8 or whatever. Like, I mean, it's not the worst penalty in the world, but there's got to be some, motivation to stop defenses from clutching and grabbing. Listen, I understand that everybody thinks that there's too many rules that favor the offense, but the reason is that's what people want to see.
Yeah.
And I get it. It's difficult to play defense, but who in the world wants to watch, teams have a harder time scoring? I don't.
Yeah, if scoring goes down, I mean, ratings will never go down in the NFL, but just like intrigue. And we're living in this fantasy football world, like where the wide receivers get points. I've never seen Patrick Surtain get a point for fantasy football. So, yeah, I just don't think that would be something that the NFL would lean into just because I think it would take away some of the explosive plays and things that make football so exciting.
It'd be just like New Jersey Devils hockey. It'd be clutching, grabbing, Minnesota Wild hockey, just boring. There's 2 hockey references about boring hockey. All right, Dan, what else you got?
The last rule proposal change is from the Eagles. They say to align the postseason and regular season overtime rules by granting both teams an opportunity to possess the ball, regardless of the outcome of the first possession. It's subject to a 15-minute overtime period in the regular season.
Anybody who doesn't favor this rule, in my estimation, is a moron. It's the only sport in the world, Mick, that, and I don't know how you feel about it. I don't mean to be calling you a moron if you do, but I've always said this about sports. Sports should be invented or played as if it was invented yesterday. So if you invented football yesterday, would you really come up with a rule where both teams don't get a chance offensively to possess the ball? And compare that to every other sport in the world. And tell me any other sport in the world where the offenses don't have a fair chance to possess the ball.
Even in the stupidest sport of all time that ends in ties all the time, soccer, goes to a PK and both teams have chances at a PK.
Now, even in soccer, there's a kickoff, and unless you are kicking the ball from the kickoff directly into the net, there is going to be a change of possession.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are examples of teams kicking the ball off and scoring right away where the other team doesn't touch it. And perhaps it's a golden goal. But in some soccer, a lot of soccer, there's actually a 30-minute overtime where it's not over right away. I hate penalty kicks too, but whatever. But you're right. At least there's an offensive shot, even in penalty kicks, that every team has. No, in hockey, there's a face-off. And you say, well, what if they win the face-off and they gain possession of the puck and just score? Okay, show me how many hockey games have been decided like that, where there's not some sort of change of possession after the face-off.
And also, if you lost that face-off and gave up a goal immediately, you're an idiot, and you deserve to lose.
Correct. And I can make the argument both teams actually do have a chance at offense on the face-off itself, because you don't have that in football. It's a coin toss.
Yeah.
Okay? I think this is such a no-brainer in football to make it the same, and I think ties are stupid. I don't think there should be a clock. And after each team has a possession, if you want to college football it up and you get it from the 30 or 40 or whatever, then go ahead and do it. But turn the clock off in overtime and figure out a way to win.
Yeah, I've been clamoring for the NFL to just adopt the overtime rules for college. College gets messed up a lot of things. Their overtime rules are fantastic, and no one can complain if you lose in overtime.
The only difference in the pros, the biggest difference in the pros and college, is simply the kickers in the pros are so much better than the college kickers. So you can't start at the same place. You're going to have to back it up a little bit to keep it
which
fair.
is totally fine.
Like seeing a college kid hit a 40-yard field goal feels like a miracle half the time, but that's a 50-yard field goals in the NFL are just
automatic.
It's getting that way. It's getting closer and closer to that. So there you go. Dan, is that it? We got it? We good?
That's it.
All right. Let's check the NCAA scoreboard. We do have a good game at Ball Arena right now. BYU and VCU are tied at 22. That is an 11 against a 6 for VCU. All right, that's cool. I'm glad that's a good game going on. McNeese, a 12, is thumping a 5 at halftime. Holy cow. This is not a joke. Clemson scored 13 points in the first half. Wow. 31-13 at the half. A 5-seed Clemson, who's 27-6, managed 13 points in 20 minutes. Luka Doncic had 21 points in the first quarter. That is pathetic. Auburn leads Alabama State 58-40, so that game's not very interesting. We got some finals. Houston smokes SIU Edwardsville. If you had the under at 40, you're happy. 78-40 is the winner there. Wisconsin beat Montana, so the disrespect of Montana basketball rages forward. 85-66. Purdue beats High Point. Still don't know where that is. 75-63, and Creighton handled Louisville 89-75. Any other thoughts on NCAA basketball? So no buzzer beaters here today. We were ready, by the way, to go to Mick like a buzzer beater action if it happened at any point during the show, right, Dan? We were set to do it, but we have not had a game decided by less than 18. What are we doing here so far today? Well, that's a 38-point game. What a barn burner that is. There's a 38-pointer. There's a 19-pointer, right? There's a 12-pointer and another 14-pointer. I think one of the cliches in all of sports is like how exciting the first 2 days of March Madness are.
No, it's just there's 1,000 games on. And you have your iPad, your laptop, your phone, and your TV all on games at the same time, but none of them are actually entertaining.
I'm not going to say that there aren't going to be a couple of interesting games or upsets. Of course, that does happen because you have a million games on. But the vast majority of the NCAA games, correct me if I'm wrong on this, are just like it's playing out today.
Well, you know who says that? It's the degenerates that go to Las Vegas and are in the sports book all day, and they're just, inebriated the entire day, and so they think, oh, it's the greatest day of all time.
Yeah. Probably because you're drunk.
And you don't remember actually what happened in any of the games.
Like, were you on the edge of your seat with that Houston SIU Edwardsville game? Did the respect for Montana basketball really churn your butter? Were you really hoping that High Point would not lose by 12 to Purdue?
Yeah, wake me up when the Sweet 16 gets started. Then I might lock in.
Listen, I hope there's a couple of interesting games, and I would love it. I mean, it is tied between BYU and VCU. And I'll tell you this, yeah, you're right. If you can find exciting games, it is awesome to watch. But this is why it's so much better watching this thing on TV, because you have the ability to sort of go here and there. But so far, it's been, it sucks.
And it's bad basketball, too.
Because college basketball is so much worse than it's ever been. Mm-hmm. Let's be honest.
No, it's really, really, really bad. It's a bunch of kids thinking they're Steph Curry, and then in the final 5 minutes, if it's a remotely one-possession game, it's going to take you 18 hours to finish. It's just a bad product to watch. And so the tournament is even worse because you have good teams playing bad teams, and then there's blowouts everywhere.
All right, well, there you go. We'll preview what we've got for the Avalanche tonight. Plus, maybe it wasn't that big of a deal with what happened to the Nuggets. Details about that coming up next. Erectile dysfunction stinks. Who wants to deal with that? Come on, man. It's a downer. Well, we got the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I mean, ED could cause such terrible issues in your relationship and what you got going on. You don't need that. What you need is to enjoy your life, feel close with your partner. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get that done for you. They work where the pills or herbals fail. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Serving the Front Range of Colorado, like I said, for nearly a decade, they've treated tens of thousands of men. So if you're in this situation, get it together with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Schedule a consult today. It's $99. It includes the medical consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. They are there for you. Call them today at 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Mick Miller's here from Fox 31. I really appreciate you being here, Mick.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This is great.
I give out my phone number on the air, 719-229-8152. That's my real number. And normally this whole story was 719. So I got fired in Colorado Springs, and I get chills every time I go south on I-25 past Rock Rim, and it's like PTSD, 5 years of that. Keep the 719 as a little bit of a reminder. Hey, buddy, wake up and do your job today. Things could be worse. Look at that 719 number. And usually when people text me, listeners text me, because I get a lot of people that I don't know who you are, but I just give my number out, so they just got my number. And usually they're really nice and whatever. This guy's yelling at me today.
About what?
On my phone. Like he's taking my personal number and just yelling at me on my own phone. That's next level weirdness right there. Like, if you got the number, understand it's my personal number.
Yeah.
I'm giving it to you because I've gotten a lot of positives. I'm not putting it out there for you to yell at me. There's a lot of other ways to yell at me. We got the text line, we got YouTube, we got Twitch.
DMac, honestly, what did you expect?
I swear to God, I could count on one hand over the years how many people have reached out to me personally to yell at me on my own phone. This is like one guy just grabbing you in the hallway. I'm going to yell at you now. Your thoughts on sports rules is so short-sighted and ignorant, it's stunning. Change rules to suit the moment or current fad is awful. If you don't like the sport, stop watching. Don't ruin it. And I go, what are you talking about? Treat sports rules like sport was invented yesterday. Wow, is this guy stupid? First of all, you realize the start of that conversation is about the NFL and proposed rule changes from teams in the NFL, dummy. And every single sport changes their rules every single year. Moron.
Stupid.
We all know that, right? Or do we not know that? Do we not understand that literally? Now, sometimes the rule changes are very nuanced and small and not over the top. But literally every single sport changes their rules every single year.
We can all agree on that, right?
I don't know if we can agree on that.
Clearly not, because
I got guys yelling at me on my own phone that don't understand how it goes.
Well, that's what the owners and GMs meetings are for.
Correct.
I'm impressed that you give your phone number out. I don't even give my email out, and I get emails sometimes.
I wouldn't do that. Giving emails out, and even give the phone number out, I know is not the smartest thing in the world. But what's funny is, and I'll give people a chance here to do it, it's pretty funny if they can do it. When I give my phone number out, they call me. Now, I never answer the phone if I don't know the number. I never answer. I'll do it right now, though, because it'll be funny to hear somebody literally call me.
To this stupid idiot that's blowing up DMac's phone. Why don't you just call in?
I dare him to call. He's got my number. Call. He's listening, obviously. That's another thing, too. If I'm so stupid, why are you listening to me? I told you I'm an idiot, right? What exactly does that say about you if I'm a moron?
And you're listening to the moron and engaging with the moron.
How stupid are you?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, here we go. All right. Hold on. I have no idea who this is. Get the dump button ready there, Dan. Hold on. Hey, who's this?
Hey, this is Rosendo. What's up, DMac?
What's up, brother?
Hey, I just want to tell you, I love listening to you, man. So just keep doing what you're doing, Don't listen to the haters.
All right, sounds good. I got another call. That was my buddy Mark. Hey, Mark, what's going on? Well, you're a friend of mine, Mark. You don't count.
Oh.
I mean, I love you, but you don't count.
That guy probably doesn't like slam dunks or three-pointers either, because they didn't used to be NBA rules. So.
Thank you, Mark. Enjoy the rest of your trip to Vegas.
See ya. Bye.
Okay. Well, that doesn't count. That's just a friend of mine. The first guy I don't know. There you go. Oh, there you go. You ready to get ripped? Welcome to Talk Radio.
Yeah,
would you like to take some heat? Nick, you're awful. You sound like your tongue is pierced. You sound odd. This is my friend who's yelling at me. He's yelling at you now, too.
My tongue
You know
sounds
what? Should I just call this guy? Should I literally just call this dude? All right, hold on. This could be kind of funny. Really get the dump button ready. Dan. I got to tell him he's on the radio first. Two ringy dingies. Will he pick up? Oh, he's not going to pick
Howard.
up. Wow.
Soft.
Wow. He didn't pick up. What do we think of that? All right. I'm not worried about the Avs loss. I think that was just quirky. They'll bounce back tonight against Ottawa, I
The
think.
Senators.
Oh, Mike's on? I thought he was skiing. What's up, Coach? What's going on?
Well, I'm back.
Okay, you're just announcing you're back?
Yeah, I got my car towed. You got stuck in a big snowplow, kind of in a snow drift. So yeah, I had to kind of cut things off early. No, I'm just playing. Just back. Just wanted to tell you, Mick, you're doing a great job.
Appreciate
Travion Henderson is Travion Henderson better than Ashton Genty though?
Ooh.
I mean, are we really having this conversation? And then also, soccer's the stupidest sport ever.
Uh-oh.
I mean, this is two takes that I can't be okay with.
Listen, I played 1 year when I was 6 years old. We scored one goal, and it went off my face, and it was an opposite goal. So I'm still a little triggered from back then.
Coach is probably the biggest soccer fan we have. I was the captain of my high school team and like an all, honorable mention soccer player.
I like how you just snuck that in there.
Yeah, well, that's true. I'm just killing you with truth on that one. But I let it go, Coach, because those that don't know, they don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Travion Henderson might not be the best running back on his own college football team. I like Quinshon Judkins better. That's a guy. That's my second round guy.
Here's what's happening to Coach Sanford. I know what this is like. Spending time with your family is so highly overrated when you're just dying to talk about sports. And it's like, as much as we love Anne Marie and the kids, and they are amazing, they just can't. They're not on the same level to talk sports, and it kills you after 3 days, doesn't it?
I'll tell you what, you get the itch, man. I got the itch to get solid 24 hours into the trip, and it's really bad now. So I'm back in the studio tomorrow. Car's fine. We got our car,
did you really? Hold on. Did that really happen to you guys? I'm sorry. Did that?
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
Oh, we stayed in the middle of nowhere in Blue River above Breck by about 15 miles.
Okay.
Kind of like on the way to Fairplay, not far from South Parkland.
Yeah.
And I got stuck in a snowbank because I shot past our little tiny, there's 6 feet of snow plows or snow drifts on the side of the road. And I barely clipped my rear left into a little snow drift, and I was absolutely stuck.
God.
Big old SUV, stuck.
How long?
$140 later.
Oh, my God. How long were you stuck for?
5 hours. We got finally at 12:30 a.m. somebody came out. Luckily, it was right in front of the house we were staying at.
Oh, so were you able to get the family? Hold on. Were you able to get the family safely into the house?
Yeah, the house was only 200 feet from where I got stuck.
Oh,
all
right.
200 feet from the place we were staying at.
As long as the family's fine and you're just the moron, that's a good story.
Yeah, I thought I was going to have a heart attack actually trying to dig out. I was digging out of that snow blanket. It didn't work.
Is this because you're just hold on, dude. Is this because you're just a cheap ass and you just won't stay at a nice place at Breckenridge and you're just spending some time in the middle of nowhere?
You can take that up with Anne Marie. She might have an opinion on that.
Yeah, she's right. Spend the extra money, bro, and just stay at the base of Peak 8. This is not complicated, my man.
I just wanted a real Colorado mountain experience.
You got it. You're like every other moron from New Jersey trying to be cheap. All right, thanks, pal. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Good job, Mick.
All right.
See you, Coach.
Yeah, advice for all those out there. Don't overthink. You're going to spend a lot of money going skiing. Okay?
So splurge.
Yeah. Because you end up like a moron outside of Alma, Colorado, on the Blue River on Route 9 where, it's like you're hanging out with Kyle and Kenny, and Kenny's dead. Nate and Andy, they're on for 90 minutes, and then we have hockey tonight. Mick, my man, thank you.
DMac, appreciate you, my friend.
Dan, my man, great as always. Nate and Andy coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Nichushkin there first. Trying to get it for Natchez again. Right to the Leafs, who send it down ice. Kelly Sutherland, the referee. Goodness gracious, lost an edge, and so Lorenz will bring it in shorthanded, and he scores. What in the world was that? If the Avalanche didn't have any bad luck, they would have no luck at all. Kelly Sutherland, toe picked in the neutral zone.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado.
Yeah, just a barrel of stupid. Welcome in, everybody. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. Joining you from our neighbor to the north, lovely Wyoming. Andy Lindahl is there in Denver, Colorado, or I suppose Lone Tree, Colorado, specifically today. As the madness is here, games are being played. Wisconsin victorious earlier today at Ball Arena. Plus, Andy, our BYU Cougars. Again, something I never thought that I would say in my life. In action right now over there at Ball Arena, and Kevin Young's team with an 11-point first-half lead on VCU. So good to see our Cougs are off and running here today. But, of course, we begin with the stupid today here on the show. That Andy, you know, one of my main criticisms, I don't even know if criticism is fair, just my general annoyances with the great sport of hockey, is that sometimes really stupid crap happens, and then that has an outsized impact on the result of the game. Like, honestly, I thought Toronto's first goal was a stupid goal last night, but I had seen nothing until referee Kelly Sutherland went ankles over ass, lands on his face, has the puck then bounce off of him, go right to Lawrence, who scooches in there, picks it up shorthanded, and scores, giving Toronto a 2-1 lead in what would stand up as the final score. The Avalanche lose. Seriously, that was really dumb.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was new level of hockey done. I almost texted you last night, and we don't do that. So that's how stupid that was. You and I don't. Berto was asking me. He's like, "Who do you?" I used to talk to Hastings and Stink a lot, but I don't know. You and I guess because I was their producers, right? You and I don't need to talk. We got it all out on the air. So very little. There's never an occasion where I feel like I've got to get this thought over to Nate right now.
Yeah.
Because Nate will get it the next day. But I literally was about to say, it did start with the Tays goal. That's when I thought about,
Stupid.
And how the hell, I get that. Who was
and
it?
I love the way you put that, too. It was the Taves goal. It's not the Austin Matthews goal. It's the Taves goal.
Yeah, it was the Taves goal. You shot it off his dumb stick. He didn't mean to do that. And look, the ref thing, I am upset about the second one, but I would also say this. Boys, have a better power play. You weren't having a great power play to begin with. And the other thing that annoyed me was, can we stop that shot? Blackwood has been so good. So good. I was shocked he gave that one up.
So he was really deep in his own net. I think he was so thrown off by what happened.
Yes.
He just he was. I think he was too surprised. He lost positioning. I think that in his mind, he sees the clear coming down ice, which is a harmless clear, and he's just like, "Oh, I'm just going to go pick this up behind the net." That's all that he's thinking in that moment. And then suddenly, boom, off the referee, and Lawrence goes and gets it, and he's like, crap, I got to worry about saving this. He was really deep in his net. So I just think,
Boucher
like everybody in the
about
arena, Blackwood was taken aback.
Boucher said, when you think you're about, he did say it'll throw you off, blah, blah, blah. And look, I get it.
Yeah.
Still kind of.
Because it wasn't a great shot or anything else like that.
No.
It just. He was deep in his net. There was a lot of space, and Lawrence found it. Just.
Well, the other thing that frustrated me was, again, the Avs got a lot of shots. Here's the only thing, like, for the most part, just scrap the game,
saves.
whatever.
Yeah, 38 saves for that dude last night.
Yeah, but and you said it right, too. That dude, Woll or whatever his name was.
Yeah.
Look, man, again, what I thought about when you got Brock Nelson, when you got some of these guys, and I'm not calling out Brock Nelson specifically. It goes to Nichushkin, it goes to Lehkonen, it goes, get in front of we talk about it all the time. Take the goalie's eyes away. When his glove is working like it was last night, when things are going as well it was for the goalie last night, go get in front of him. Try to screen more shots. The other thing that was dumb about, I hated hockey last night. Everything was going off a skate or finding a random, like they had 3 guys backside open that it hit something random and the pass couldn't get through to him, or they would have slammed that one home.
Sure.
I will tell you in spring, I'm kind of curious what you think about this. So at the end of the Dallas game, Rycroft points out that McKinnon had a little bit of I guess he termed it a feisty conversation, or I'm paraphrasing a bit. But apparently McKinnon had a little bit of a talk with Marty Necas, and then all of a sudden Necas wasn't skating with McKinnon as much on the line yesterday. So kind of wondering what the frustration was.
Are they going with Val and
they went with Val
Nelson?
and Nelson yesterday, which I got no problem with it. I don't mind that at all.
Yeah, so a little change in the line there, and then put Charlie Coyle in between the second line with Arturi Lehkonen and Marty Necas, and they could do that for the line, and then that's your top 2 a little bit reshuffled. Which hey,
I don't mind you breaking up your playmakers. By the way,
yeah.
I really don't. I just
scored 1 goal last night.
I mean, that was one of the things they did say. It can be tough to play with Nathan McKinnon. Like Mikko caught a lot of that crap. Necas just better get used to it if that returns to the pairing again. So
we ended up last night with a dumb hockey game. Avalanche now go to Ottawa to play the Senators tonight at 5:00. They kick us off at 4:30 today. I'm assuming Wedgwood is in goal tonight, second night of a back-to-back.
Probably,
I would think
you're
that's
right.
what they do. Sens have won 7 of their last 10, but that's how the road trip begins for the Avalanche. Then the Nuggets game last night. Basically, Andy, the story of that game was written in the first 4 minutes. The Lakers opened the game on a 14-2 run, and guess what? You were not able to recreate the magic of the first time around without Jokic and Murray, and you just got your butt completely handed to you. Nuggets get killed, throwaway game, whatever. If you would have told us, Andy, at the beginning of the road trip, hey, they're going to split Golden State and the Lakers, I think we all would have said, hell yeah. Okay, cool, we'll take it. 1-1 in those 2 trips. I don't know. I personally, I have not really. There's I have micro frustrations about that game last night, but big picture, especially the way Luka came out firing, they stood no chance. You, however, your gift is finding a way to summon rage. Did you get mad about that game last night?
No, it did remind me that
job.
I was like, Nate's right. I probably should enjoy the other night a little bit more. No, it was wild because follow me on this. What's crazy about it, Nate? I don't know that they played any different game than they played against Golden State.
Right.
Golden State didn't have Luka Doncic to go nuclear in the first 5 minutes like you just described.
21 points in the first quarter.
But so I will say, the only little negative I found there was it gets me worried, and you said it after the first Laker matchup with Luka, they don't have a good defensive answer for him.
Yeah, they don't.
And it showed again last night, and it does make me nervous, even when you get Jamal. When you're whole and things are normal, you still have to have an answer for that guy if he's going off. Now, maybe you avoid him and you don't have to deal with it altogether. I don't know. Maybe Peyton Watson showed a little something at the end. I don't know.
The problem in your starting 5 is CB's not big enough and AG's not quick enough.
Right.
That's what makes Doncic so friggin' special, that he's a 6'8", lightning quick bull in a china shop who can always get his own look, and he's a dead-eye shooter. And when he's hitting from 30 feet, you're just like, okay, cool. It's just one of those nights. No, and I said I have micro frustrations. My biggest one is, why is Michael Porter only taking 10 shots? Why?
I don't know. Because again, he just isn't aggressive. He just doesn't have that aggressive. Here's the thing. I don't think MPJ has I want to be the man mentality. I don't know what else to tell you. You know, I'm not trying to be too hard on the guy.
No, he has fit into the game. I am a perfect complement to Nikola Jokic mentality. He doesn't have I'm going to take this thing over mentality, and Aaron Gordon has it.
Yeah, right, because he's been the dude.
Yeah, and Porter doesn't.
And I wish Porter would get it, quite honestly.
And maybe, you know what, Andy? To your point, Gordon did have to do it before. And Porter's never had to do it before in his NBA career. He's always been on Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray's team. He was supposed to be that at Missouri, and his college career didn't happen through no fault of his own whatsoever. Like, he hasn't been the man on a basketball team since high school. And exactly what you said right there, I don't think he remembers how. And I just think his game is born out of the ball finding him and him being a complementary piece, and he's wonderful at doing that. But last night is a great example of it. He took 10 shots. That's just and you know what? He could have gone out and played great, and they probably still would have lost by 15 points. That's fine. I guess technically they ended up losing by 12. There's some garbage time energy there, which, hey, good on the guys. Play hard in the fourth quarter. That's, hey, PJ Hall, go out there and get some run. That's good to see, but he doesn't have it. He just doesn't have it. He had one good moment last night. He had a 3 in transition, and they cut it to 3 in the first quarter, and then Luka just, felt like he hit like 17 shots in a row again, and then it was just like, okay, this game's over. This is pointless. It's all academic from here. They lose. However, I do believe there is a huge positive to take from last night's game. I'm going to tell you what that is. Yes, I know I'm Mr. Nuggets Pollyanna, but I believe there is a positive to take from that game last night. So we'll talk about that. Avalanche silliness as they get ready to take on Ottawa. The Broncos hosting a running back today. The Broncos! And a name we haven't heard for a while, since Jeff Legwold said it on this very show. We're going to re-examine that coming up here in just a few minutes. But on the other side of this break here today, Andy, Michael Malone pleased me with something last night. I'll tell you what that is next.
Well, guys, it's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, we're in the part of March that can be maddening, and if maybe you're dealing with some of this, low energy, bad sleep, brain fog, low sex drive, not getting the gains you want in the gym, wanting to be in a relationship, but your sex drive is maybe a problem for that, that can be real maddening. Don't let this happen for you. The good news is you can find a way to treat all this over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All these things that I mentioned are signs of low T. If you're feeling sluggish and tired, if you're not sleeping well, workouts aren't great, and most of all, like I said, the sex drive is more like a putt, it's time to make your appointment at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go find out what they can do for you. What they can do for you is offer you some testosterone treatment. The first visit is real easy. You schedule your consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They draw your blood. They have the results in 30 minutes. And you'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about those results and discuss what your options are. The cost of the appointment is $99, which includes the medical consult, a T, and a PSA test. And if you sign up for the testosterone treatments the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So there's no need to wait any longer. If you want to maybe dive a little further into this, you can go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz on their website. That's 10 questions, yes and no answers. It takes 2 minutes. And if you decide you want to go for it, again, schedule the appointment with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. No need to wait. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including up north in Fort Collins, down south in the Springs. Here in Denver, it's north and central Denver, along with Castle Rock. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets lose last night by 12 in L.A. It only feels like they lost by 30 because they were down by 30. But in the end, they only lost the game by 12 points. AG was good. And any other notable performances last night? PJ Hall hustled. Spencer Hall gave you a quality 30 minutes last night. He hit a reverse layup. I don't know. Russ wasn't very good. CB wasn't very good. Peyton Watson had a good dunk. That's kind of about it. End.
Look, man, when did Watson start having problems at the free throw line? I know he's never been, Mr. Deadeye, but it really feels like more an adventure since he got back from injury than it was prior.
He's shaky right now. Yeah, he's shaky. I don't know if he has the yips. More on that in a moment. But let's hear from Michael Malone last night, giving the injury update. Jokic and Murray have obviously both missed the game last night. You're not able to recapture the magic that you had on Monday night in Golden State. Let's hear from Michael Malone last night, giving the update on how Jamal and Nikola are doing.
I think Jamal is closer than Nikola, to be quite honest. So we'll kind of get a read on see how they feel. As I mentioned pregame, Nikola and Jamal both want to play. They want to be out there with their teammates. They understand what time of the year it is and how valuable each and every one of these games are. But we also have to do right by them and make sure this doesn't become something even bigger and more concerning. So if they're back for Portland, great. If not, we have enough in that room to go out there and try to get a win against a division opponent.
Yeah.
That
first
was
off,
bothersome.
Jamal closer than Jokic. Oh, I completely disagree with you. I find nothing bothersome in what I just heard right there.
You don't find it bothersome that you think Jamal's closer than Nikola? That's what bothers me.
Andy, if it was a playoff game last night, they both could have gone, okay? I don't need to see an MRI to know that, okay? Here's where I can't go with you at all. I'm not bothered in the slightest by what I heard. In fact, I love what I just heard. Because Michael Malone is trying to correct his mistakes from last year and correct the team's mistakes from last year because they weren't all just on Malone last year. But you're going on this road trip right now. You just got done with 5 games in 7 nights. You're on this every other night spin right now. You're still top 4 in the Western Conference. You managed to split Golden State and L.A. without Jokic and Murray playing. You got to find rest for these dudes. They're both going to be going for 40 minutes a night in the playoffs. They're banged up. His hand got forced a little bit, but also there was no rushing back last night. It was, hey, the fact that we won in Golden State buys us another night right now. They going to go in Portland? I don't know. I have no idea. But Michael Malone is trying to amend last year's mistake of let's gun it for the number 1 overall seed. They lose late against the Spurs. They don't even get it in the end. And then they completely just fizzle out against Minnesota. Find rest where you can. Great. Good to see. And I don't worry about Jokic injuries because the man's made of Serbian oak. He's going to be just fine. I love that guys are resting right now. Seriously, I take that as a positive last night. I don't even know if they win that game if they play anyway. So I love that guys are resting right now. I'm not that worried about the injuries. Are you? You seem like you are.
Yeah, I'd like to see it because the last time I watched Nikola Jokic play at the end of the game against Washington, he could barely get himself off the ground to try to make a shot.
Yeah.
And so, I am concerned about it. Listen, if they slip to 5 or 6, which they won't go to 6, but the Grizzlies are right behind them, just one game off. If all of a sudden you're in 5th place and you're having to play, who would that put you against? If you're in 5th, you're playing whoever's in 4th, which could be the Grizzlies, and you lose the home court. I guess we'll just we'll see. We'll see if we can keep that energy. If he comes back out and all looks okay by the weekend, then fine, we can forget about this. But right now, Nikola Jokic is the one that said he wanted to play in back-to-back games against OKC, and they let him. So I feel like he's pretty hurt if he's not playing. Jamal, I'll trust you on Jamal because Jamal's been kind of a weird case all year. But Nikola plays if Nikola can play. That's what we've learned. So we'll see. If he comes out and looks fine and you're right, then no big deal. But right now, they didn't look great on Saturday.
I I think he's fine.
I'm glad you do.
Maybe I'm believing too much in the big Serbian grizzly bear, but I think he's fine. I'm not going to get myself worked up over this. I'm taking the positive out of all of this.
You've been taking the positive all year, Nate, and now we're slipping down to fourth place. I'm going to take the panic.
You? Really? You? Mr. Cool, Calm, and Collected Lindahl is choosing to panic? No, Jokic's going to be fine. Honestly, like, I worry more about Jamal's ankle than I do about Nikola Jokic. Like, shoulder injury, back injury, elbow injuries, that's all this guy ever deals with. But he's a beast. He's going to be just fine. Stay in a top 4 seed. Here's what's tricky about this, right? And this is really where this franchise is kind of at right now, is I think they're going to have a top 4 seed. I'll be stunned if they don't end up with a top 4 seed. Typically, you want to be a 3 seed or above. Just history says that's what you have to be to win an NBA championship. I think the Denver Nuggets may have to be, or could prove to be, an outlier in that. And I mean it in this way. This team right now, I am placing health and energy above seeding on the priority list. Because last year, they put seeding number 1 and gunned it, health and energy be damned. This year, with no chance to be able to catch Oklahoma City, I think they're going in the other direction. It's not a perfect world. In a perfect world, it would be like the year they won the title and they had like a 7-game lead at this time of year, and it didn't matter if you won or lost and you could sit guys and all that good stuff. That's not the world that they live in, but I prioritize with this team health and energy over seeding.
All right. Again, I could get in the car with you if we weren't watching the Timberwolves constantly be a problem for this team. If now all of a sudden the Lakers at times appear to be a problem for this team. And I'm not going off last night's game. We all throw last night's game away. Let's be clear about that.
You can't go off last Friday's game either. You throw that game away too.
Well, but again, I don't love that all your starters had that much of a problem securing a win against that many backup Lakers that had none of the starting lineup in. But, look, I'm not going to dismiss the Lakers. I would like to believe that when you got everybody whole and their hole and all that you're going to be the better team, but it didn't go that way.
What about their hole?
What's that?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Listen, a couple matchups ago when everybody had their full rosters, that didn't go so well for you. You got blown out there too. I'm tired of watching this team get smoked by teams you could face in the playoffs. That's causing my concern. Mm-hmm. A year ago, we had, I think, the comfort of saying, well, this team's won a championship before. And they were bored 2 years ago. They were bored down the stretch, even though, they had the number 1 seed locked up and all that. So I think last year when we didn't let any of this stuff affect us, it was because we remembered what had happened a year ago. Well, now a year ago is this team not looking as good as we wanted them to in the playoffs and blowing a 20-point lead against Minnesota. So, yes, I have some bigger concerns this year. I'd love to say
yeah, but why did they blow that 20-point lead against Minnesota?
Well, in part because they were tired, but we're also finding out it's not a good matchup for them.
That too.
And it hasn't been a good matchup this year either.
Yeah.
That's the problem here.
It's such a historic choke job to blow a 20-point lead in Game 7 at home.
Yeah.
That again, like, given the choice, because, you mentioned the championship confidence, which I haven't lost all that. I still have championship confidence in the core 4, and in Christian Brown and in Michael Malone. Like I still have that. That's not gone. But also, like, I like that they are 180ing from what they did a year ago. That's where I take solace in of like, oh, okay, they're learning their lessons from past mistakes.
If I was positive Nikola Jokic was healthy, then this would be a different conversation. You are confident he's fine. I am not. So
yeah. Mm-hmm. Really, you're nervous about Jokic?
I'm nervous about his health.
Toughest, baddest dude on the planet. You're worried about that guy?
I have no doubt he would have played last night. But again, if he would have looked like he has at points where the guy is beat up. The guy is beat up. What I'd love to say to any NBA detractor that wants to talk about Nikola Jokic not playing these last couple games. And I don't believe last night was a national TV game, right? His only national TV miss was the Monday one.
No, it was national. It was an ESPN game.
Was it an ESPN game?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
it was a Mike Breen, Tim Legler affair last night.
I was on altitude the whole time. What I would tell you though is I would tell any of the detractors, if you don't want the guy missing games, then don't let every team just beat. He gets treated like he's in an offensive line. Got 3 guys fronting him all down the stretch.
But shouldn't we take solace in the fact though that like we're at this time of year and he is getting time off? Because I don't believe for a second if last night was a playoff game that he wouldn't have.
No, I agree. He would have played. I just don't know how. I don't know what version of him he would have been. Now, I don't know that there's a bad version of him, but I don't know if the most optimal version is going to make it out there. The elbow is clearly a thing for him, right?
Without a doubt, but I think the rest gets him closer to the most optimal version. That's again where I choose to feel good about all this. I choose joy, Andy.
You've been choosing joy for a while, and I don't know that, I mean, look, it is what it is here. I need to go look at some of the schedule. Here's my problem. They just have had too many, and Dan Hyatt had the stat for us a week ago, Nate. They're not playing well against the upper part of the NBA. And so this hasn't, they beat Golden State. You lose to the Lakers again.
Sure.
I just don't feel, you and I talked about this. The chemistry is a little bit off for me right now. And they're not a smooth running machine. I'm not sure Michael Malone's real positive what he wants his rotations to be. And quite honestly, I can't blame him. All of a sudden we're not seeing even DeAndre Jordan anymore. And he doesn't play him at all. He prefers to go with the small ball. I don't know if that's
he doesn't when
effective
Jokic
or
is
not.
out. Yeah, when Jokic is out, he plays small.
Well, but think about it. Go back. Zeke Najee's been the guy going in more than DeAndre Jordan down the stretch here, at least since post All-Star break.
I think that's also another playoff preparation move going on. And unless DJ's got some injury that we don't know about that's not listed on the sheet, but I think that's hey DJ, you're 1,000 years old, and if we need 7 minutes a night out of you in the postseason, we've got to optimize it the best we can, and we've got to rest you a little bit. I think Michael Malone's got a pretty good sense of what his playoff rotation will look like. The thing that I wonder about...
The 2 guys he's going to use?
Seriously, is Julian going to play when he comes back?
I don't know. Depends on if he gets back with enough time to show Michael Malone in a couple of games, my shot's back, then maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Malone talked about him last night in the post-game presser. He's not out of consciousness for Malone, so probably he gets a chance to go back in there. But you and I both know if Julian goes in there and there's some critical mistake that costs him a game, he'll be out of that rotation in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I believe what he plans to do is do the same thing he did last year. I think AG is going to be the small ball 5. He might steal 2-3 minutes a half, maybe a little bit more than that, probably not much more with DJ, and get a couple of rebounds and hopefully a dunk or 2 out of DJ. But I think he's generally going to go AG small ball 5. Zeke might play in the playoffs.
I think Zeke is in the Julian category. I'm going to give you a chance because he has had some moments to make us all say, oh, yeah, that's why we did like you once upon a time.
Right.
But he also has had some moments where both Zeke and MPJ, for guys as big as they are, now with MPJ, I get it because of the back history. But neither guy's hands, and Scott talks about it all the time on the broadcast, are as strong as you'd like them to be.
No.
Where they just get the ball, it seems, pried from their possession a little too easily.
Yeah, there's a reason we're talking about guys that are, 8th and 9th guys in an NBA rotation. The Broncos hosted a running back today, Andy.
Who did they host? I missed this.
Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins. Quinshon Judkins, a name that we were regularly given by Jeff Legwold early on when we were talking about running backs of you may not be able to get Genty. All right, who knows if even Omari and Hampton is going to get to you at number 20. Quinshon Judkins as a potential 1st or 2nd round pick shared the backfield with Travion Henderson last year at Ohio State. Maurice Jones-Drew on NFL.com has Judkins listed as his number 4 running back in this class. In fact, he lists Judkins ahead of Omari and Hampton out of North Carolina, which I think is interesting. But, one man's opinion. MJD knows a little thing or two about running backs right there. But Jeff Legwold has talked up Judkins quite a bit in this pre-draft process with us. Today, he made a top 30 visit with the Broncos, meaning, Andy, there's truly no mystery, and it's not as though they're just waiting to unload Audric Estime on the world. I think the Broncos fully plan to draft a running back and probably draft one high.
Yeah, I'm with you. So I've got an NBC mock draft pulled up. Let me see who decided to put this together. I'm looking for the scrolling, as Nate likes to say.
Is this from today?
Yeah, this is by Phil Perry. He's a Patriots insider. So that took a little of the steam out of it for me there, Nate. But you know what? He did it.
Also, and I know, whatever, our station does the thing where we're like, Jeff Legwold is our Broncos insider. He actually is an insider. But do you ever listen to some of this crap? Every podcast in the world has some insider, and it's always just some other dude that blogs about the team or whatever. That's one of those terms that we have taken in sports media that used to mean something, and we have completely nullified all value in the term. If any, that is almost, that's a red flag to me. You call somebody an insider, my reaction is, nope, no, he's not.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Inside the parking lot, that's not being an insider. Yeah, I want a guy that's got sources. Insider suggests he's got, like Adam Schefter. He got
insider.
He's got guys that the coach is trying to figure out who the hell is talking to this guy. That's an insider.
That's
right?
inside.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, not because you made it there. You and I get to go to practice. I'm not going to tell you we're insiders, all right?
No, we're standing on the sideline watching practice.
We're inside the practice facility, but again, we're talking inside with the decision makers. So anyway, this is a very interesting mock draft here that this gentleman has penned together. As for first off, how does this line grab you? Now, this one just kind of bothers me. He's got Shedeur going to the New York Giants.
Okay.
And basically, this is what the author says about Shedeur going there. If Wilson lands in Cleveland, that's Russell, and if Aaron Rodgers lands in Minnesota, the Giants could get desperate at the quarterback spot, forcing them to make this selection and pray it pans out. Really? Is that what you're going to go? So do we think Brian Daboll's going to go on up to the podium and go, well, I'm just praying this all works out. That's why we drafted him.
I mean, at its core, that's describing literally every single draft pick.
Thank you. That's fine. But I mean, just so they're just praying Shedeur works out. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Now again, I like Shedeur. I got a little that makes me a little defensive. But hey, you're still praying Drake May works out over there in New England, pal.
I get what guys using that as a negative, but that's literally every single draft pick.
There's no doubt about it.
Chill out, Patriots insider guy.
Yeah, let's go back 4 years from now and let's see how the 4 of the 5 quarterbacks worked out in 2021. Okay, so he's got, and help me with this name again. He's got basically the Broncos are selecting the wide receiver out of Arizona, McMillan.
Teteroa McMillan.
Teteroa, is that what we're saying?
I always thought it was like Ted Iroa, but I don't know. I went back and watched some highlights, and they just go Teteroa. I think that's because broadcasters like me are just lazy and want to find the easiest way to say a name. So we'll go with Teteroa.
Yeah, I would tell you. I called a guy Hostrouser, and I was told that it's Hostrouser. What the hell's wrong with you? So you never know. Don't always trust the broadcaster. Though. It is one.
Dude, by the way, that highlight video that was going around Twitter of McMillan going up against Travis Hunter, that was great, man. That was just 1 minute of two studs just wrecking each other for an entire game. Hunter getting the better of him, McMillan getting the better of him. Really, really fun highlight video.
It was, and there was a lot of both guys getting their way with the PI. The refs had their flags in the pocket. And look, even Hunter, I was like, wow, Travis, you really were giving one there.
Good physicality.
You got a whole handful of jersey on one of those he was trying to pull away, but that's savvy cornerback play if they don't throw it. The reason why I think it's interesting, in this mock draft, he's got them going with McMillan, and as I look down the board, he's got the Rams getting Colston Loveland. He's got Omari and Hampton going a little bit later in this round, too. There he is, at 29 to the Commanders. So a couple of guys linked to the Broncos they would pass on. I guess because we started this talking about running back. Like, do you think I think, I know it's not conventional. I feel like the Broncos would probably value a running back at that spot over the receiver, but maybe I'd be wrong.
That's well.
Or what about Colston Loveland, even the big tight end?
I was going to say, Andy, doesn't this just go back to best player available? Like at number 20, also knowing that, and as Legwald has told us, like there's going to be good backs available to you in the second round. If a 6'4", 215-pound receiver that runs a 4.4 40, falls down to number 20, it's pretty good.
Okay,
if you love him, by all means, I would take it in a heartbeat.
Are they going hell-bent for Joker draft there? Because, again, I don't know. Listen, I don't know if Colston Loveland is a Joker. I don't know if
just
Amari
skill
Hampton
position,
is a Joker,
talent in general, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But that's why I would say if any guy profiles more as the Joker, then I would see that guy being valued over, say, a wide receiver.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate Kreckman, live in lovely Wyoming today. Andy is
Whose
there
office
in
did
studio.
you procure there, by the way?
This is
or are you in an RV?
I'm in an office right now. I'm in the production offices right now at the University of Wyoming here in the athletic department. It's quite lovely, I must say. But yes, I'm getting ready for a broadcast tonight. Andy's there in Denver. We're crushing it here today. We're out at 4:30. Avalanche getting ready for Ottawa. Both the Lakers and the Maple Leafs beat Denver teams last night. For whatever reason, their coaches had no ability to enjoy the moment at all. We're going to listen to J.J. Redick and Craig Berube go full Andy Lindahl when we come back here on the other side. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up at 4 o'clock. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Bidding is available right now at roller.bid. That is roller.bid, as Roller Auction is auctioning off equipment from a former Subway location. We're talking about walk-in refrigerators, rapid cook ovens, refrigerated sandwich prep lines, Nuvu proofers, slicers, ice machines, tea brewers, sinks, smallwares, chairs, tables, and so much more. If you are opening a new restaurant, Roller Auction is a great place to go to get gently used equipment at great deals. I'm looking at this former Subway location auction right now. This by Zerba N23 automatic heavy-duty meat slicer. That's right. Go full Kramer and slice your own cold cuts right there in the kitchen. Great deal available on that right now on this meat slicer. Go to roller.bid to check it out. That is roller.bid. Great auction available to bid right now. Great equipment from some former Subway locations that you can procure right now at roller.bid. Yeah, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're rolling with you today until 4:30. Avalanche and the Ottawa Senators. 4:30 pregame, 5 o'clock is the puck drop tonight, East Coast hockey, meaning they kick us off the air a little bit early. So, Andy, last night, both the Avalanche and the Nuggets lost stupid games. The Nuggets game was just, well, they don't have anybody, and the Avalanche game was just weird bounces and hockey just being what hockey is every now and then. Let's listen to the winning coaches from last night. Again, I want to reiterate, these are the winning coaches from the game.
Yeah,
and
they notched
I tell
the
you
dubs.
Let's ramp up the grump factor from these two coaches, okay? Let's start with J.J. Redick, who last night is getting interviewed by Spectrum Sports LA, the local telecast there in Los Angeles. And J.J. Redick is getting interviewed at halftime. At halftime of a game that we should note, his team is basically led by 20-plus points the entire way. They're up 14 points at the break. Luka Doncic already has 25. You scored 73 friggin' points in the first half. This is the context under which J.J. Redick conducted this halftime interview last night on the local telecast in L.A. Does this sound like a guy who's having a good night?
You didn't love the end of the half, or what did you see that was the difference from how you started?
If we missed a shot, they scored a layup.
You mentioned transition defense being a key. Was it as simple as not getting back?
Yeah, and second chance points. I mean, that's the game. That's how they're going to score.
All right, there's head coach J.J. Redick.
Well, there you go. Scotty had said, again, I was watching the Altitude broadcast. Scotty had said he was on fire, from second quarter on. He just was so mad that the Nuggets backups kept making that thing a game. Well, a game. They couple times chopped down the big lead. They never got it below 10. I don't know how much a game they made it, but,
JJ, your team led by 20 in the first quarter. You played in the NBA, all right? And also, you used to be in the media, my guy, and you're just sitting there just grouching and grumbling through an interview with the local sideline guy. Just give him an answer. God, even Michael Malone, in his greatest moments of rage, still actually gives a thoughtful answer. And also, Malone also is savvy enough to talk for long enough so they don't have time for the second question, which I think is always very smart on his part.
Look, to your point, he joked with Katie last night. She opened up about, what happened at the start of the game. And he was like, yeah, I only want to talk about the second and fourth quarters tonight, Katie. I'm not going to. And he had a little fun with it. That's what you're talking about. Again, someone who he sees every game because she's on the broadcast crew, but whatever.
Yeah. JJ's first year, ride the waves a little bit better, my dude. Okay, so there's JJ. His team is killing the Nuggets, and he chooses to throw a fit over it. Now we listen to Craig Berube, the coach of the Toronto Maple Leafs, who last night, even though his team has been playing poorly of late, they steal a 2-1 win from the hottest team in the NHL, the Colorado Avalanche, via their second goal, one of the dumbest goals we've ever seen in our life. Official Kelly Sutherland falling over, and the puck bouncing right to Steve Lorenz, who picks it up and scores. Berube gets asked about that moment last night. An opportunity for levity for Craig Berube. He chooses none of that. This was what he chose to talk about instead, after acknowledging that, yes, his team scored the winning goal.
Well, you guys took the short-handed penalty. The cameras saw you. You're doing a slow burn, and then seconds later comes that Lorenz goal. Just take us through that, maybe.
Well, I didn't really see the puck was shot out, hit the ref. I wasn't looking. Wasn't paying attention, but a good break for us on the goal. But, the penalty I was not very happy with. Not really happy with the call, to be honest with you. But it is what it is.
Dude, he would go on. You sent us the video clip of his presser, and I watched it. He would go on to say, I think Tenev was just watching everybody skate around. I didn't like that either, just watching them pass. I was like, wow, guy, you won 2-1. You won. You were maddening to play against because your guys' skates and sticks and every dumb thing was in the way of every pass and shot they tried to take. you've been on a downward slide and you're going to go grumpy Gus on everybody? All right.
You got the most fortunate goal of the season. I hated the call. Well, guess what?
Both of your goals were stupid, my guy.
The call worked out for you.
That puck could literally, the one-off tase, I'm still fired up about it. It could have gone literally any other direction, and it goes underneath the bar and over the shoulder of Blackwood. Are you kidding me?
Coaches got to coach. They can't help themselves but be so coachy sometimes. That's it. You know what? It's March. Everybody is grumpy. I have one other
all
request.
Sick of the regular season, you know.
They
this.
really are, as are we, quite frankly.
Yes.
One other request, though. All right, I get it. It's often for good reason. Okay, but after something like that happens, like what happened in the Avalanche game last night, a reporter should get to go ask Kelly Sutherland what happened.
I agree with you. Well,
and not to kill the guy, but just be like, would you mind explaining to us what you were doing?
So you know what they said, and here's the only reason. You know what? I didn't know this would ever come in handy for me, but I guess my wife and daughter's skating experience.
Yeah.
They said he toe picked. Have you ever skated?
And he fell.
So that's where they've got these things, I guess, the toe picks on the front to help them stop or whatever, launch themselves in the air. And he ate it because that thing got caught. Because he started running like the road runner with his, where they do the little things in the cartoon and the road gets pushed. He panicked as soon as he saw the puck go out, and then he ate it as he tried to get out of the way.
If you assist on the game-winning goal as the referee, I think it's fair for you to offer a comment after the game.
Yeah, I'm with you. And, again, everyone's like, oh, he feels so bad. Can I ask you, okay,
Do we know if he does?
I've got a very important question for you after the top of the hour, right before we get to the high five.
Okay.
But I've also got to ask you, since you brought up the hockey again, could you work with Eddie Olczyk? For some reason, Eddie Olczyk went off the rails last night, and he just kept screaming in the middle of our who is our guy that was doing it last night? Wasn't it Marv Albert's brothers? Was it Steve Albert? I think Kenny Albert was doing it last night.
His son, yeah.
Yeah, Olczyk just decides to start commenting on stuff middle of plays, and I'm like, I think Nate would strangle this guy right now. Mark Johnson, I know, Mark Johnson would literally reach over and turn his mic off. But Mark is big and intimidating. No offense to you. I wondered how you would put up with that guy. That's all, because at one point, Kenny Albert, he goes, hey, Boosh, what'd you think about that? Boosh, he fell down. Boosh, shut up. He's not in the booth with you. And then he kept talking about, like, the goal they gave up to Ovechkin that Brian Boucher didn't want to talk about. It was a mess. I don't know. I'd like to see you work with Eddie O one game. If I can ask TNT if my guy can fill in just one game.
We had him on the show.
He's a great guy. But
he's a great guy, but he didn't focus on the interview either. No.
That's right. He took us so many places. I don't know if one question we asked was ever what we got the answer to. It had a little Bill Walton feel to it now that you bring it up.
It was
like a Canadian Bill Walton.
It's like talk show Lindahl is calling a game. Is really what it's like.
That's true.
And I've heard you call games. That's not what you're like when you call a game.
Well, there's rules.
Yeah, exactly.
We try to acknowledge
we choose to adhere to them. Talk about the game in front of you.
He was one more thing. And our guy all night.
We got NFL news to get to the latest from what's happening around the country. March Madness, what's happening for Ball Arena. We'll get you all updated before we get out of here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Folks, are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? Because they got your spot. It's Colorado Off-Road. That's where you got to go if you're looking for anything truck or 4x4 related. They'll get you hooked up, whether you need the floor mats, the bed covers, the step rails, automatic, or I should say remote start kits. They can get that installed for you. I had one of those put on my truck. Really great in the winter, frankly. Really great when the weather's cold. Now, Chris Bianchi's predicting we aren't going to get quite the bitter temperatures, but it makes it all the more perfect time to go ahead and get that done right now. So if you need anything like this, go to Colorado Off-Road. If you're a big camper, maybe you're a hardcore camper, plan on going before the weather really warms up, they can get you set up and ready to go. Need to tow the fifth wheel or anything else, maybe you need some strap downs there, tie downs there to keep things in the back. Maybe you want a camper top. He can do that too. All of it at Colorado Off-Road. He is Jerry Jones. He and Wendy Jones own this great Colorado business. They've been in business almost 20 years. Go and check them out. They're 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. They're on the web at cooffroad.com. The number's 303-761-1264. Or always keep this in mind, Colorado owned, Colorado grown. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Yes, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Avalanche will be in action this evening with Connor McGahey on the call. They take on the Senators in Ottawa tonight.
Oh, good. We get to root against the Kachuk. That'll be
That's right.
That'll be
That's
fabulous. That'll be
fun.
great.
Yes, absolutely.
Can't wait to see Brady's face.
Any other Senators you wanna dive in
He's
on?
really I don't even know who the hell's on that team.
You don't got any strong Shane Pinto thoughts or
No, not yet. I remember Craig Anderson playing there when we sent our old goalie there, and he went there and was all right for a while.
Travis Hamonic?
Nah.
Any thoughts there?
No.
Okay.
Hey, okay. I want to ask you a quick question, and this
Claude
is quick.
Giroux.
I do know Claude Giroux. Wasn't he the Panther everybody wanted for a minute there,
He
spring,
was.
and then
he was
went
hot
to
at a deadline one year.
Yeah, who did he agree to go to?
He was
went
a
to
senator
Florida.
who went to Florida, yes.
And then now he's a senator.
No,
Does
now
that
he's
all
a
worked out?
flyer. No, he was a flyer. He was a flyer.
Flyer.
That's right.
Then he went to Florida.
Yes.
Then he went to Ottawa.
Yes.
But now Ottawa has taken a flyer on Claude Giroux.
There you go.
Thank you.
I got you. There it is.
Whoa, hey, that was a lot nicer than I thought it was going to be. I thought Serbian guy was going to come out and
You've grown to hate Serbian guy, which is kind of funny.
He triggers me. He really does.
What was a fun moment of him just being absolutely loopy over a made Nikola Jokic shot has turned into something that makes Nate want to fight somebody. So-
Really touched a nerve a few times. Yeah, there have been moments where I was like, I was proud of that line, and then Serbian guy's just like, you suck.
Is that what it is? See, I thought, I always felt that laugh was more, I already know I screwed up. I don't need to hear it from you. And then you get the comment from, yeah, coach, I know I suck. No, that's not what I was trying to do, but thank you for weighing in. Anyway, is today not National Peas Day? Is today not National Ice Your Boys on Peas anymore kind of day? Remember that was, because Spring had not heard of this. So I took to Twitch, they hadn't heard of it. This used to be the day that everybody got the big vasectomy, and recovery started Thursday.
That's
so
right.
The gentlemen, the men out there that were recovering from the procedure had all weekend to recover with college basketball on.
The idea being, the local urologist would do like a big advertising push of like, if you're going to get the snip, do it right here because, there's going to be 16 games on Thursday, 16 games on Friday. So a great opportunity to just lay on the couch, icing your boys and watching hoops, which, yeah, that was a great spot. I've done those live reads before. I think that was a great idea. Yeah, I would say if you were going to do that, this is an ideal day on the sports calendar because you don't have to wait until, 7 o'clock for games to start. They start at 10 in the morning.
So that's my question. Does anybody still do it? Is it not a thing anymore? Because a lot of people...
Have any of our listeners had their vas deferens severed today? 303-504-0925.
So do you do day of, or did you do it Wednesday? Like, is Wednesday the most popular day so recovery can begin Thursday? Is that it?
Yeah, I would think that would probably be either Wednesday or Thursday morning. Something if you can get an early enough morning appointment. It's an outpatient thing, like you're home in an hour. So just, you get home, you lay on the couch or in bed or whatever, and you watch hoops all day. And great question. When you said National Peas Day, I was like, is this like some random Facebook thing? Like the farmers are pushing, the USDA wants us all to go and eat peas today?
That's how someone on Twitch took it. So maybe Serbian guy should have laughed at me. I was trying to be
maybe he should have
suggestive.
When my kids don't eat their green vegetables at dinner, Andy, I require them. I ask them to please give peas a chance.
Nice. Oh, he spared you twice. He spared.
Wow.
Now that was Serbia guy worthy.
Now it's because he feels bad. That's all it is.
Someone says they got it
Spring
done.
doesn't realize the power that he has with his drop fingers and how much they impact my own sense of self-worth.
We have very little.
All right, let's do football news. Let's go, Mark Springer.
All right, it's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at
Bet365. Let's start with a former Broncos quarterback, Zach Wilson. He signed a one-year, $6 million deal with the Miami Dolphins. He talked to the Dolphins website. His first media appearance since signing in Miami.
You really talk about ruining a guy's self-esteem.
He got to talk to the
Serbian guy. He talked to, well, the team's damn website.
The team website.
There was nobody else available or interested, so the team's website drew something up.
That kid was upstairs already in the office. He just needed something to do.
Yeah, nobody requested him, so the team website guy came down and did a feature begrudgingly.
It was a big get for the team website. Zach Wilson was asked, why are the Dolphins a good fit for you?
Yeah, I think it was a great fit. I mean, with Coach McDaniels, Coach Bev as the quarterback coach, I think it's going to be a great fit. Just with what I'm looking for, the type of offense, the amount of information I'll be able to learn from these guys, I think it couldn't have been a better match.
Didn't really answer it. You know what
Not
I
really?
think he didn't want to say? I've seen Tua partying everywhere, and he looks a little bit hefty according to some. So I think I got a great shot at getting a chance to actually step on the field this year. Although I do think people are being a little unfair to a guy that's not going to play a game for 6 months, but whatever.
I would also say, first off, I always love when they put out pictures of pro athletes and they're like, look how out of shape he is.
Yeah.
And dudes like us are like, I wish I looked like that.
I'm like, I'll take that body right now.
Number one, there's that. Number two, I'm also glad that Zach Wilson wasn't like, well, in South Florida, retirement community haven, a lot of older women. So
Wow.
I really...
Well, he's got a fiance now. Remember, he shouldn't.
Okay.
He needs to mind his P's and Q's.
It still has his interests. But anyway, Zach Wilson, he gets to move up a rung on the ladder, right? He's a number 2 now. Way to go, Zach Wilson. There's an NFL paycheck that's going to be in his life probably. I mean, Andy, he's always going to have that arm. He's always going to be able to sling it around during training camp. As long as he can figure out an offense, and I think as long as he doesn't have to be around anybody in New York, Zach Wilson will pull down a nice NFL quarterback backup paycheck and have himself a good living.
We'll see. If he gets into that offense, I still think he could go, what other Geno Smith, Sam Darnold. Jets suck. They don't know what they're doing. I don't know if I don't think he'll ever be what he was projected to be as a number 2 pick, but I could see this guy being an all right starting quarterback back in the rotation. And unfortunately, with Tua's injury history, he won't ever say it. I'm sure that's a little what he's betting on, right? I think I'll get a chance to play here at least a couple games. You got to play a couple games to up the paycheck if he's going to do the Sam Darnold timeline. So
He also gets to live in Miami. Not bad.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Spring.
He's a Utah guy, though.
I don't think we noted this when it happened because it was a busy NFL day, but Mac Jones is your new backup quarterback with the San Francisco 49ers. Let's make that clear. Let's make that show canon, Andy, for when we do name that NFL backup quarterback. Mac Jones signed a
San Francisco
2-year deal with the Niners. He also talked to the Niners team website. It's a big week for the team websites. Mac Jones answering the same question. Why are you a good fit in San Francisco?
Going into my first free agency this year, so I really wanted to make a great pick, and obviously this was a spot. I felt comfortable. I feel like there's a lot of good people here, a lot of winners here, so really just wanted to surround myself with winners.
Totally.
Here's what's interesting. Remember when there was the debate, who was San Francisco trading up for? Trey Lance or Mac Jones? And a lot of people thought it was Mac Jones.
Was it Mac Jones the whole time and then they changed their mind?
Who knows, man? I don't know. All I know is that and we've now heard from 2 of that class, and I don't know. Is Trey Lance even still a Cowboy? He's not, agent. Right?
Yeah, free agent.
Free agent. Ooh.
That whole class. Ooh. Justin Fields is on his 3rd team and maybe on his 4th after this thing's done, although the Jets, I guess, really wanted to give that thing a go with the money they gave him. But
Justin Fields has got another 3 franchises to play for before it's all said and done. Yeah, not a great class. Right. Mm-hmm.
It's just amazing as we get into the draft season in full. Just remember,
are they really gonna pay $60 million for Brock Purdy? Is that gonna happen?
It doesn't feel like it. He's looking for options. Part of me still wonders does Aaron Rodgers' names pop up there. I mean, he's from the area.
because he's popped up elsewhere. Let's get to that, Spring.
High five.
Yeah, here's a note on Aaron Rodgers from Michael McCarthy of frontofficesports.com. Like, if Aaron Rodgers were to retire and decide he wanted to go into television, whether as, a studio analyst or a color commentator, Michael McCarthy reporting that there is surprisingly little interest in Aaron Rodgers from the networks.
Is this just because he's a pain? There's a quote here. One unnamed source telling Front Office Sports he could be a great analyst, but he's insufferable. Another unnamed source said Rodgers needs an image rehab. First off, the idea of him being like a studio color or studio analyst, giant waste of time. Don't bother being a studio analyst. I don't need a studio analyst, okay? Because those guys talk for 40-second clips, and then nobody listens to each other, and the conversation doesn't go anywhere. I'd love to hear him on games. I'd love to. I think Aaron Rodgers is one of the smartest football minds ever. I'd love to hear Rodgers talk about that stuff. As much of a whack job as I think he is, I think he knows ball. He's one of the great quarterbacks of our lifetime, so I would enjoy listening to him on games.
More or less interesting than Tom Brady?
Again, like, I'm coming to those guys in those situations for X and O stuff. So I think they're both like two of the great quarterback minds of their time. I also thought Brady got better. I don't know if Brady's great yet, but I thought Brady got better as it went along. At the very least, like, his trajectory is going in a better direction than Tony Romo's, which has just gone downhill.
Yeah, I've heard some reasons as to what went on with Tony. I'm not sure I was allowed to share them, so I'll keep them to myself. But let's just say he lost
Andy,
some of the prep
not telling
work.
you, huh?
Oh, yeah, I know. Sorry.
Good for you,
How about
bud.
this? They used to make sure he
Andy
could
knows
really
stuff, but you
hear-
losers can't hear it.
He really used to be allowed to hear the field clearer. I think coaches got upset with him playing QB1. Remember that QB1 game at the bar where you would guess run or pass or whatever? Tony was kind of doing that in the booth, and I think some guys got a little tired of him outing the call, if you will. So I don't think I think they made it a little less easy for him to hear the play call from the line. So,
okay, good job talking around it. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, Stephon Diggs is coming off of a torn ACL with the Texans. He's 31 years old. He's a free agent today. He is visiting with the New England Patriots.
Man. This is another guy. You talking about Rodgers being insufferable. Again, Stephon Diggs is one of those guys of just like, do we really want this dude on our football team? Is this – you're going to put him with a young quarterback, match him with a young quarterback in Drake May like they did in Houston last year with C.J. Stroud. It clearly did not go great. And now you want to load him up with another young quarterback right now? This is another dude that just by being a pain in the rear, he has made it harder for himself to find work.
is he the modern Terrell Owens?
Great call. Yeah, great call. Yeah, I think it's very similar. Not as good a player,
no,
but still a good player, and
could help a lot of teams if he's right.
Could help a lot of teams, but it's like, do you want to put up with it? Probably not. And finally, Spring.
High five.
Hey, former Colorado State wide receiver Michael Gallup is signing a one-year deal with the Washington Commanders. Spent a lot of time with the Dallas Cowboys before they let him go last offseason, and he signed with the Las Vegas Raiders. He went through training camp, but then he abruptly retired. Now he is back in football with the Commanders. He said that he was in a bad headspace when the Cowboys let him go, and he signed with the Raiders today. He explained why.
Yeah, I just think, the way that I was let go from being in some place for so long and then jumping right into a whole nother team and not even being able to process, because I've never went through that before. So trying to figure out how to process that and everything, I think it was just fast for me, and I wasn't there yet. That's really it.
Hey, translation. I had to go to a place where the facilities stink. They didn't have a quarterback. The coach was a bit of a whack job, so I took a year off, And now I get to go to one of the hottest young franchises in the league. So
Totally.
puts me in a better headspace for sure. I agree with him. I good for you, Michael Gallup. I'm glad to see he's giving it another go. He's been a very fun player when he is on, and so wish him nothing but luck. By the way, Nate, your BYU Cougars are going to advance as it looks like the final is going to be 80-71 from here in Denver. And tell me if you saw this coming. Gonzaga. We had an 8-9 matchup here. Gonzaga, 73. Georgia, 49. Woo!
Yeah. Zags are beating the absolute snot out of Georgia. It's a good day to be a friend of the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Greg McDermott and the Creighton Blue Jays, they downed Louisville today in the South region. So a nice win right there. And Kevin Young and the BYU Cougars going to finish off VCU and move on as well. So friends of the Kreckman and Lindahl show doing very well for themselves today. Pretty chalky day in the NCAA tournament, save for your classic 12-5 upset. McNeese State, Will Wade and McNeese taking down Clemson today by 2 in the Midwest region. So we got a 12-5 upset so far today. CSU will be in action tomorrow. We'll be talking about that here on the show. The brackets are done. By the way, best of luck to my daughter Lucy, Andy, who in the family pool, she has got for her championship game Grand Canyon and Illinois.
I like it. Yeah, you know what? I like that she's loyal to Dad's alma mater. That warms her Dad's heart.
That's right.
I'm going to need a little background on the Grand Canyon thing.
Her favorite color is purple.
Okay, well then you know what? A good pick.
And the way that we picked every game was I told her the color and the mascot. So I was like, purple antelopes. And she was like, I like purple.
Sold.
And she rode the purple antelopes all the way to the title game. And she's got Illinois and Brad Underwood and Gasparis Yakashonis eventually winning the national championship, which I am all for. I took Florida because, I don't know, I just weirdly picked the team that I think is the best team in the country.
Yeah, but you know what? There's all ways to get here.
There is.
You hear about it all the time. We don't know. She may be right.
That's right.
You may be wishing you to turn that bracket in, pal.
That's what I'm saying. Absolutely.
Listen, with that pick, she should have entered our Not Another Bracket contest.
She's got 15 seed Wofford with tips off of Tennessee in just a few minutes here. She's got Wofford going pretty far because she likes that they're the Terriers. So that's fun.
She likes dogs.
She does. She likes little dogs, and she's rooting for Wofford to take down the Volunteers. She doesn't know what an orange volunteer is. Nobody does. That's going to do it for us this afternoon. The Avalanche and the Ottawa Senators coming up next. We're back tomorrow.